Kalia stopped abruptly, her eyes wide. She stared at Giui, stunned. "How?" she cried. "How do you know these words?" Kalia leapt from the wagon and ran. Giui tried to go after her, but she was out of sight before he could make it more than a few feet. Millet and Maybelle sat shocked, trying to piece together what had just happened. Lee reached down and pulled Dina to her feet. "What was that about?" Lee demanded. "Why did she attack you?" Dina was shaking terribly. "I was careless, and she realized what I am," she said, trying to calm herself. "And what is that?" Lee inquired. "My father was a blacksmith from Baltria," she said quietly. "But my mother was an elf. That's why she called me Abomination." The wagon fell silent. Everyone stared at Dina with a combination of wonder and confusion. "How can that be?" Lee asked. "Such a thing is impossible." "No, not impossible. But as far as I know, I'm the first. And what I am puts me in danger from both worlds. I thought my human blood would mask my identity from Kalia, but when her hand touched mine, she could sense the elven blood in me." "But you look human," Giui remarked. "Yes, I do," she acknowledged. "But do you remember when you asked me how old I am?" Giui nodded. "I'm 38 years old," she revealed. "But my elven blood makes me look like I'm barely out of my teens." "How did it happen?" Millet interjected. "With the hatred that exists between the races, it's hard to imagine." "How does anything happen?" she replied. "My father found my mother injured in the forest when he was out hunting. He told me he knew that he loved her from the moment he first saw her. She had been attacked by soldiers who had heard that a large group of elves were in the forest near the city, but, as it turned out, she was the only one. She had left her people on what my father described to me as a soul quest. She was attacked while she was meditating, so she didn't hear them coming until they were already on her. They left her for dead, and if my father hadn't found her and cared for her, she certainly would have died. Once she healed, she found out that my father had moved her to a small village 30 miles north, so he could care for her without raising suspicions. He'd sold everything he had to have enough money to keep her alive and away from other humans. Soon, she realized she loved him as well." "How were they able to stay together?" Millet asked. "Eventually they would be discovered." "They were," Dina said sadly. "My father tried his best to keep her safe. At one point, he moved to an even more secluded area so that they wouldn't be found." "But they were found," said Lee. "Weren't they?" "Yes," said Dina. "But it was the elves that found them. I was only 3 when it happened. I remember my father embracing my mother and begging her to come with us, but she knew that was impossible. The elves didn't know about me. They only knew that my mother loved a human. She knew they would kill me if they found out there was a child, so she sent my father and me away. I never saw her again." "I don't understand why they would want you dead," said Giui. "You're innocent in all this." "Elves see themselves as separate from humanity in every way you can imagine," Dina explained. "The idea of a half-elf, half-human child shatters that belief. Frankly, it would be just as bad for me if humans found out. Thankfully, they have no way of knowing unless they find out my age or I tell them directly, as I've told you." "What now, my lord?" Millet asked. "I'll tell you what now," Maybelle cut in. "Someone needs to talk some sense into that elf. I don't care what you are, Celandine. You're a part of what's going on here, and a good person to boot. If she can't see that, then to blazes with her." Dina smiled appreciatively. "Thank you," she said. "But I don't see what could help." "You said something," Lee said to Giui. "Something that made her stop. What was it?" "I don't know," Giui answered. It just came out. I have no idea where it came from." "You should go look for her, then," Lee suggested. "Perhaps she'll listen to you." Huey nodded and got out of the wagon. He hoped finding her in the daytime would be easier than it was at night. As it turned out, he didn't have to look hard at all. He found her a few hundred yards off the road, kneeling next to a tiny stream. Her eyes were closed, and her knife was buried in the ground beside her. "Kalia," Huey said softly, "are you all right?" Kalia didn't move. "Kalia?" he repeated. Still, she didn't move. Huey sat on the grass behind her, not knowing what to do next. 20 minutes passed before Kalia spoke. "Where did you learn those words?" she whispered. "I don't know," he replied. "They just came out." "What do they mean?" "It's a declaration. Literally translated, it means, 'My spirit flies to yours.'" Huey was taken aback. "I wasn't trying to declare anything," he said quickly. "I just wanted to stop you from killing Dina." "What you said to me is rare and sacred," she said, continuing as though she didn't hear him. "It's something that few elves have spoken since the Great War." "What do you mean by a declaration? Please, tell me what's going on." Kalia turned to Huey and opened her eyes. "Do you love me?" she asked. Huey didn't know what to say. "If not, then you should never have spoken those words." "I don't understand," said Huey. "I really don't." "Then understand this," she said. "The language you spoke is only known to the elves. It is the language of our ancestors, and even among my people, only a few know it entirely. What you said can only be spoken to someone that you love, and for only one reason." "What reason?" he asked nervously. "It means that you wish to be joined with me." "Joined?" Huey exclaimed. "You mean—" "Yes," she said. "That is exactly what I mean." "You can't think I was asking you that, do you?" "What then?" she snapped. "Why did you say it?" "I don't know," he replied hastily. "I didn't know what it meant. It just came out." "But it came from somewhere," she insisted, "and it cannot be ignored." "I take it back, then. Just pretend I didn't say it." Anger flashed across Kalia's face. "Because you're not an elf, I will pretend you did not make that offer. Once you say the words of joining, they cannot be unsaid." "What do we do now?" he asked. "I either accept you as my mate, or refuse." Huey laughed with relief. "That's easy, then. Just refuse." "If I do, then I must leave you, never to be in your sight again. I'm not prepared to do that just yet." "You mean we either get married or you have to leave? That's ridiculous." "I'm sorry you think so," Kalia lamented. "But to my people it is very serious. However, I have 1 year to consider it. If at the end of that time I decide you are not a worthy mate, then I shall refuse." "And in the meantime, what happens?" he asked, afraid to hear the answer. "In the meantime, nothing. But be warned, elves are protective of their suitors. Careful you don't let your eyes stray too far." Huey immediately thought of Dina. "What do you intend to do about Celandine?" he asked anxiously. Kalia thought for a long moment. "It appears I can do nothing," she said finally. "Your words have bound me. If you wish her unharmed, I will accept it." "Thank you," Huey said, relieved. Kalia smiled. "Send her to me. She and I should talk. Don't worry, I won't harm her." Gooey nodded and returned to the wagon. "What happened?" asked Lee. "Did you find her?" "She wants to speak to Dina alone," Gooey said. Dina looked worried. "She swears she won't attack you again," he assured her. Reluctantly, Dina went to join Kalia. "What happened?" Lee asked. "What did she say to you?" "I don't want to talk about it," Gooey replied. "Not yet, at least." An hour later, Kalia and Dina came walking back to the wagon. "Kalia has agreed to teach me about my elven heritage," Dina said as they climbed in. Kalia nodded in affirmation. "And that's it?" Millet pressed. "No more attempts to kill her?" "That depends," Kalia said. "On what?" Lee asked. Kalia did not respond. She simply smiled a knowing smile as the wagon continued down the road. Chapter 17. Gooey spent the day trying to avoid conversation with the others. Kalia was sitting next to Dina, whispering in her ear. When Lee asked what they were talking about, Kalia told him to mind his own business. Gooey was not looking forward to the midday lesson. He knew Lee would press him about what had happened with Kalia. The fact was, he wasn't quite sure himself. When the time came, Gooey followed Lee to a quiet spot off the road. "Sit," Lee instructed. Gooey sat down on the grass and crossed his legs. "Close your eyes and listen to the sound of the earth," Lee continued. "Not the way you hear the forest. Stretch out with your thoughts and feel its rhythm, its heartbeat. Let it flow into you and give you strength." Gooey did as he was told. At first, he felt nothing. Then, like a sound heard from a great distance, it was there, pulsing steadily. The more he listened, the nearer it came, until it beat in his mind like a great drum. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead as the beat grew louder. "You must let it in," Lee urged him. "Let it pass into you." But Gooey couldn't. The beat pounded against him until he thought it would tear him to ribbons. He let out a scream and collapsed. When he came to, Lee was standing over him with a concerned look on his face. He put a water skin to Gooey's mouth and poured. Gooey tried to drink, but he began to cough uncontrollably as the water stung his swollen throat. "Easy, Gooey," Lee soothed him. "You'll be fine." "What happened?" asked Gooey, carefully trying to sit up. Lee put his hand on Gooey's back and steadied him. "You're much more powerful than I thought. I had you do too much too soon. From now on, we take it slow." "No," Gooey insisted. "We try again. Taking it slow won't defeat the Dark Knight." "Neither will getting yourself killed," Lee countered. "The amount of power you unleashed could have destroyed you. Look around." Gooey surveyed the area and saw that large sections of the ground had been completely torn apart. "You see," Lee said, "you must learn to control this power. Otherwise, there's no telling how much damage you could do to yourself and those around you." Gooey nodded slowly. "I see what you mean." "That's enough for today," said Lee, lifting Gooey to his feet. "Now, if you wouldn't mind, what in blazes happened between you and that elf?" "Lee, I really don't think—" "Listen to me, and listen to me well," said Lee, cutting him off. "If it doesn't affect what we have to do, then fine. Keep it to yourself. But you need to remember that I have more than just you to worry about. If there's anything that could possibly jeopardize any of us, I need to know about it." Gooey sat back down on the grass and thought for a moment. "I'm not sure if it will affect us. At least not all of us, and maybe not for a while." Lee sat next to him. "You can trust me, Gooey. Whatever it is, I'll understand." Gooey looked at Lee, then told him what had happened with Kalia. When Gooey finished, Lee sat there with his mouth open for a minute, not knowing what to say. Now do you see why I didn't want to talk about it? Guy asked, troubled. I do indeed, Lee finally managed to say. Do you intend to marry her? Don't be ridiculous. I'm not even of age, and besides, she's an elf. Yes, said Lee, and you're a god, and it doesn't appear that she cares if you're of age or not. As I understand it, she is barely of age herself, as elves measure years. He shook his head. I told you to be careful. How was I supposed to know? Guy cried. The words just came out. I didn't know what they meant. That was interesting, Lee said pensively. There must be some reason for this. That's what she said, too, Guy noted. I really don't know what to tell you, Lee said, laughing. You certainly do get yourself in some tight spots. I suggest you try not to let your eyes wander to Dina too often. Heaven knows what kind of trouble that could cause. Guy wanted to deny it, but he knew his attraction to Dina often caused his eyes to wander. I'll try, he said. Two beautiful women, Lee remarked. I suppose there are worse things to happen to a young man. Then again, perhaps not. Lee hopped to his feet and pulled Guy up. Maybe your mother was Eleazara, goddess of love, he quipped, slapping Guy on the back. Guy was not amused. They headed back to the wagon and continued on their way. Kalia had her hood pulled back, and Guy looked at her. There was no doubt that she was beautiful, but he had never imagined that a romantic relationship could be possible with an elf. Of course, he wasn't really a human. His head began to swim, so he decided to try to take a nap. At least if I'm asleep, I'll escape for a bit, he thought. He woke just as they were about to stop and make camp. Millet and Maybelle were arguing about where the best spot would be. Lee, Kalia, and Dina were all looking at him, trying not to laugh. What? Guy asked, trying to shake off the cobwebs in his head. The things you say, said Dina. Enough to make a lady blush. What do you mean? Guy asked. What did I say? More interesting, said Kalia, is who you were talking to in your dreams. I don't know, he said, flustered. I was bloody dreaming. Can't I dream in peace? Don't let them tease you, laughed Lee. They're just having a bit of fun. Guy rubbed his eyes. Enough, then, he said irritably. I'm not in the mood. He was nervous about the lesson with Kalia. He wasn't sure how to talk to her anymore. He didn't know a thing about elves, and the thought of saying the wrong thing unnerved him. When the time came, however, Kalia acted as if nothing had happened. Lee told me you will not be learning the sword for a while, she said, so we need to step up your knife training. It's not as brutish, but every bit as deadly. Do elves ever use a sword? Guy asked. Sometimes, she answered, but it's not something we prefer. The sword can be necessary in a full-on battle, but in the type of fighting we're likely to encounter, I think you'll find it very advantageous to have skill with a knife. Guy was grateful that the conversation didn't stray from the lesson to more uncomfortable subjects. Kalia pushed him hard, showing him ways to keep an opponent blind and off balance. He found it was very much like the way he had learned to hide in shadows. When Kalia attacked, she was never directly in front of an opponent, nor did she press an advantage. The sword is a direct assault, she shouted between strikes. Powerful, but slow and deliberate. The knife, on the other hand, she paused, deftly tossing her weapon from hand to hand, is an ambush. Suddenly she was on him, striking quickly and mercilessly from nearly every conceivable angle. For an hour he tried to imitate her movements. He watched her body twist in seemingly impossible positions that he simply could not match. You must learn to be more flexible, she said. You must see as your opponent sees, move where he cannot reach, then strike where he cannot defend. It is no different than our other exercises, only you are hiding in plain sight. I think I understand, he said. I'll do better next time. "You did well this time," she replied. Guy raised an eyebrow. "A compliment?" "The nature of our relationship requires that I be completely honest with you," she explained. "As a teacher, I do not give praise easily, even when warranted. But as a suitor, you will receive my honesty in all things. I suggest you do not abuse that privilege." Guy almost winced at the word suitor. "Thank you," he managed. "I won't." When they returned to camp, Lee was sitting next to the fire talking with the others. A box wrapped in cloth was at his feet, the same one Guy remembered Millet handing to him the night they left Sharpstone. "What's in the box?" Guy asked as they approached. "I was hoping Kalia might help me with that," answered Lee. Kalia and Guy sat by the fire, and Lee unwrapped the box. It was made from dark, polished wood, and had strange lettering carved on the lid. "Do you recognize the language?" Lee asked Kalia. "Yes," she said. "It's the ancient language of my ancestors." "Can you read it?" he asked. "I can try," she said. "But I'm sorry to say I know very little. Only a few elven scholars know it well enough to read it fluently." Lee handed her the box, and she looked at it intently for several minutes. "The first line isn't difficult," she said. "It simply reads, 'Unto the Creator I sing.' That's a common phrase, used in many of our ceremonies. The second line is a bit more difficult. I think it says, 'The time will come to receive your gifts,' but I may be wrong. The third line, and again I'm not sure, seems to say, 'This book I keep until the end of time.'" "That's it?" Lee asked, sounding disappointed. "Nothing more?" "Like I said, I may be wrong," Kalia said. "But I believe I'm close." "What is it, exactly?" asked Guy. "I don't know," Lee admitted. "I've never been able to open it." "What do you mean?" Guy asked. "Just take a bloody axe and break it." Lee laughed. "I actually tried that once, in a moment of frustration, but as you can see, it didn't make a scratch. I tried for years to find out what it is, but I haven't found anything written describing such an object." "I know what it is," Maybelle interjected. "You do?" Kalia and Lee asked simultaneously. "Indeed I do," said Maybelle with a nod. "And you were close on the translation, Elf." "I had no idea you could read ancient Elfish," Kalia said, amused. "I can't," she answered, "but I know that phrase well, and if I'm right, I know what's in that box." "Well, tell us then," Lee said impatiently. Maybelle gave Lee a withering look, then continued. "It should say, 'Unto the Creator I sing, his gift to me I humbly receive. The end of days I fear not, for his book shall guide me.'" "What does it mean?" asked Lee. "It refers to a prophecy I first heard about when I studied as a novice in the great library of Halmanteris," she explained. "Do you know the whole thing?" Lee asked. "No," she answered, "but I know someone who might. She's a sister living in the temple of Eleazara in Bristol. I've known her for many years. She is, without a doubt, the most learned sister in the order. It's on our way to Alphatas. Perhaps we should stop on the way." "We might," said Lee. "Can you tell me anything about what's in the box?" "I can only guess," she said. "I think it might contain the Book of Souls. It is said that it was written at the time of creation, and contains all the secrets of the gods." Kalia's eyes went wide. "It couldn't be." "Why not?" Lee asked. "What do you know about it?" "The Book of Souls was kept by the elves until the time of the Great War," she explained. "It was thought to have been lost forever. If that is the book, then it rightfully belongs to the elves." "If that is the book, then it rightfully belongs to everyone," Maybelle corrected her. "But you're right. It was said the elves guarded it for centuries. But let's not jump to conclusions. We don't even know if it's actually the book that's in there." "Good point," Millet agreed. "And being that we don't know how to open it, this discussion is pointless." "Where did you get it?" asked Maybell. "It was among Lord Dorvis's possessions," Lee replied. "I've always thought it was something important, but I could never figure what. Where he acquired it, I don't know." "Lord Dorvis?" Maybell asked. "Of Hazra? Then you must be Lee Nalthane. I've heard of you. You inherited his property and title when he died." Lee nodded. "I keep that name secret. I imagine news of my inheritance is well known throughout the temples, but I would ask that you keep this to yourself." "The death of Lord Dorvis was spoken of at the time," Maybell acknowledged, "as was his successor. A lord of such wealth and influence is of interest to us. But now I have a more important question. Why do a lord of Hazra and an elf take so much care to keep the true identity of a farm boy such a secret? Not to mention the training. Dina here doesn't seem to know much, but perhaps you could tell me." "These are things you're better off not knowing," said Lee. "You think I might betray you?" she responded, sounding offended. "I know enough to do that now, if I so choose. Face the facts. I will either work it out on my own eventually, or I'll learn the truth when we get to Valshara." "She's right," Huey said. "Besides, I don't want people risking their lives without knowing why." "Boy," Lee snapped, "you need to listen to me and keep your mouth shut." Huey looked at Kalia. "What do you think?" Kalia took a deep breath. "I would keep this secret as long as I could," she said. "But you're right. People should know why they risk their lives. And I think Sister Maybell would figure it out on her own eventually." Then Kalia looked at Dina. "But there are two people here that know nothing. Would they both keep your secret?" "If you would share it," Dina affirmed, "I will keep it, even from my own order. Though I suspect what you have to say is the very reason I'm taking you to them in the first place." "If you need an oath from me," Maybell said, "the best one I can give is my word. I will not betray you, and I will keep your secret with me until death." Huey looked around the fire. All eyes were on him. "Lee, if I reveal myself, then I reveal you." "That doesn't matter much," said Lee. "I'm not the important one. Besides, the world has seen many of my kind, so it would be no great shock to see another." He stared into the fire. "Do as you will." Huey took a breath, then told them the story from beginning to end. When he was finished, Maybell and Dina were staring at him in amazement. "Is this true?" Maybell whispered. "You are a god walking the earth." "I am," said Huey, "but trust me, I don't feel like one. Until Lee proved it to me, I had no idea. It still doesn't seem real sometimes." "Do you remember being in heaven?" asked Dina. "I don't know that I was ever in heaven," he replied. "For all I know, I was born in this world. I have no memory beyond my childhood." The camp was quiet for a long while. Dina and Maybell just sat there, staring at Huey. "Well, now," said Maybell, breaking the silence, "this is exciting. I would say this calls for some of that wine we have in the wagon." She went over, retrieved one of the bottles, and passed it around. "Do you know who your real mother and father are?" Dina asked, swallowing a mouthful of wine. "No," said Huey. "Like I said, I didn't even know I was a god until just recently. Whoever they are, they left me no clues." "I think it's important that we find out what's in that box," Maybell said to Lee. "If it is the Book of Souls, then it could hold the key to why the boy is here." "I agree," said Kalia. But the book is said to be written in ancient Elvish. Even if we open it, we have no way to read it. Lee looked thoughtfully at the box. I do think we should open it and see what it contains, but it's more important to get Guy to a safe place where he can train. We can stop and see this woman in Bristol, but we can't stay long. If she can't help, the book will have to wait. I disagree, Kalia contended. If that is the Book of Souls, then it's the key to more than Guy's power. It's the key to victory. If we can open it and understand it, it will give us the knowledge we need to defeat the Dark Knight. Guy may not even need to be put in danger at all. What are you saying? Lee asked. I'm saying that Guy may not have to fight, she answered. The book may show us another way. This is all well and good, said Lee. But, like you said, who can read it? The elves can, Guy said suddenly, his eyes turning to Kalia. You're thinking about bringing it to the elves. Kalia smiled sweetly at Guy and nodded. That's right. You can't, Guy protested. You said they'll kill you. I'll face their judgment eventually, she replied. If it means victory without bloodshed, I'll gladly take the risk. I'm sorry, Lee cut in, but I'm not sending it to the elves. At least not yet. First we'll try Bristol and see if it can be opened. It may not be the Book of Souls at all. For all we know, it could be a recipe for lamb stew. No, it stays with me for now. Guy smiled with satisfaction, but Kalia did not look pleased. Kalia, said Dina, I would like to hear more about the elves before I sleep. Of course, she replied, and led her away, out of earshot. When the wine was gone, they began settling into their blankets. Guy lay watching Kalia as she shared her elven heritage with Dina. Just as he felt himself begin to drift off, they returned to the fire and lay down. He could feel the eyes of both women on him, so he rolled over on his side and faced away from them. You haven't been taking your Jawa's tea, Kalia said quietly. Guy had not heard her approach and nearly rolled off his blanket in surprise. He took the flask from her hands and took a large drink. He felt the familiar sensation of relaxation flow through his limbs. Can I ask a favour of you? Of course, answered Guy. Would you allow me to touch your mind? The Jawas would make it easy, if you allow it. Why? Guy asked, concerned. I want to see who you really are, she said, and you will see me. If you refuse, I will understand. I'm not sure. How would you do it? It's not difficult, Kalia assured him. When you are falling asleep, you will feel my mind touch yours. When you do, just let me in. What will happen? He asked, nervous and unsure. That depends, she replied gently. Perhaps nothing. Perhaps everything. There's really no way to know. Guy thought for a moment. I guess it would be all right. Kalia nodded and returned to her blanket. Guy allowed the Jawas to take over, and he began to drift off. It was then he felt Kalia's presence, like a gentle knock on the door to his mind. Instead of trying to keep it shut, as Lee had taught him, he allowed it to open. He felt a warm breeze enter and wrap itself around him. It was as if kindness itself had become tangible. I'm here. It was Kalia, but her voice sounded distant. Can you see me? Where are you? Asked Guy. All he could see was a deep blue mist swirling everywhere. I can't see you. Don't look with your eyes, she advised. Her voice was like 1,000 tiny bells. Imagine what you want to see and make it so. Guy imagined the mist lifting. It cleared slowly, revealing a lush forest. He could smell the earth and trees around him. Standing next to a tall pine was Kalia, dressed in a flowing white dress. Her auburn hair fell loosely down her back, and her skin glistened like the night sky. "Can you see me now?" she asked, smiling. He was completely awed by her stunning beauty. "Yes," he answered. "You look different." Kalia's laughter sounded almost childlike. "Here, we look as we are. I see you tall and straight, dressed in gold robes." Kiwi tried to look at himself, but he looked out of focus. "Why can't I see myself?" Kalia walked lightly across the forest floor until she was less than a foot in front of him. "It takes time to learn to see yourself, but that's not why we're here. Come with me." She took his hand. "Let me show you things you never dreamed of." "Where are we going?" he asked, as he let himself be led away. "Inside your mind," she answered, "and inside mine. It's doubtful you'll remember what you've seen when you wake, at least not until you've been properly trained, but the impressions will last." Kiwi felt a tinge of disappointment. "Will you tell me about it tomorrow?" "No, not unless I feel you need to know. But don't worry, I swear I won't force you to reveal anything you don't want to." The last thing Kiwi remembered was a sensation of flying, with Kalia's hand locked firmly in his. When he woke the next morning, Kalia was still sleeping nearby with a sweet smile on her face. Chapter 18. Kiwi was afraid that his experience with Kalia would make things even more awkward than they already were, but he found that the opposite was true. For some reason, conversation with her the next day was easier. He even told her some stories about his life back in Sharpstone. Dina was quiet, but her eyes kept wandering to Kiwi. He pretended not to notice, but it was hard to ignore her. He hoped Kalia was unaware of Dina's gaze, but he held little hope that anything would escape the elf's attention. By the time they reached Delhammer, Kiwi was ready for a change of scenery. The city wasn't as big as Caltenor, but at least the gates, though guarded, were open. Millet stopped and asked one of the guards about the quality and location of the inns, and the guard was more than happy to help once he was given a copper. The streets were busy, but much cleaner than those in Caltenor. It seemed that commerce had not been affected by hard times, and the people were cheerful and smiled as they passed by. The inn they found was decent, and the common room was filled with patrons enjoying the antics of a juggler and magician, something Kiwi had never seen. Lee paid for the rooms while Millet stabled the horses. Kiwi shared a room with Lee, while Dina and Kalia shared another. Millet and Mabel got rooms of their own, though both of them protested, arguing that they were perfectly willing to share and even sleep on the floor if necessary. Once they were settled, Mabel left in search of the temple district, insisting that Dina accompany her. Millet and Lee went looking for a caravan headed west. Kiwi persuaded Kalia to join him in the common room and watch the acrobat who, as it turned out, played the lute and sang. Kalia was uneasy at first, but she soon realized that no one paid her any attention. As she grew more comfortable, she even laughed at some of the more silly songs. Lee and Millet were the first to return, and they joined them at the table. "I see your aversion to being seen in public has lessened," Millet said cheerfully. "I didn't want Kiwi left unprotected," she answered unenthusiastically. "And luckily, these people don't seem so interested in the comings and goings of others. A hooded woman doesn't seem so out of place here." "I think you'll find that to be more and more the case the further west we go," Millet replied. "Did you find a caravan?" asked Kiwi, still watching the entertainment with glee. "We did," Lee confirmed. "It doesn't depart for 2 days. Still, I think it's the best way to travel unnoticed." "I think I could use a break anyway," Kiwi noted. "This seems like a fun place." "We can't be reckless," Lee said sternly, "and we can't afford to expose ourselves too much." If the entertainment here is as good at night as it is at midday, then I think I'll be happy not leaving the inn," said Gooey. The acrobat was juggling 6 apples, taking a bite from each one as it passed, before making them disappear. Seeing Gooey in such high spirits, Millet couldn't help but smile affectionately. "I think the lad does need a bit of fun in his life right now, my lord. Who knows when he'll get another chance, given what the future may hold?" Lee sighed. "You're right, of course. I forget sometimes that he's only 17. "He's sitting right here," Gooey said, waving his hand in front of Lee's face. "And I just want to enjoy myself while we wait. Don't you?" "Good point," said Lee, slamming his hands on the table. "I think we could all do with a bit of fun. Wait here." Lee got up and went to the bar. Gooey saw the barman nod enthusiastically as Lee whispered into his ear. "What did you do?" asked Gooey when Lee returned. "You'll see tonight," Lee said with a sly grin. Kalia shook her head, unimpressed. "I think I'll be staying in my room tonight." "Not a chance," Lee said, pulling out a red scarf from his pocket. "This, my dear, is traditional attire in this region, and it should cover up your more obvious attributes. Besides, Gooey needs looking after, and it seems you've volunteered for the job." "Mind your tongue," Kalia fumed. "I didn't think you could blush," Lee teased, paying no mind to Kalia's anger. "I guess I was wrong." Just then Mabel and Dina returned. "How are things at the temples?" asked Lee. "Better than I expected," Mabel replied. "I spoke to the high priestesses at the temples of Gerath and Eleazara. They've been suspicious of Salmataya for some time. Apparently the witch wasn't as careful as she thought." "Why didn't they move against her?" Lee inquired. "It's not as easy as you think to oust a high priestess," she answered. "Even a corrupt one. Besides, Salmataya was well protected within Kaltenor, and still is, from what I've learned. We have no soldiers to simply march in and remove her. But I am pleased to say that if she is caught outside the city walls, she will spend the rest of her life in a temple prison." "What else did you find out?" Lee asked. "Not much," she admitted. "At least, nothing useful." Lee looked concerned. "I had hoped we could get an idea about what we might run into as we get further west." "Communication between the temples has been spotty at best," added Dina. "I spoke to a few of the sisters, and from what they told me, suspicion between the temples has become a plague. They hear the rumours about the gathering strength in the north, and some even claim there are agents of Angrail living openly in some cities, gathering followers." Lee scratched his chin. "I want you to go to the other temples tomorrow and see if you can find out anything else. For now, we should all keep our eyes and ears open." Everyone nodded in agreement. "But now, my friends, Millet and I have an errand to run, and we must leave you," Lee said. "Be washed by sundown, Gooey. I have a surprise for you." Gooey looked confused as he watched Millet and Lee leave the inn. A surprise? What could he possibly be up to? He wondered aloud. "With that one, who knows?" Mabel replied. "But if you don't mind, I haven't seen an acrobat in years." They all watched until the acrobat had finished, then retired to their rooms to wash and get ready for supper. The smell from the kitchen promised roast lamb and fresh bread. Gooey's mouth watered at the thought. Lee entered the room just as Gooey had finished bathing. He was carrying a bundle tied with twine. "Here," Lee said, tossing him the bundle. Gooey opened it and saw that inside was a set of new clothes and a pair of fine leather boots. The long tunic was gold silk with silver embroidery, and the pants were of the same design. A polished black leather belt completed the outfit. Gooey stared, not knowing what to say. "Well?" Lee asked happily. "Are you going to try it on or not?" "I don't get it. Why did you give me this?" "To wear at your coming-of-age celebration," he said matter-of-factly.
My what? Gooey cried. I'm only 17.
True, Lee replied, smiling. But the way I see it, the age of a god should be counted differently. Besides, who knows if you'll have the chance to have a real coming-of-age party?
True, Gooey acknowledged, holding up the clothes in front of him. We might be dead by then.
Lee laughed heartily. Not what I had in mind, but a good point, he admitted. Now get dressed. I'm going to Millet's room to get ready. I'll send him for you when it's time.
An hour later, Millet showed up at Gooey's door, dressed in fine blue linens, looking very much a city dweller. His face beamed with delight when he saw Gooey in his new finery.
Now that's proper dress, Millet remarked.
You look very much the young lord.
Gooey felt awkward. He had never worn anything fancier than festival robes. He couldn't stop pulling and tugging at the long tunic, and the heeled boots made him feel as if he would tip forward at any moment.
You'll get used to it, Millet laughed. One day I suspect you may dress like this all the time.
That idea didn't please Gooey. He felt much more comfortable in his own clothes, the clothes of a farmer. He smiled anyway, and tried to stop fidgeting. When Gooey entered the common room, everyone smiled cheerfully and clapped their hands with approval at the sight of him. He saw that the others were dressed in fine attire as well. Lee was decked out in a bright red suit and jacket with gold buttons. Dina and Maybelle both wore emerald green dresses with matching scarves wrapped tightly around their heads. Their hair, adorned with tiny white flowers, fell loosely from underneath the scarves. Dina's eyes were painted, giving them an elfish quality that made Kalia appear less obvious. Kalia wore a similar dress, but hers was light blue and tied at the waist with a deep blue sash. Minstrels were just arriving and tuning their instruments in the corner. The dozen or so patrons looked on, whispering with smiles.
"Now that's more like it," said Lee, as he threw his arm around Gooey's shoulder and led him to the table. "First we feast, then we celebrate." He jumped up on a chair and addressed the entire room. "You are all welcome to join us. Let us all celebrate and be merry." This was met with enthusiastic cheers and applause. By the time the meal was being served, the minstrels had begun to play. The crowd in the common room had swelled, as word of the celebration had gotten out. Before long, more than 50 people had gathered in the hall, all laughing and feasting. "Not bad for last minute," Lee said as he surveyed the room, "if I do say so myself." "It's wonderful," Gooey agreed. "Thank you." "Not exactly discreet, my lord," Millet pointed out. "You're right about that," Lee replied. "But sometimes the right thing isn't necessarily the smart thing." Millet smiled. "Quite right, my lord." Lee smiled at Gooey and hopped up on his chair. "Ladies and gentlemen," he shouted above the crowd. He had to repeat it several times before everyone settled down and paid attention. "Tonight we are celebrating the coming of age of a young man who I have come to know and love. Through adversity and hardship, he has shown himself to be a man of honor and respect, and is most deserving of our admiration." Voices yelling, "Hear, hear," and the beating of mugs on tables could be heard throughout the room. "In the years I've known him, I have never seen him falter or turn a blind eye to someone in need. I consider it a privilege to be here with him today, and to be part of this celebration." Lee looked down at Gooey, his eyes showing a touch of sadness. "I only wish his father were here today to see him. He would have been so proud of the man I see before me. I look at you, and I see him. His bravery and loyalty live on." Gooey felt a lump in his throat and choked back his tears. "So, without further ado," Lee continued, "I present to you Gooey Stedding." The crowd erupted in cheers and yells. The stomping of feet and slamming of mugs shook the room. Gooey stood and bowed low. "Thank you," he said, once the crowd had calmed down.
"I'm not much for making speeches, but I do want to say this to my friends. I love you all. I am honored to have you with me, and I hope that we have more reasons to celebrate in the days ahead."
He bowed again, then turned to embrace Lee. The room erupted once more.
"Thank you for this,"
Hughie said, tightening their embrace. It wasn't long before the wine began to flow, and the room came alive with music and dance. Hughie danced with Dina, careful not to step on her feet this time. It was during the second song that he felt a tap on his shoulder. It was Kalia. Dina smiled and politely stepped aside. To his great surprise, he found dancing with Kalia felt easy and natural. He was able to completely anticipate her movements. They gracefully spun around the room like a top, and Hughie found himself laughing joyfully. Lee cut in for the third song, but by then Hughie felt dizzy and was ready to sit anyway. He sat at the table and watched as Lee picked Kalia up by the waist and spun her around. The elf threw her head back with laughter. Dina sat down beside Hughie. "You look every bit the man," she said. "How do you feel?"
"Happy,"
he answered.
"Very happy."
"Kalia's very beautiful," she said, looking at the elf. "Don't you think?" Hughie felt himself blush.
"Yes, she is,"
he said shyly, trying not to meet her eyes.
"But so are you,"
he added. Dina placed her hand lightly over his.
"Careful,"
she said, giggling playfully.
"You wouldn't want two women competing for your favor, would you?"
Hughie tried to think of something to say, but was only able to manage a nervous grin. Dina squeezed his hand quickly, then asked Millet to dance. Millet was more than happy to oblige. Maybelle had been bending his ear for most of the night about etiquette and customs in the western cities. The night wore on, but the party gave no indication of dying down. Hughie was sitting across from Kalia when suddenly he saw her back stiffen and eyes narrow.
"What is it?"
he whispered.
"An elf,"
she said.
"Here?"
Hughie asked, startled.
"Where?"
Kalia nodded subtly toward the door. Hughie scanned the room and saw a tall, hooded figure standing alone in the corner.
"We need to tell Lee,"
Hughie urged her.
"Not yet,"
she said.
"I doubt he's here to fight. He wouldn't risk it among so many humans."
With that, Kalia got up and started to the back.
"Where are you going?"
Hughie asked anxiously.
"To talk,"
she replied.
"Then I'm coming with you,"
he said, and moved to her side before she could protest. Kalia paused a moment, then proceeded to her room. It was only a few minutes before there was a soft knock at the door. Kalia opened it, and the tall, hooded figure quickly stepped in. He looked at Hughie for a long moment, then turned and locked the door. "You wish this human to be present?" the elf asked.
"He wishes it,"
Kalia replied gravely.
"And I do not object."
"Very well," he said, pushing back his hood. His skin was much darker than Kalia's, but his sharp features and elven ears clearly stated his kinship to her. Hughie thought it must be wonderful to live among such people. "I'm Linus, of the Western tribes," he announced. "I've come to warn you and give aid." Kalia was taken aback.
"Warn me? How would you even know me? It's been many years since the Western tribe has had dealings this far from their home."
"You've been away from your people for a long time, Kalia," he replied. Kalia was shocked to hear him use her name. "Much has changed."
"Speak your intent,"
Kalia demanded.
"Or leave."
Linus sat down on the edge of the bed. "You are known to many of our kin. Word of your pending judgment has travelled fast and far."
"What of it?"
Kalia asked defiantly.
"How is it your concern?"
"You will not live to be judged," he answered. "The elders have sent word that you are to be killed, and even now you are being hunted."
"I gather from your words that you are not among the hunters," she observed.
"No," Linus replied. "I am not here to kill you, and I do not wish you judged at all."
"But I have broken the law," she countered, "and do not wish to avoid judgment."
"Old laws for an old world," Linus scoffed. "The elders are holding on to a life that no longer exists. The time for the old hatred is over. If we are to survive, we must learn to live with the humans. We cannot hide from the rest of the world forever. Eventually it will find us."
"You speak of a second split," Kalia cried, outraged. "I will not be a part of it."
"The choice is no longer yours," he said. "The elders break with tradition by ordering your death without trial. They fear the words you may speak, and seek to silence you before you become a threat to their power. You are already a part of this, like it or not."
"How did this happen?" she asked solemnly. Her face was pained with the thought of her people turning on one another again.
"It started 5 years ago," Linus began. "My tribe was approached by a man claiming to be from a stronghold in the north. He told us there were armies preparing to march on the kingdoms of the west, and offered to return our lands for us to rule, so long as we agreed to become their allies. We contacted the other tribes, only to find out that they had been given similar offers. Many wanted to take the offer in hopes of achieving our former glory, but others knew it for what it was, a lie. My tribe sent scouts north to gather information. When they returned, they said that the land of Angrail was alive again, and was indeed gathering strength. Our elders remembered the old stories and rejoiced, believing that Retstavel had returned once again to battle the gods. But some of us refused to believe it. Some of us had actually gone out to see the world, while the elders locked themselves away, letting their hatred of humankind stew and fester. We tried to reason with them, but they threatened us with death or banishment, forbidding us to speak of it. It was then we made contact with the humans."
Kalia sat up straight. "You did what?"
Linus laughed. "Is it really so surprising?" he asked, motioning toward Giui. "You travel with humans yourself. Have you not found out that they are not the demons we've made them out to be?"
"Do the other tribes know?" Kalia asked.
"Some," he replied. "Most choose to do nothing as the world passes them by. But we will not be so foolish. Darkness is consuming the land, and if we do nothing to stop it, we shall be consumed along with it."
"How do you move around?" she asked. "If you're known to associate with humans, aren't you hunted? I imagine you would at least be called forth for judgment."
Linus held his head high and proud. "I will not face the judgment of fools," he said determinedly. "As for being hunted, most choose to leave us alone for the time being. Those that have come after us have been turned back. We are more numerous than you can imagine. We even have a few locations in human cities, where we gather and walk about the city openly."
Kalia's mouth gaped. "How did you accomplish this?" she asked skeptically.
"It took time, but we opened relations with a few of the lords, and after a while we gained their trust. Many humans still view us as killers and assassins, but that attitude is slowly beginning to change. It's a thing never seen in 100 lifetimes."
"I'd like to see that," Giui said sincerely. "I think it would be wonderful for elf and human to live side by side."
Linus nodded in approval. "You choose your companions wisely, I see. But we're a long way from peaceful coexistence. For now, it's our task to break down old ideas and replace them with new. Perhaps human and elf will one day live together, but we still have much work to do."
"You said you were here to warn us," Giui reminded him.
"Yes, my young friend. A small group of elves is waiting for you just outside the city, with the intention of killing you and any that travel with you. I'm here to make sure that doesn't happen."
"How?" asked Kalia. "I travel with others that would make escape impossible. Unless you can grow wings and fly us away from here, they will catch us."
"Don't underestimate what a determined seeker can do," Linus advised.
What's a seeker? Guy asked.
In human terms, it would be woodsman or tracker, he answered. It takes 200 years to attain the rank of seeker, and in the whole of the world we have no equal in the art of evasion.
Guy stared in wonder. He had thought Kalia could never be surpassed in skill when it came to avoiding being seen, but she was only 103 years old. Linus had trained for 200 years. It was difficult for him to grasp the concept. Kalia saw the look on his face and smiled. You see, Guy, there is still much to learn, for both of us.
Linus laughed. You will find me to be a willing teacher, and from the way you move, it seems as though Kalia has already given you some instruction. She has done well. You are fortunate to have such a graceful teacher.
A pang of jealousy suddenly struck Guy's chest upon hearing Linus speak well of Kalia.
5 of my kin are waiting just outside the city limits, Linus explained. Tomorrow night we will escort you west, where you can be safe for a time. You should inform your companions of our intent, and tell them only to bring what you can carry. I will return at dusk tomorrow. Be ready.
He rose from the bed and put his hands on Kalia's shoulders.
All will be well, Kalia. I know I have given you much to think about, but you must trust me. There is no other way for you and your friends to escape.
With that, he left. Guy was still boiling with jealousy as Kalia sat on the bed and looked up at him. That's quite enough, she scolded. I don't know what you mean, Guy lied. Somehow, though, he knew she could feel what he was feeling. You have no cause to be jealous, she explained. If he approached me with interest, he would have immediately sensed there is a suitor. Unless he was prepared to challenge you, he would not interfere. I'm not jealous, he replied stubbornly. Of course you are, she said. It's perfectly natural. It's a consequence of touching the mind of someone you've spoken the declaration to. I told you those ancient words have meaning, but they also have power. If you knew this would happen, why did you want to touch my mind to begin with? He cried, suddenly feeling violated. I felt it was necessary to know you more intimately, she answered. I suppose I should have warned you there might be some emotional repercussions. Kalia had the look of a mischievous child. Now I think it's time to rejoin the party. We can inform the others later. She took Guy's hand. No, he yelled, jerking his hand away. You said you wouldn't hold back, but it's all you do. Kalia lowered her eyes. You're right, of course. I should have warned you. She held out her hand. I will try and be more considerate. Guy paused and let his anger subside. Thank you. He took her hand and they returned to the common room, where the others were still enjoying the celebration. Lee was dancing with Mabel, who looked like a young girl as he swept her across the dance floor, while Millet and Dina toasted to each other's health for what was probably the 10th time. The rest of the room buzzed with merrymaking as the minstrels played on and on, each song livelier than the last. When things finally died down around midnight, Kalia had everyone join her in her room. She told them in detail about her conversation with Linus and the ambush that awaited them when they left Delhammer.
Do you trust him? Lee asked.
I probably would have been able to tell if he was lying, Kalia answered. If he says there are elves waiting to kill us outside the city walls, then I think we should take it very seriously. Linus says he can help us avoid detection, and we should accept his help. I agree, Guy added. I think he was telling the truth. Lee looked intently at Kalia.
Fine, he said reluctantly. We'll trust your judgment.
Thank you, Kalia replied.
I was talking to Guy, he said, rising to his feet. Now, we should all get some rest. I have a feeling that we're going to need it. Dina cleared her throat and tilted her head towards Maybelle. "Excuse me," she said, "but aren't you forgetting something?" "Ah," Lee said, suddenly realizing what she meant. "Maybelle, from the sound of it, we'll be walking for quite some time. You may want to take refuge here."
"Young man," she said indignantly, "I can walk you into the ground. Don't let the age on my face make you think I'm feeble. I will not be left behind. I said I'm going to the Temple of Valshara, and I mean to do just that."
"Very well," Lee conceded with a certain amount of admiration. "We'll be leaving early tomorrow. Millet and I will divide the gear and sell what we won't need in the morning."
"I fear that means the wine as well," Millet lamented. "Such a pity."
They said good night and retired to their rooms. Guy was excited at the thought of meeting more elves, and it took 2 large swallows of Jawas to calm his mind enough to sleep. Chapter 19. When Guy awoke the next morning, his things had been packed for him. Lee had already left, so he made his way down to the common room, following the smell of porridge and biscuits. Maybelle was sitting at a table, sipping on a cup of apple juice. "Good morning," Guy said, taking the seat across from her. Maybelle smiled warmly.
"Well, if it isn't the young man. Come to keep an old woman company."
"Absolutely," he said. "Have you eaten?"
"Not yet," she replied. "I was waiting for the others to roll out of bed, but now that you're here, I say to blazes with them."
Guy chuckled. "I agree." The 2 of them ate, while Maybelle told him stories about the different temples she had seen. Guy marvelled at her ability to remember every detail.
"Now that I have you to myself," she said, "I must ask, what do you intend to do about the 2 women who now compete for your affections?"
Guy was stunned. "I don't—" he stammered.
"I may be old," she said, cutting him off, "but I'm not blind. Both Kalia and Celandine seem quite taken with you. Not that I blame them, but it does present you with a difficult situation."
"I don't think Dina sees me that way," Guy countered.
"Perhaps not," Maybelle laughed, "but she has at least shown some interest, and I don't think Kalia is very happy about it."
"I haven't noticed anything," Guy said. In truth, it seemed to him she and Dina were getting along well.
"Of course you haven't," she chided. "You're a man. I just want you to be careful. The last thing you want is to have a broken heart on your conscience."
"What can I do?" he asked sincerely.
"Either choose one or choose neither," Maybelle replied. "I do not envy you. Both Kalia and Celandine are remarkable and beautiful young women. It's an impossible choice, but it's one I fear you'll eventually have to make."
Guy's head reeled at the idea. He wished he had stayed in bed.
"Good morning,"
Dina said, as she and Kalia entered the common room and sat down at the table. Kalia was once again wearing her hooded cloak. Guy was unable to look either of them in the eye.
"Have you been teasing the young man, sister?"
Dina asked playfully.
"Not at all," Maybelle replied. "We were just talking about the choices a man who has come of age is faced with."
"Is that so?" Kalia asked. "I hope he listened."
"I think he did,"
Maybelle said, reaching across the table and patting Guy's hand. Lee and Millet returned a few hours later, each carrying a large sack filled with supplies. Lee spent the better part of an hour separating the goods into individual packs, small enough for everyone to carry. Maybelle insisted on carrying her own provisions, but eventually relented when Guy pleaded with her. By dusk, they had made all their preparations and waited in the common room. Eventually, Kalia stood up and motioned for the others to do the same. "Linus approaches," Kalia noted. "Everyone, gather your things." Lee raised an eyebrow. "How can you tell?" he asked skeptically. "We elves can sense when others are near," she revealed. "But we can discuss this later. Right now,
We must leave this place. Outside, they saw the elf waiting, cloaked and hooded, by the corner of the inn. Kalia made the introductions, and Linus bowed to each in turn.
"Once we arrive at the gate, you must follow me very carefully," Linus instructed. "My kinsmen are waiting for us about 1 mile south of the city. The others are waiting to ambush you 3 miles west."
"If elves can tell when others are near, won't they sense you moving?" Kiwi asked.
"We have ways of masking our presence," he answered. "If we are discovered, 2 of us will stay with you while the others try to distract them. Now, we must hurry. I have paid the gate guard to be absent for the next 20 minutes, but after that we may be questioned."
Linus led them at a quick pace through the city streets. Kiwi kept looking back to check on Mabel, but to his surprise, she seemed to have no trouble keeping up. As Linus had assured them, the west gate was unguarded as they passed through.
"Follow me along the wall," Linus whispered. "In 300 yards there's a path leading southwest. My people wait for us at its end."
The path was barely visible in the fading daylight. The group tried to keep pace with Linus, but in minutes he was out of sight. At first Kiwi was nervous, but then Linus reappeared along with 5 other elves. They were all cloaked and hooded in the same dark brown. 2 had bows across their backs, and each carried a long knife at their side. They stood in silence as the group approached.
"These are my kinsmen," Linus told them. "All worthy seekers."
Kiwi and the others bowed and introduced themselves, all except Kalia. The elves said nothing for a moment, and then one stepped forward. He was a bit taller than Linus and broader in the shoulders. He pushed back his hood, revealing close-cropped black hair and the same defining sharp features Kiwi had come to admire.
"I am Haltris," he said. "My brethren are Citrissa, Maltora, Santisos, and Prustus. We are honored to be of service."
He turned to Kalia.
"It is a special privilege to meet someone so distinguished among our kin."
They all bowed low. Linus' eyes lit up when he saw Mabel.
"You bring wisdom, I see. How wonderful! If we survive the night, I hope you will favor me with stories of your times and travels."
"An elf of exceedingly good taste and intelligence, I see," Mabel laughed. "I would be happy to share what I know with you, though by your standards I think I'm quite young."
"Wisdom cannot be measured in years," said Linus. "Nor can value. I look forward to speaking with you." "What's your plan to avoid the other elves?" Lee asked, stepping forward. "From what I've seen of your people, it's not going to be easy." "No, it won't be," Linus acknowledged. "Prustus and Maltora will try to lead them away so we can slip by unnoticed. Our people are not easily fooled, but your pursuers are not seekers as we are."
Prustus and Maltora nodded sharply at Linus, then disappeared into the forest.
"Don't worry," Linus assured them. "They have never failed. Even among seekers, they are renowned for their skills. Now, come, we have far to go before the dawn."
Linus and Santisos led the way, while Citrissa guarded the rear. Lee dropped back and joined Citrissa. After a few hours, Linus called for a halt.
"We rest," he said.
"I hope it's not on my account," said Mabel. "I'm not tired just yet."
"I would think you strong as any here," Linus laughed, "and wise enough to know when you need to stop." "Then why do we rest now?" Lee asked. "Because we're being chased," Linus replied. "A pursuer will assume you will run as fast and as hard as you can. A smart predator will bide its time and wait until you're spent, then strike. If you remain strong, you can turn the predator into prey." "I see the wisdom," Lee said, nodding respectfully. "I wish I had known long ago that elves such as you existed. I could have learned much."
Linus smiled humbly.
"Years ago, I would have killed you the second I saw you. I'm ashamed to say that my current attitude towards humans is a fairly recent development." "What changed your mind?" Lee asked.
Linus sat on the forest floor and motioned for Lee to join him.
Many years ago, I was sent to find one of our kin. She had left her people on a soul quest. When she hadn't returned after several years, her father asked me to find her. It took me 3 years, but I succeeded, only to find that she had taken a human man as a mate. I reported what I had found to her father, and he ordered her execution. Lee's eyes shot over to Dina, who was several yards away, tending to the meal. Was there a child? Strange you should ask, Linus remarked. In fact, there was a child. She had known that I'd seen her, and she sent her mate and the child away to a human city. When I returned, she pleaded with me to spare her husband and child. She explained how the human had saved her and sacrificed everything to care for her. My heart was moved by her story. What did you do? I told her to run. She could never allow herself to be seen by another elf, and she could never let it be known a child came from her union with a human. You let her live? Lee asked, shocked. I did, he replied solemnly. What became of her, I don't know. After that, my perceptions began to change. If one of our kind could find love with a human, what did that say about our beliefs? Lee sat in silent thought for a moment. What would you do if you found that child today? He asked, finally. I would welcome her, Linus replied. She may very well be the future of all the people of the world. You swear that she would not be harmed? Lee pressed him. Of course, said Linus. But why do you ask? Lee's eyes went to Dina. That child is with you now. Linus followed Lee's gaze. She must not know, he said. At least, not now. Why? Lee replied indignantly. She has the right to know. And I will tell her, Linus assured him. I assume she thinks that her mother is dead, and if she learns what I have told you, she may try to seek her out. If she is the offspring of a human and an elf, then she may very well be the catalyst that unites our two races. But if she exposes herself too soon, she will not live long enough to fulfill that destiny. I think you should leave that decision to her, Lee suggested. She is not rash or foolhardy. If you speak to her and explain things to her, I know she'll do the right thing. I'll consider your words, he said thoughtfully. Until then, I would ask you to keep silent about this. Lee nodded. I'll keep it to myself for the time being. Just then, Santisos walked over to where the two of them were sitting. We should move on, he advised. I don't think we are pursued as yet. Linus got to his feet and gathered the group together. They walked for another 2 hours, then rested again for a short time. Lee watched to see if Linus approached Dina, but to his disappointment, the elf didn't speak to her. Dawn was just breaking when Prustos and Maltora returned. Their faces were expressionless. Linus spoke privately with them for a few moments, then rejoined the group. Our pursuers have been led away, Linus announced. An audible sigh of relief rippled through the party. They will eventually discover they have been deceived, but we will be well away by then. We'll rest here for a few hours, so try to sleep if you can. Linus walked over to Dina and motioned for her to follow him. Lee could see she was nervous. The last time she got too close to an elf, she nearly had her throat cut. She looked around and noticed Lee watching. He gave her a nod, hoping to offer some reassurance, and she returned the gesture before following Linus into the forest. They returned an hour later. From his seat on a fallen tree, Lee could see that Dina looked both excited and terrified. Dewey, Millet, and Maybelle had rolled out blankets and were sleeping under an oak, while Kalia and the other elves stood nearby, speaking in whispers. Dina came over and sat next to him as Linus went to join the other elves. "He told you?" Lee asked softly. Dina nodded, her eyes staring into nothingness. "I don't know what to do," she said. Her voice trembled with emotion.
My mother may be alive. I never dared to dream such a thing was possible."
"What will you do?" he asked. "Will you seek her out?"
"No," she replied immediately. "At least, not yet. I have my duties, and I will not abandon them."
Lee reached over and put his arm around her, pulling her close.
"When the time comes, I'll help you find her."
Dina put her head on Lee's shoulder, allowing him to comfort her.
"Thank you," she whispered.
Tears began to stream down her cheeks.
"You're a good friend."
"Celandine," Linus called. "Come, meet your brethren."
Dina wiped her eyes and went over to the elves. They had all pulled back their hoods and were smiling warmly. Lee's heart lifted at the scene. Each elf took her hands, then embraced her. Kalia motioned for Lee to join them.
"Lee," said Linus, "we have a favor to ask." "I'll help if I can," he replied.
Linus took Dina's hand and looked into her eyes.
"We ask that you watch over our sister and protect her," he said. "Kalia has told us that you are strong and honorable, and that your skill in battle is great. She is the future of both races, and she needs such a guardian."
Lee smiled broadly.
"You need not ask," he said, "but I will swear to it." "Your friends are of great worth," Linus told Dina. "Keep them close."
Dina nodded and embraced him tightly. When the others awoke, Dina told them excitedly what had happened. Maybelle hugged her repeatedly, while Guy and Millet looked on happily. They promised her they, too, would help find her mother when the time came.
"It's like I have a family for the first time,"
Dina told Guy as they walked on.
"All my life I've been afraid of being discovered. I still can't be out in the open, but I have part of my heritage back."
"I'm happy for you," Guy said. His words were sincere, but he couldn't help but envy her newfound sense of belonging.
"We will take you as far as Gristol," Linus announced when they stopped for a midday meal. "We have brethren there that will help you."
"You won't be joining us the whole way?"
asked Guy.
"Unfortunately, we have other tasks we can't ignore," Linus replied. "But we will be leaving you in good hands."
"That will be perfect,"
Maybelle announced, tearing off a piece of flatbread.
"Though I am sad to leave your company."
"As am I," said Linus. "You would honor me with your company as we walk. I refuse to pass up the opportunity to speak to a human who has seen as much of your world as you have."
"Keep talking like that, and you'll have me driving you mad with my stories," she said cheerfully.
"Nonsense," he replied. "Most of the humans we know are too young to have seen the changing world. To us, you contain a wealth of knowledge that we would prefer not to do without. It is 2 weeks to Gristol, and you will find that I will not tire of your stories."
"Don't say that I didn't warn you,"
laughed Maybelle. Chapter 20. For the next several days, they followed Linus and his seekers along little-known trails and paths. The going was easy, and everyone was in good spirits. Dina spent most of her time among the elves, laughing and talking. Linus offered to assist Kalia with Guy's training. She gratefully accepted, though it made Guy feel uneasy. Linus remarked on how much Guy had learned, and how quickly he mastered difficult techniques, but, to Guy's relief, he didn't ask any difficult questions that would force him to lie. True to her word, Maybelle walked with Linus, regaling him with story after story about the life she had lived and the things she had seen. The elf listened attentively, without ever seeming to tire of her tales, despite the woman's apparent ability to speak for hours without pausing. Millet spent much of his time with Prustus, who, as it turned out, was an expert in herbal cures and remedies. He showed Millet several common plants and mosses that had healing properties, and could be used to save lives if one were injured in the wilderness. Lee continued to work with Guy on drawing power from the earth, but Guy was careful to take it slowly. After 4 days, he was able to control the flow of the power, even allowing it to enter into his body. The feeling was amazing. He felt invulnerable. Lee warned him not to take in too much too quickly, but Guy couldn't help but want more. On the 5th day, Guy completely opened himself to the strength and energy of the earth. At first he felt invigorated, but eventually the power overwhelmed him, knocking him to the ground. Lee helped him to his feet, reprimanding him sharply for such irresponsible behavior. Secretly, however, he was pleased with Guy's progress. By the 8th day, Guy was feeling as if he had no troubles at all. Linus was unbelievably adept at finding the easiest routes through the forest, making a full day's march seem like a leisurely stroll down a well-paved road. Laughter and storytelling was a matter of course as they sat next to the fire each evening. It was just after noon on the 10th day when things changed. Mabel was describing the temple of the far sky to Linus when he suddenly stiffened and commanded everyone to halt and be silent. The other elves, including Kalir, rushed to Linus' side, hands on their knives. Lee drew his sword and motioned for Millet, Guy, Dina, and Mabel to move behind him.
"What is it?" Lee whispered.
"An elf approaches," Linus replied.
"Do you think the others caught up with us?"
Guy asked. He pulled out his own knife, holding it loosely as Linus had taught him.
"No," Linus replied warily. "I would have known if they were on our trail. Whoever this is, he wants us to know he's here."
The tension grew as their eyes focused on the forest ahead. A cloaked figure appeared from behind a young pine less than 50 feet away. His face was hidden beneath his hood, but Guy could feel his gaze bearing down on them. He was shorter than Linus and leaner, and he wore a short knife that peeked out from beneath his cloak.
"Barathis,"
Linus said under his breath.
"Greetings, Linus," said the figure.
His voice was deep and menacing.
"How long have you been following us?"
Linus asked.
"Quite some time,"
Barathis answered.
"What do you want?"
he asked.
"You know what I want. Give her to me, and I will spare the rest. I have no desire to see your blood flow."
"Then leave us in peace," said Linus. Barathis pushed back his hood. His long white hair was pulled tight in a single braid that fell down his back. His face was smooth and ageless, but Guy guessed he was much older than the other elves.
"You know I cannot,"
Barathis said.
"You must yield."
Linus' face was twisted in a pained grimace.
"You taught me well," he said sadly. "I cannot yield my honor, even if it means I must face you."
Barathis' face showed both sorrow and pride as he looked at Linus.
"You are always my best pupil. It saddens me to have to do this to you, Linus. It's not too late. You can still return to us."
"No," Linus answered with resolve. "It is too late for that. Things must change. I must follow the path my heart has shown me."
Barathis nodded and said, "I understand. I give you 1 hour. Then I shall return."
Linus and the other elves bowed, and then watched silently as Barathis disappeared into the forest.
"Who was that?"
Guy asked.
"And what happens in an hour?"
"Barathis is the greatest of all the Seekers," Linus explained. "He comes for Kalir."
"He's only one elf,"
Guy noted.
"Surely we can stop him."
Linus shook his head slowly.
"Barathis has spared us until now. He could kill us all at any time, and we could do nothing to stop him." "What happens now?"
asked Lee, sheathing his sword.
"He chooses to face us openly," Linus told them. "One of us must fight him."
"And what if he wins?"
Millet asked. Linus' face turned grave.
"Then we must turn Kalir over to him."
"No!"
Guy cried.
"I don't care what happens. He's not taking Kalia anywhere." "I appreciate your loyalty," Kalia said. "But if Barathis defeats our champion and I refuse to go with him, he will kill us all, one by one, until I comply."
"She speaks the truth," Linus agreed. "That he hasn't moved against us is only because he knows I will honor my word. If we lose, Kalia must go."
Lee stepped forward.
"I'll fight him," he volunteered.
Linus looked at Lee with admiration.
"I cannot allow that. From what Kalia has told me, you are an extremely skilled fighter. But Barathis is no human opponent. Even among the elves, his skills are feared. I'm afraid it must be one of us."
Lee put his hand on Linus' shoulder.
"If he's as dangerous as you say, then I'm the only one here that has a chance. I can't match you in the forest, but there's no elf that lives that can defeat me in single combat. I'm what your people call a half-man, and I am the only hope we have to save Kalia's life."
Linus stared at Lee in wonder.
"Truly, the world is full of surprises," he remarked. "I never thought to meet a half-man. While I understand your reasons for keeping it secret, I wish I could have availed myself to your experiences along our way." "I thought it best to keep it to myself," Lee explained. "I ask that you not spread this knowledge, should I survive." "You have my word," Linus promised.
When an hour had passed, Barathis returned.
"Who shall meet the challenge?" he asked, removing his cloak.
His eyes filled with surprise when Lee stepped forward.
"I ask that you reconsider. You are brave, human, but surely Linus has told you who you face." "He has told me," Lee replied, his sword in hand. "I wish that there be no deception. I meet your challenge in full knowledge and understanding, so I give you the same. I am Lee Starfinder, son of Sarath. I am a half-man and well beyond your skills in combat. I ask that you remove yourself and leave us be." "Half-man, eh?" Barathis said, intrigued. "Then today I rejoice. If death finds me, it will be at the hands of one who is great among men."
He drew his long knife and smiled.
"Let us dance, Lee Starfinder, and let the fates decide."
Lee crouched, leaning on his back leg and holding his sword low at his hip. The elf circled slowly to the right, his knife practically dangling from his hand. In a flash, Lee attacked high, forcing Barathis to duck and move away. Guy had never seen anything move so fast. It was like watching two bolts of lightning do battle. Over and over again, Lee forced Barathis back, making it impossible for the elf to counter. Seconds seemed like minutes, minutes like hours, and Barathis was clearly losing the advantage.
"You toy with me," Barathis accused. "Why don't you end this?" "I only hoped you would see the futility of this fight," Lee pleaded. "You are by far the most skilled opponent I've ever faced. I have no desire to kill you." "You honor me," the elf replied, "but you have no choice."
Faster than the eye could see, Barathis lunged with deadly intent, but Lee was prepared. He spun and brought his sword around, slashing across the back of the elf's hand, causing him to drop his knife to the ground. Barathis gripped his wound in pain, staring down at his fallen blade. Lee stepped forward, holding his sword in both hands, poised for the final blow. Barathis laughed to himself and looked up at Lee.
"The fight is yours," he said. "This is a good death." "There is no need for you to die," Lee insisted. "Yield and withdraw. Your honor is secure." "I wish you understood us better," Barathis lamented. "My death is required."
He looked to Linus.
"You know this."
Linus nodded his head with sadness and regret.
"That may be your way," Lee stated flatly, "but it is not mine. You fought with skill and courage, and I will not strike you down."
Suddenly, Barathis charged toward Lee. Instinctively, Lee lowered his sword to fend off the attack, impaling the elf on the blade. Barathis' arms flung around Lee's back, then he slowly slid to the ground. Lee stepped back, horrified. Barathis gasped as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Tears streamed down Linus' face as he knelt down beside his former teacher and took his hand.
"This is a good death," Barathis said weakly, as blood spilled from his wound. "I go to see the Father, with my honor intact."
"You shall be remembered," Linus wept softly. "Your spirit lives on, and I shall join you soon. You will always be the greatest among us." Barathis reached up and touched Linus' cheek.
"No, it is you who is great. You can see the future, while the rest of us live on in darkness. You are on the right path, brother. Walk it with honor."
Slowly his hand fell, and his eyes closed. Lee walked away and sat by himself against a young oak. Kaelia went over and sat beside him. "It had to be this way," she assured him. "You honored him by allowing him to die by your hand." Lee said nothing, but his eyes flamed with anger. Kaelia touched his hand and got up. "You may not understand us, and perhaps his death was senseless to your eyes, but that does not mean you did wrong. He wanted it so. If you had left him injured and defeated, he would have ended his own life in dishonor."
"Lee,"
Linus called to him,
"will you join us as we lay our kin to rest?"
The elves were standing in a circle around Barathis' body. Lee got to his feet and joined them. Giui watched as the elves prepared a funeral pyre and torches. They placed Barathis' body atop the pyre and began the ritual. For hours they sang songs in the ancient language, swaying back and forth around their fallen kinsman. Lee stood beside them, with his head bowed low. Giui and the others stood back, watching quietly. When the songs were over, Linus handed a torch to Lee and stepped away. Lee lit the pyre and said a silent prayer. The elves backed away and got to their knees, watching as the fire blazed, consuming the remains of Barathis. When the fire died and the body had turned to ashes, the elves solemnly rose to their feet and retrieved their packs.
"We must go," Linus declared. "I will not rest here."
The others followed without a word. They walked until dawn and decided to rest through the day and night until the following morning.
"My heart is too heavy to continue," said Linus. "Come, Lee, let me tell you stories of Barathis, so that you may know him, and understand how happy he was that you provided the death he had always wished for."
Lee nodded and sat with the elf. He listened to stories of Barathis' deeds until it was close to dawn.
"Thank you,"
Lee said, once Linus had finished.
"I still have much to learn of your kind, and though it still pains me to have ended the life of such a valiant person, I am grateful to have heard his tale."
"It is I who am grateful," Linus replied.
"Because of you, I was spared the agony of fighting my teacher and mentor, though I doubt I would have prevailed." "Why is it so important that Kaelia be killed?" Lee asked.
Linus sighed heavily.
"There is a second split among the elves. I fear much blood will be spilled before it is over. Kaelia has a rich and noble heritage among our people. It would be a serious blow to the Elder's cause if it were revealed that she has broken tradition and befriended humans. They cannot allow her to be heard and possibly sway the advantage away from them. As it stands, those who would see elf and human reconciled are greatly outnumbered, and we pose little threat to their power. But as our numbers grow, so does our influence. We've been able to avoid bloodshed so far, but the stronger our position gets, the more likely that is to change, and none of us want that." "How do you hope to change the elders' minds?" Lee asked. "I know elves are different from humans in many ways, but there is no doubt they share the same stubbornness." "True," Linus agreed. "Our progress with humans has been slow, but it is progress. If we can only show our kin the possibilities and benefits of such a world, that might sway enough of my people to our cause, and force the elders to relent." "I fear that you will find resistance on all sides, my friend," Lee said with regret. "Humans don't tend to welcome change, and they hold tightly to their fears. But I wish you luck." Linus laughed softly and put his hand on Lee's shoulder. "Two bull-headed races on a collision course with destiny. It is definitely luck that we will need." At this, Lee and Linus went their separate ways to rest for the next leg of the journey. As they prepared to set off the next morning, Prustus ran ahead and disappeared into the forest. "We arrive in Gristol in 3 days," Linus told the assembled group. "Prustus is scouting ahead to inform our friends of your arrival." "I can't wait to meet these friends of yours," said Millet. "Are they elves or humans?" "Both," he answered. "They are dependable and trustworthy. From there they will see you the rest of the way. But, for now, let us enjoy the time we have left together." The rest of their journey was filled with merriment and song. It was almost enough to make Guy forget the duel between Lee and Barathis, and the funeral that followed. Each evening, Linus continued Guy's instruction in the arts of stealth and survival. He showed him ways to avoid leaving even the slightest trail, and how to read the forest in the dark when tracking prey. Lee allowed Guy to push his limits a little further each day, as he continued to practice drawing energy and strength from the earth. By the final day of their journey, Guy was able to let the power flow fully into him. When he opened his eyes, it was as if he could see every detail of the world around him. His arms and legs felt stronger than they had ever felt before, and he could sense everything. "Very good," Lee remarked. "Now you must learn to do this without meditation. Once you can do that, your physical strength will be unmatched." Guy could still feel the power coursing through his veins as he walked back to where the others waited. "By the Creator!" Linus gasped as he saw Guy approach. "You look as if all the power of heaven is inside you. What manner of creature are you?" Linus' words caused Guy to panic, instantly causing him to release the energy he had stored inside him. The ground beneath the elf suddenly exploded, sending him flying through the air. He landed hard, and for a moment he lay still. Lee rushed to the elf's side, but to his relief, Linus was uninjured. Linus began to laugh loudly as he struggled to his feet, while the others stepped away from Guy, frightened. "I'm sorry," Guy stammered. "I didn't mean to—" "I can see now why your training is so important," Linus laughed, brushing the dirt off his cloak. "You are a mystery, young one. I hope one day to know just what kind." Lee looked nervous. "I cannot answer questions regarding the boy," he said apprehensively. "I'm sorry, but you're better off not knowing." "I'm just glad to know he's on our side," Linus replied. "But don't worry, I will keep my questions for another time. I do hope to one day have them answered." Guy was shaking at the thought of what he had done. What if he had accidentally killed Linus, or any of the others for that matter? Guy swore to himself that he would learn to control his power. He would not cause the death of a friend through ignorance. Linus could see how upset Guy was. "Calm yourself," he soothed. "I am not hurt. But if you would allow me, I think I might be able to help." Guy looked at the elf in confusion. "Help? How?" Come with me, Linus instructed, leading Guy away from the others. There are those among my people who can feel the energy of the earth and forest. In ancient times, it is said some could even use that energy to change the earth according to their will. Seekers use a similar technique, though we can only harness very small amounts of it, compared to what I saw in you. We can channel it to give us great stamina and strength.
I can feel it, Guy confided. Even now, but I can't control it.
Linus smiled. Do not try, he stated simply. When you feel the flow enter you, do not try to channel it or direct it. Instead, picture it as a stream filling your soul. Once filled, let the rest pour over you and flow around you. Do not try to hold it in. Instead, simply replace it with more. Your body should become part of the energy flow, not a receptacle built to contain it. What happened earlier was caused by you holding on, when all you had to do was allow the power of the earth to continuously flow through you.
How do I do that?
Guy asked. By forgetting to try, he answered. Do not think about it. When you hear the pulse of the earth, know that it was always there. Let your mind wander, and it will take its own course.
I think I understand, said Guy,
nodding slowly in comprehension.
Thank you.
Linus slapped Guy on the back. What a seeker you would make, he said. One day, when our quests are done, I hope you will allow me to instruct you further.
I would like nothing more, Guy replied earnestly.
When they were about 3 miles from Bristol, Prustus returned. He spoke briefly to Linus and handed him a piece of parchment. Linus looked at it and smiled. Prustus has informed our people of your arrival, Linus announced. They will meet you at the Bean and Broth Tavern, and then escort you to a house where you will be safe. How will we know them? Lee asked. Prustus has given them your descriptions, he answered. They will speak my name so that you know them to be true. The road leading to the city is 1 mile north, and the gates are unguarded during the daylight hours. You should have no trouble. We can't thank you enough for all you've done for us, Lee said. I am honored to have met you and your kin. The honor is ours, Linus replied.
Guy and the others traded heartfelt goodbyes with the elves, and then watched as they vanished into the forest.
Once the elves had gone, Millet turned to Kalia.
What an extraordinary people you are, he remarked. Thank you, she replied. I am pleased to have encountered them. I thought I would never speak to one of my kind in friendship again.
Lee started north toward the road, and the others followed close behind. Without their elven friends, the march to the city gate felt dull and dreary. Guy found himself missing their familiar laughter. As Linus had said, the city gates were open and unguarded. The people of Bristol were far more accommodating than those they had encountered in other towns and villages, so they had no trouble getting directions to the Bean and Broth Tavern. The tavern itself was nice, as taverns go. At first, Guy worried that such a diverse group would stick out and raise suspicions, but none of the patrons seemed to take notice. They found a table and ordered ale and wine. They had hardly had time to take a single sip when they were approached by a man wearing a long, worn, brown leather coat and tan shirt and pants. He had salt and pepper hair and fair skin. He smiled cheerfully as he scanned the group. "Friends of Linus, I presume?" the man asked. "We are," Lee responded apprehensively. "I'm Broin," he said, taking a seat. "You'll be my guests while you're here." "We're pleased to meet you," Lee said, relaxing a bit. Just then the barmaid walked up to their table.
"Good to see you, Lord Broin. The usual?"
"Yes, indeed," he answered, and then returned his attention to Guy and his friends. "I've looked far and wide, and have yet to find a plum brandy to equal that of the Bean and Broth. In fact, Struck with a sudden idea, he hopped up and whispered in the barmaid's ear. "We're grateful for your assistance, Lord Browin," said Lee. "Our mutual friends speak highly of you." "Thank you," he replied. "But you can drop the lord part. I'm not really a lord. About 10 years ago there was a massive fire in the city, and I helped rebuild. Since then everyone started calling me Lord Browin. I'm actually just a merchant." Lee gave a knowing smile to Millet. "Lordship is earned," Lee countered. "Clearly you earned it if that's the title the people gave you." "I know," he said, "but I still find it a bit pretentious. I don't dress like a lord, and I certainly don't live like one." "I don't know," Millet commented. "You look much like some lords I've encountered. Not all wear silk and satin." "You sound like a man of experience," Browin complimented him, laughing heartily as the barmaid returned. She carried a tray full of small glasses, filled with pungent plum brandy. "Please enjoy," said Browin. "I would not have you visit our fine city without sampling what I consider to be its finest attribute." Everyone took their brandy and raised their glasses. "To new friends," Browin toasted loudly, and they all took a sip. Guy winced at the sweetness, but found the aftertaste to be quite pleasant. "When you're ready, we'll go to my home," Browin said as he held the glass under his nose. "I've had baths prepared. I know how time in the wilderness can take its toll." "That would be marvellous," Maybelle beamed. "You must forgive my rude companions for not introducing themselves. I'm Sister Maybelle." "I'm pleased to know you, sister," he replied, nodding his head. "While you're here, I'll have someone escort you to the temple district, if you wish." "That would be perfect," she said graciously. Embarrassed by Mabel's words, each introduced themselves in turn. "What a unique band of friends," said Browin, his eyes fixed on Kalia. "But enough of this. We should go, so you can wash off the dirt and grime of your long journey." Lord Browin led them to his home. It was a modest 2-story structure, but it looked well built, with sturdy red brick and hard pine. It had a small white balcony overlooking the street, and a flower garden surrounded the entire house. Inside the foyer, a staircase led to the upstairs bedrooms. Doors on either side of the stairs led to the dining room, study, and parlour. "I must apologize in advance," Browin said. "I only have 3 spare rooms, but there are ample beds." A series of clanks and rattles could be heard coming from the back of the house. "From the sound of it, Angus is preparing dinner." Browin led them to the bedrooms, where tubs of steaming water waited for them. Maybelle took a room for herself, insistent that she get to bathe in private. Kalia and Dina shared the next room, while Lee, Guy, and Millet split the third. "When you've washed, please join me in the parlour," Browin said with a bow, leaving them to it. "What do you think, my lord?" Millet asked, once they were alone. "I trust Linus," Lee answered. "But all the same, be alert." Chapter 21. When all had washed and dressed, they went downstairs to join Lord Browin. The door to the parlour was open, and voices could be heard speaking softly within. The parlour was sparsely decorated. A few paintings and some silver lanterns lined the walls, and a cherry wood table holding a crystal decanter and a dozen brandy glasses stood in the corner. 3 well-cushioned couches atop a thick woven rug formed a semicircle in the centre of the room. At the far end of the room, a small fire burned cheerfully in the fireplace. Lord Browin was sitting on a couch, having a spirited conversation with 2 unfamiliar figures. On his left sat a young-looking man with dark curly hair, wearing a red silk jacket and a black buttoned shirt with black trousers. To his right sat a blonde elf, dressed in common brown woodsman's attire. "Ah!" Browin said as he saw them enter. "Please, join us." The man and the elf rose to their feet and bowed low.
"Let me introduce my friends,"
Broin said.
"The young man here is Lord Ganflin from Althatas, and this is Malstitos."
Guy and the rest introduced themselves in turn. Lord Ganflin turned to Kalia, who was still wearing her hood.
"Please, my dear, you don't need to hide here."
Kalia nodded and removed her hood, although she didn't fully remove her cloak.
"Linus told us there would be both elves and humans," Lee remarked. "Still, it's odd to see."
Broin laughed.
"I know what you mean. I've been friends with Malstisos here for over a year, and it still shocks me when he removes his hood. A good lot, though. The elves, I mean. Once you convince them not to kill you."
"I only tried that one time,"
Malstisos joked as he turned to the others.
"I'm sure Linus told you of our efforts to build relations with humans. As you surely know, it has not been well received by the elders. People like Lord Broin and Lord Ganflin provide a safe place where we can talk and plan. The elders may wish to stop us, but even they wouldn't dare assault us in a human city. In Althatas, Lord Ganflin added, there are even elves walking openly in the streets."
Kalia marvelled at the idea.
"I imagine that took a while to accomplish." "Not as long as you might think," Ganflin replied. "You'd be surprised how quickly people can get used to a thing, though I admit there are still some who are opposed to the idea."
"Prustus left word that you would need passage further west," Broin interjected. "Where is it you need to go?"
"Actually," Dina answered, "we're headed for Althatas." "Then you shall travel with me," Ganflin declared. "I will be here for 2 more days, and then I depart for home. I can delay if you need more time."
Lee looked at Maybelle, who nodded in response.
2 days should be plenty of time, said Lee. "We have some business here to attend to, but it should be finished by tomorrow." "It's settled, then,"
Broin said as he stood up and opened the decanter on the table. The air filled with the scent of plum brandy.
"Until then, you shall stay here as my guests. My house is yours."
He then proceeded to pass around glasses of brandy to the entire table. Dinner was pleasant. The dining room was large and could have easily accommodated twice their numbers, but the dark wood panelling and pastel drawings on the walls made it feel cosy. Angus, Lord Broin's servant, served the meal unaided, with a speed and precision that impressed even Millard. Conversation was light, focusing mainly on trade and merchant affairs. Malstisos spoke to Kalia and Dina, telling them tales of Linus and the rest of his band. They had apparently travelled more than any other elves in history, or so it sounded to hear Malstisos tell it. As they finished eating, Broin instructed Angus to see that there were enough chairs in the study to accommodate their guests.
"I trust you've all had your fill?"
Broin asked, wiping his hands with a napkin.
"Indeed," Lee replied. "I haven't eaten that well in quite a while. Then, if you will join me in the study, we have matters to discuss,"
Broin said, pushing back his chair. Broin led them from the dining room, across the foyer, and into the study. A large mahogany desk sat at the far end of the room next to a fireplace that glowed dimly as a small fire crackled and popped. Bookshelves lined the walls, and cushioned chairs had been placed in front of the desk. The lanterns in the corners had been dimmed, giving the room a very relaxed atmosphere. When they were all seated, Angus entered the room and gave them each a crystal glass filled with cider.
"My friends,"
Broin began,
"as you all know, darkness is covering the land. In the north, Angreal is gathering its strength and preparing to march. We've tried to warn the western nobles, but they refuse to listen. In fact, Angreal already has representatives engaging in open negotiations with other northern kingdoms." "Do you have word of Hazra?" Lee asked anxiously. "Not specifically, no," he answered. "But Hazra is most certainly in danger. If you have friends or family there, you should get them out before it's too late."
Lee lowered his eyes in thought. I don't know what causes your flight west, Broeen continued, but I can guess you are not unaware of the things I speak of. We are aware, said Lee, but I cannot tell you the reason for our flight. I can say that we have similar goals, and by helping us, you help protect your lands and homes. I thought as much, Broeen said with a knowing smile. You have the trust of Linus, so I won't press you to tell me things you think you shouldn't. But if you know anything about what we face, I hope you will share it.
Lee took a sip from his cup and looked at the tense face of Lord Broeen.
The power you face in Angrail, Lee said, is known as the Dark Knight, though some call him by other names. He is far more dangerous than you might have guessed. He has stolen a powerful weapon not meant to be wielded by mortal men. With it, he has locked the door to heaven, and if he isn't stopped, he'll reshape the world into a living hell.
You speak of the Sword of Truth, said Ganflin. I've read about it, but I thought it was just a myth.
I wish it were, Lee said solemnly. The one who stole it is the power behind the trouble in the north. He seeks to destroy the gods, and with the sword he might find a way. He hasn't yet reached his full strength, but the longer he possesses the sword, the more powerful he becomes. How can he be stopped? Asked Broeen. I have heard of the Sword of Truth as well, and if the legends are true, then he now holds the power of a god. He may have their power, but he is not a god, Lee asserted. He can be killed.
Among the elves, hatred of the gods runs deep. There are many who would side with this Dark Knight, Malstisas noted. If he is as powerful as you say, we will need to convince them to do otherwise.
For that, we must count on you and your brethren, Lee said. I'll aid you in any way that I can, but I doubt my interference in this particular matter would help.
Hers might, Malstisas said, nodding toward Kalia. They want me dead, Kalia retorted. They are even willing to ignore tradition to see it done. I doubt I can say anything to sway them. There is at least one elder that doesn't seek your death, he countered. It may be that he is our only hope. He wants nothing to do with me, Kalia replied coldly. That my own kin has been sent to kill me tells me that. Who are you talking about? Asked Giui. My uncle, Kalia answered in a whisper. He fought in the Great War alongside my father, his brother. After my father died, he raised me as his own, but that was long ago. Still, it might be worth the attempt, Malstisas argued. He is not as stubborn as the other elders. He may listen to reason. He will not, Kalia said firmly. Her tone was full of hate and anger. My people could not have been sent to kill me without his consent. You would be better off if you told him you had murdered me yourself. I think you underestimate him, Malstisas said, his voice softening. But, as you wish, I will press you no more. Kalia got up and stood by the fireplace.
In any case, we have further matters to discuss, Broeen said. There are rumors that the dead walk the earth. At first I thought them nothing more than nonsense, but now I'm not so sure.
They're not nonsense, said Lee. He told Broeen what had happened with the baker's wife in Sharpstone, though he left out the name of the town.
How is such a thing possible? Broeen asked, horrified. When the Dark Knight locked the door to heaven, he trapped the souls of the living on earth, Lee explained. As his power has grown, there have been certain side effects. I believe it may be a result of his growing power. Whatever the case, it's effective in spreading fear, and that's his greatest weapon.
Broeen took a deep breath and sighed.
Be straightforward with me, he said.
Lee could hear the desperation in his voice.
Is there a way to fight him?
Yes, Lee answered with conviction.
He is not all-powerful, at least not yet. Keep doing what you've already been doing for now. Before it's over, we will need allies anywhere we can find them. It may not come to all-out war, but if it does, we'll need to be united and ready. My friends and I are journeying to a place that may reveal a way to end this without bloodshed, but there is no guarantee of success. Then we will aid you in any way you wish, Bruin said with resolve. Simply tell me what it is you need. There is only one thing I would ask, Lee replied. It is a personal request, but one of great importance to me. Ask, Bruin invited. I will help if I can. There are people dear to me in Hazra, he said. I cannot abandon the things I must do, so I will send my friend and companion in my stead. Millet's eyes went wide. You don't mean to send me away? He cried. Please, Lee begged. You must see my wife and child safely away from Hazra. I can trust no one else, and they will believe you when they see you. Millet nodded his head and put his hand on Lee's shoulder. I will do everything in my power to make sure nothing happens to them. Lee turned to Bruin. I would not have him go alone, so I ask that you send someone to help him as he needs. I can pay all of the expenses, and whoever goes will be well rewarded. I will go, Moustasos volunteered. But do not insult me with promise of reward. You are a friend to my kin, and that is enough. He smiled at Millet. We leave when you are ready. Thank you, said Lee. I hope one day to return the favour. Now, if you all don't mind, we've had a long journey, and I'm sure my companions are longing to spend some time in a warm bed. I agree, said Bruin. We can talk more tomorrow. They all stood up from their chairs and bid one another good night. Guy went straight to bed, while Millet and Lee discussed the rescue of Lee's family. Kalia stopped in to give Guy his nightly dose of Java's tea, a routine he had come to look forward to. She certainly does take good care of you, Millet observed. A thing not to be taken for granted. Normally such teasing would have embarrassed Guy, but tonight he just smiled and let the Jawas take him away. Chapter 22. Guy was the first to rise the next day. He got dressed and wandered downstairs, following the smell of sausage. Angus was setting up the table when he spotted him at the door. "Please sit," Angus urged him, pulling out a chair. "It's good to see an early riser around here." Guy thought about waiting for the others, but dismissed the thought when Angus placed a plate filled with sausage, eggs, and fresh biscuits in front of him. To top it off, there was even fresh orange juice. In Sharpstone, orange juice was rare. The only times he'd had it before were when his father had taken him to visit Lee as a child. The sun was shining through the windows, and Guy could hear the bustle of a new day beginning outside. "It's been some time since the sun has broken through," Angus observed, pleased. "Let's take it for a good omen," Bruin said as he strode into the room. Guy felt embarrassed for not waiting to eat, but Bruin didn't seem to mind. In fact, Angus brought him a plate and some juice, and he immediately started in himself. "You said very little last night, my young friend," Bruin noted. "What are your thoughts on what goes on in the world?" Guy had to wash down a mouthful of sausage before answering. "Honestly, it's hard to make heads or tails of it. Compared to what I'm used to, things have been moving very fast." Lord Bruin nodded with understanding. "Yes, indeed. Things feel out of control, even for those of us who are more accustomed to dealing with the fast pace of the world. But I'm curious, how did you end up involved in all this to begin with?" Guy was unsure how to answer. Bruin could see his unease and waved his hand. "Forget I asked," he said. "Let's talk about your companions instead. I've noticed you seem quite comfortable travelling with elves. Have you always been so accepting?"
"I think the elves are a wonderful people," Kiwi replied earnestly. "After being around them, it's hard to imagine why they aren't welcome among us. They may be terrible and dangerous when they want to be, but they are also wise and full of joy. I've never seen anyone who loves his brother so selflessly, or defends his honour so passionately. Of course, my experience is limited to the few I've met."
"You are wise beyond your years," Broeen told him. "Now, if you would allow me, I would give you something."
"Please," Kiwi protested. "Your hospitality is more than enough."
"But I insist," he said, leaving the table.
A few minutes later, he returned carrying a long sword sheathed in a black leather scabbard. There were symbols running down the length of the scabbard in silver inlay, and to Kiwi's eye it appeared to be the same type of ancient writing that decorated Lee's box. Broeen attached the scabbard to a studded leather belt, and then handed it to Kiwi.
"This sword was given to me by the king of Golgotha for saving the life of his son when I was a young man. I want you to have it."
Kiwi stared at the weapon, stunned. "This is too much. I can't possibly accept this."
"You can, and you will," Broeen said sternly. "Whatever quest your friends are on, I would have to be a blind fool not to realize you are a big part of it. If I wanted to guess, I would say you're probably the most important part."
"Why would you say that?" Kiwi asked nervously.
"You're not a servant," he replied. "You're not a warrior, and your friends take special care when anything to do with you comes up."
He leaned back in his chair, evaluating Kiwi.
"You're young, too young to be on such a dangerous journey by all accounts, and yet you carry yourself as a man 10 years your senior. Whatever your reason for being here, I would have you as well protected as I can make you. That sword will never break nor dull, and it has never been drawn from its scabbard. Once drawn, only the person who drew it will be able to wield it, and no other. More than that, I do not know, but it is certainly a special weapon. Besides, I've always used the sword passed down to me by my father. I have no use for another."
"I can't thank you enough," said Kiwi, looking the sword up and down.
"Now that's a kingly gift," Lee remarked as he and the others walked in. "May I see it?" "Please do not unsheath it," Broeen requested. "As I told your young friend, once drawn it will only serve one master, or so I was told."
Lee raised an eyebrow.
"Interesting. Then by all means, Kiwi, draw your sword."
Kiwi hesitated for a moment, and then drew the sword. It slid easily from the scabbard, as if it had just been oiled. The blade glimmered brightly, touched by the light through the windows. Suddenly he felt his hand grow warm, and the hilt began to throb. He wanted to throw the sword down, but he found himself unable to let it go. He gasped in shock, nearly knocking over the chair beside him. Then, as quickly as the sensation began, it was gone. "What happened?" Kiwi exclaimed. "Why did it do that?"
"Do what?"
Lee asked, concerned.
"What did you feel?"
Kiwi described what happened. "I know what you experienced," Dina announced, stepping forward. "Hand Lee the sword, but be careful not to lose your own grip on it." Kiwi held out the sword, holding the tip of the hilt in one hand and cradling the blade in the other. Lee touched the flat side of the blade and instantly drew back, wincing in pain. "You've never seen such a thing before," she said, referring to her medallion. "But I've never heard of a sword being forged like this."
"So what the king told me was true," Broeen said, satisfied. "The Order of Amon Dale would love to see this."
Dina froze and stared at him.
"My dear," he chuckled, "I suspected at least one of you must be of the Order the moment I heard Lee's story last night. I guess now I know which one."
Does anyone else suspect?" she whispered.
"Not likely," he replied. "Your lot is pretty secretive, and not too many people read as much as I do. No one I can think of, in fact. But every time I've ever run across stories about the Sword of Truth, the name Eamon Dale follows right behind. To tell you the truth, I wasn't certain until just now. Only someone of that order, or maybe an elf, would have seen material like this being used. But don't fret, it's just another in a long line of secrets that will keep me company when I die." He smiled pleasantly at Dina. "But enough chit-chat." He turned to Maybelle. "Angus will take you to the Temple District whenever you're ready, sister."
"Thank you," she said, sitting down to eat.
"I'll be accompanying her as well," Lee added. "Of course," he replied. "As for the rest of you, I assume you don't want to be spotted by unfriendly eyes, so please tell me if there is anything you need, and I will see that you have it."
"A lifetime supply of orange juice," Guy blurted, before he could stop himself.
Broeen chuckled loudly, nearly doubling over with his laughter. "A lifetime supply might be more than I can provide, but you will not want for it while you're here. It's a favourite of mine, too, so I keep plenty."
Guy turned red and thanked him. Once everyone had finished breakfast, Angus showed Maybelle and Lee to a waiting carriage and climbed up with the driver. Guy and Kalia sat in the parlour with Lord Ganflin as he showed them a popular card game from Althatas. An entire pitcher of orange juice sat on the table beside Guy. Millet busied himself with preparations for his journey. After a short but fierce debate with Lee the night before, Millet decided to venture out alone to purchase horses and provisions for the ride to Hazra. Broeen offered to accompany him, but Millet insisted he would rather be alone. Dina, Malstisos, and Broeen went to the study. Dina had planned to reveal her heritage to the elf, but apparently Prustus had already done so. Malstisos offered to explain the elven code of honour to her, and Broeen insisted on joining them, not wanting to miss an opportunity to expand his knowledge. After lunch, they all gathered together in the parlour to exchange tales and sing songs. Guy noticed that many of the stories were just slightly different versions of some of the ones he had heard back home. The names and places were different, but the themes were the same. He had no voice for song, so he left the singing to Dina and Kalia, who he thought had far more beautiful voices than he did. Broeen and Ganflin recited poems, but when it came Guy's turn, he could think of nothing to share.
"Come now," Broeen encouraged him. "Surely you know a song from your home, or at least a story told to you as a child."
"Yes," Malstisos said, grinning merrily. "I weary of these lofty tales, spun by men of learning. I would rather hear a simple tale told by simple folk." Everyone cheered him on until it was clear they would not be satisfied until Guy took a turn. Guy took a deep breath and tried not to be too aware of all the eyes looking at him. "Long ago," he began, "there were 2 brothers named Bernard and Kyle, who were the sons of a farmer. The farmer owned 2 large pieces of land, one in the fertile lowlands and one in the rocky hills. When he passed away, he left the brothers all his land and possessions. Bernard loved his brother very much, so when his brother came to him and asked to be given the rich lowlands so that he would have the means to marry his love, Bernard agreed, even though this meant he couldn't afford to start a family of his own. Kyle swore that one day he would buy Bernard a farm next to his and share all that he had with his brother. Years passed, and Bernard waited as his brother took his wife and had 3 fine sons. He hoped that his brother would honour their agreement, but as the time wore on, he never did. Finally, Bernard became too old and weak to work his land, and because of his brother's betrayal, he had no sons to work in his stead. Kyle had become rich and bought up all of the lowland farms in the county, but because he was selfish, he never did anything to help his poor brother. One day, a great storm came, and the rivers overflowed. With nowhere else to go, Kyle went to the high hills with his family to take refuge. But because he was ashamed, he did not go to his brother for shelter. Instead, he sat with his family in the pouring rain atop a high hill and watched as all their crops were swept away by the flood. The next day, the youngest of Kyle's sons became very ill, and in his desperation he took the boy to his brother's house. Bernard greeted his brother with joy and helped him nurse his son back to health. "Why do you help me?" Kyle asked. "I have wronged you and broken my promise, and because of that you have no sons." "You have wronged me, brother," Bernard replied. "You have left me here alone on this rocky hill. Your shame has kept you from me. But that does not change that I love you. And though I have no sons, what has been worse is having no brother." Bernard's words held no hatred. Instead, he wept with joy at the sight of the brother he had missed so much. Kyle vowed that when the water receded, Bernard could come live with him and his family. The farmers' hearts swelled with joy, and when the land dried, they all headed down the rocky hill together. On their way down, they saw that the rains had uncovered gold that ran from Bernard's house all the way to the basin. Kyle offered to have his sons collect the gold for Bernard, but Bernard insisted that they share it. Bernard had all he wanted as long as he was with his family. The younger brother refused and sent his sons to bury the gold, making them promise not to dig it back up until the two brothers were both dead. Together they went back to the lowlands, where they happily spent the remainder of their days. When the brothers died, the sons went to find the gold, but it was all gone except for two interlacing veins. Try as they might, they could not remove the gold from the ground. It was then the sons knew the spirits of the farmer and his brother rested there, so they left it buried for all time. "Now there is a story for elf ears," Malstisos cheered. "Your father told you this?" "Yes," Kiwi answered. "When I was a small boy, he made sure to tell me a story every night. He even traded with the merchants for storybooks when he had told me all that he could remember."
"He sounds like he was a good father," Broin said.
"He was," Kiwi agreed, suddenly missing him very much. There was a loud knock at the front door. Broin went to answer it, and moments later he returned holding a letter and looking concerned. "What is it?" Lord Ganflin inquired.
"A letter has arrived for Giui,"
Broin said, handing it to the boy. "For me?" Giui asked, startled. He opened the letter and read it. "You must find Lee right away." His voice sounded frightened.
"I will go to the temple district and find him immediately," said Broin. "Do you know what temple he and Mabel would have gone to?"
"Eleazara," Giui answered. Broin nodded and flew out the door. "What does it say?" Kalia asked anxiously. Giui handed her the letter. His own name was written just above the broken seal. "To Giui Stedding of Sharpstone. I wish to speak to you on behalf of my master. I mean you no harm, and will be awaiting your presence at the Bean and Broth Tavern. Bring who you wish, but I will be alone and unarmed. Do not flee. All of your movements are being watched, and it would be unfortunate if you did not hear what I have to say. I will wait for 1 hour." It was signed, Salis Fernmen. "I will go with you," Kalia said firmly. At first, Giui was going to tell her he didn't want to put her in danger, but one look at her face told him there would be no argument. "The rest of you must stay here," he said. Gales of protest came from the rest of the group, but Giui was determined. "We can't all be in the same place if this turns out to be a trap. The rest must stay here until I return." "Do you plan to wait for Lee?" Dina asked. "For as long as I can," he replied. "But if he is not back in time, I must go without him." Giui went upstairs and retrieved the sword Broin had given him and drew it.
The blade sang as it slid from its scabbard. He stared at it for a long moment, and then sheathed it again. "I hope you won't need it," Kalia said from the doorway. "But all the same, it is good to be prepared." She tapped her finger on the hilt of her long knife and smiled wickedly. Chapter 23. It took the carriage 30 minutes to get to the temple district. Lee had the box wrapped and stuffed inside a cloth sack. He hoped the sister they were going to see would be able to help, but he wasn't optimistic. Maybelle, on the other hand, was excited to see the woman, and told Lee many times along the way about her unparalleled knowledge in law.
"She is by far the most learned sister in the order," she said. "If anyone can help us, it's her."
"No doubt," said Lee, smiling patiently. "And I'm sure she'll be happy to see you."
"We were novices together," she told him for the 5th time. "And best friends."
Maybelle had the excited look of a young girl seeing a temple for the first time. The carriage stopped in front of the temple of Eleazara, and Angus hopped down and opened the door.
"We may be quite a while," said Lee. "Feel free to leave. I'm sure you have other things that you'd rather be doing."
He reached in his pocket and tossed Angus a silver. Angus looked at the coin as if Lee had insulted him, and then passed it to the driver, who was more than happy to accept.
"My instructions are to be at your disposal," he said. "I shall be here when you are ready to leave."
Lee could barely contain his laughter. He bowed to the man and walked Maybelle up the stairs to the temple. The interior looked much like the temple in Caltenor, except that smaller statues of the other 8 gods surrounded the large statue of Eleazara in the centre of the entrance hall. In the corners of the hall, several plush chairs were set up in small circles, and a short brass table with a thick glass top stood in the middle. At least a dozen novices buzzed about their business, and nearly all of the chairs were filled with men and women reading and talking. Maybelle stopped a passing monk.
"Is Sister Ruthisa here?" she asked him.
"She would most likely be in the archives," he answered courteously. "Do you need directions?" Maybelle smiled.
"No, thank you, brother. I know the way."
Maybelle led Lee up a flight of stairs and down a narrow hall to a marked door. Inside, tall shelves lined the room, filled with hundreds upon hundreds of ancient-looking books.
"Ruthie!"
Maybelle called, as she poked her head down each row of shelves.
"Here!"
an old woman responded, exiting one of the rows at the far end of the room. Though Maybelle had told Lee that she and the sister were the same age, the woman he saw looked much older. She wore light blue and white robes, and her silver hair was wrapped in a thin silk scarf. She was bent with age, and her stride was little more than a slow shuffle. In her arms she held a thick leather book that was nearly half as big as she was. She looked up through a pair of thick spectacles and smiled widely.
"My word," said
Ruthie, feigning irritation.
"I thought you'd forgotten about me, you witch." "Don't just stand there," Maybelle chided Lee. "Help her with that large and probably very boring book."
Lee suddenly felt like a guilty child, and he rushed to take the book from Ruthie's arms. Ruthie looked at him firmly.
"Don't let that old hag boss you around," she scolded him. "The day I can't carry a bloody book on my own, I'll just go ahead and die."
The 2 women burst out laughing as Lee stood there, unsure of what to do. Ruthie handed him the book, then went over to embrace Maybelle.
"By the gods, it's good to see you," Maybelle said.
Tears began streaming down her cheeks. Ruthie stood back with her arms extended, still holding Maybelle.
"I'm so happy to see you, Belle. We heard about Caltenor. I was afraid that demon of a woman might have done you in." "She wishes she had," Maybelle replied. "But alas, I live to fight another day." "Will you be staying?" Ruthie asked hopefully. "Not quite yet," she answered. "I'm only here until tomorrow. I have something for you to see, though."
Lee removed the box and handed it to Mabel. Ruthie's eyes went wide as Mabel held it out.
"How did you get your hands on this?"
she asked in a whisper. She trembled as she took the box and slowly ran her hands across the lid.
"Do you know what this is?"
Mabel nodded.
"The Book of Souls." "Quite right,"
Ruthie replied, as she traced the elven letters with her finger.
"I assume you have been unable to open it."
"That's why we're here," Mabel explained.
"And here I thought you had come to see me," she teased.
"Don't be cute," said Mabel. Ruthie grinned mischievously.
"This is better than a visit. Besides, you promised me you'd retire here, and it certainly doesn't look like you're ready just yet."
"Not quite," she replied.
"Can you help us?" "To open the Book of Souls? Not a chance. It can only be opened by one with the power of heaven, or so the legends say. The elves kept it for centuries, but that part you probably know. It was stolen in the Great War, and was thought to be lost forever."
"What is it, exactly?" Lee asked.
"It's the very words written by the gods, is what it is," she replied, as she turned the box over and over, examining every detail. "In their own hand. It is said that if a being with the power of heaven were to read from its pages, creation itself could be undone."
"No wonder the elves protected it," Lee said in awe. "Such a thing in the wrong hands could doom the world."
"Indeed,"
Ruthie agreed.
"but I don't think there's much danger of that. Even if someone who possessed it intended to destroy the world, they wouldn't be able to get it open. The box itself is indestructible."
"I found that out the hard way," Lee admitted.
"The best thing you can do is return it wherever you found it, and leave it alone," Ruthie advised. "The mere thought of wielding such power is enough to drive men mad. Even if they couldn't get the box open, there's no telling what they'd do to possess it in the hope that they one day could."
Lee heard the door open behind them, followed by the sound of metal and leather. Suddenly the hairs on the back of his neck stood up. He spun around and drew the short dagger he had brought with him, silently cursing himself for leaving his sword at Lord Broheen's house. As he turned, he saw 3 men in studded leather standing just inside the door. 2 carried crossbows, and the one in the middle held a short sword in one hand and a dagger in the other. Their faces were grim and weathered, and bore the scars of battle.
"What fortune," said the man in the centre. "I was only supposed to see that you remained here and out of the way, and now I've found that you've brought a great treasure with you."
Lee glanced down at the box as he slid it in front of Ruthie.
"Leave now, and I'll allow you to live," he said threateningly. "My dear Lord Nalthane," the man said with an evil smile. "Or do you prefer Lord Starfinder? I have no doubt you could kill every one of us, but if you don't do exactly as I say, I shall see that these 2 lovely ladies precede us to the afterlife."
Lee's muscles tensed as he tried to think of a way to kill the soldiers while saving Mabel and Ruthie, but the man was right. The 2 soldiers on either side had their crossbows trained directly on the sisters. There was no way to save them if he attacked.
"I'll give you nothing,"
Ruthie said defiantly, holding the box tightly to her chest.
"Kill them. I've lived long enough."
"As have I," Mabel said, her head held high.
The man chuckled, still wearing a sinister grin.
"Such courage," he said mockingly. "But I doubt Lord Starfinder wants the blood of 2 women on his hands. Isn't that right?"
Lee seethed with rage. He could not let the Book of Souls fall into the hands of the Dark Knight. With the Sword of Truth at his disposal, the Dark Knight might actually be able to open it. If that happened, all was lost.
"If I give you the book, you will leave my friends in peace and depart this city immediately,"
he demanded. "If you don't, I will make you pray for death." "You're in no position to give commands," the man replied. "I will keep you here as I was instructed, and you'll give me the book. After that, you'll find the reason for your quest no longer exists, so I suggest you return home and hope my master forgets all about you."
Lee felt a cold knot form in the pit of his stomach. It was clear they meant to keep him here until they had dealt with Guy. He knew what had to be done, and readied himself to attack. Just then, the soldier on the left yelped in pain as blood spewed from his mouth. The other two turned to their comrade, momentarily stunned. A moment was all Lee needed. In a flurry of motion, he sprang forward and slashed his dagger across the throat of the other bowman. Blood shot from the wound, spraying onto Lee's face. The remaining soldier tried to flee, but was met by the sword of Lord Broin. He thrust his blade through the man's heart, and watched as the soldier gasped and fell to the floor.
"Looks like I arrived just in time,"
Broin observed as he wiped his blade on the soldier's trousers. Lee nodded to Broin, then turned to Mabel.
"Wait here. I'll send word later."
Before she could argue, Lee was gone, with Broin trailing behind. Lee raced through the streets of Bristol as fast as his legs could carry him, his dagger still in his hand. Broin could not keep up and soon fell far behind. When Lee reached the house, the door was flung wide. Dina stood just inside, looking upset.
"Where's Guy?"
Lee asked urgently. She recounted what had happened. "He left a little while ago for the bean and broth."
"Fool!"
he roared, running to his room to retrieve his sword.
"Where's Millet?"
he asked Dina as he fastened the blade to his belt. "He still has not returned," she replied nervously.
"When he does, tell him he leaves immediately," he ordered. "The rest of you, get your things together. I'll return as soon as I have Guy and Kalia."
With that, he took off towards the tavern. Broin arrived a short while later, out of breath and holding his side.
"By the gods, that man is fast," he said, gasping for air.
Dina told him what Lee had said and explained that Malstisos had been guarding the others.
"Tell him to keep vigilant. I'll be back soon."
He caught his breath and shook his head.
"Wonderful,"
he muttered to himself as he took off after Lee.
"More running."
Chapter 24. Guy and Kalia paused as they approached the door to the bean and broth. He had waited as long as he could for Lee, but the time had come when he could wait no longer. Malstisos had offered to accompany them, but Guy refused him. When Malstisos insisted, Ganflin helped a bit in convincing him to stay behind. "I'm rubbish with a sword," he had said to the elf. "Someone needs to be here that can fight." Reluctantly, Malstisos had relented, allowing Guy and Kalia to leave for the tavern alone. Guy stared at the door and checked his sword for the 100th time. "If anything happens, I want you to promise me you'll run," he said gravely. Kalia reached up, pulled his face to hers, and kissed him softly. Guy stood stunned, momentarily forgetting the danger. "You will never get such a promise," she said firmly, but with a sweet smile. "I do not abandon my friends, and I certainly do not leave a suitor undefended." Guy smiled back, and they entered the tavern. It took a second for his eyes to adjust to the dim light of the room, and he could hear nothing but the sound of the barman cleaning mugs and glasses. He rubbed his eyes and looked around. The tavern was empty save for the barman and a lone figure sitting in a corner, facing away from them. The barman looked up at Guy and Kalia and motioned toward the figure. Guy and Kalia walked up to the table and stood behind the man. He had blonde, shoulder-length hair that was tied in a short ponytail and wore a simple maroon tunic and pants. "Unless you intend to stab me in the back, I suggest you sit down," he offered, sounding amused. They looked at one another for a moment and then sat across from him. To Guy's surprise, he didn't look but maybe a few years older than Guy himself. "You're Salis Fernmen, I presume?" Guy asked. His hand had not left the hilt of his sword. "And you are Guy Stedding," he answered. "I see you brought the lovely Kalia with you. Understandable, if unnecessary. I have come as I promised, alone and unarmed." "Good," said Kalia. Her tone was dangerous. Salis laughed confidently. "I didn't mean to imply that I am unprotected, but for the purpose of our conversation, I thought a show of force might be distracting." "What do you want?" demanded Guy. "Me?" he replied. "Nothing. Nothing at all. But my master, on the other hand—" He motioned for the barman, who brought him a glass of wine. He looked over to Guy and Kalia. "Would you join me?" Guy glared in silence. "That will be all," Salis told the barman, tossing him a copper. "Now then, as I was saying, my master would very much like for you to come to Angrail. There is no reason for you to run. He means you no harm, and only wants your friendship." Kalia laughed. "You must think us fools," she sneered. "If that's all you have to say, then you've wasted your breath." "Ah, the fury of an elf," he mocked. "Such passion. The fact is, he has no need for you, my dear. If young Guy wishes it, you can accompany him, but my orders say nothing about you except that I should be careful regarding your temper." He leaned back and sipped his wine. "Oh, yes, and if you should ask, I am to inform you that your uncle has ordered your assassination." Kalia forced a smile. "You seem to know much," she allowed. "But if you think I don't know this, and your intent is to upset me and throw me off balance, you've misjudged me." "Not at all," he replied. "I wish this encounter to be pleasant." "If that is all you have to say, then I have an answer for you," said Guy. Salis held up his hand and said, "Before you do, you should hear the rest." He paused a moment, then continued, "You seek to destroy my master. He knows this, but doesn't blame you. You have been deceived. He only wishes that you understand the truth and, perhaps, aid him in his cause. By now you have discovered what you are, but you have no idea how you got here, or even how to use your power. My master can help. All he asks in return is that you stop this foolish quest for his destruction. I've heard your master's lies before." "Pure misunderstanding," Salis said dismissively. "His reaction was unfortunate. Moreover, he wants me to convey his apologies. The truth is, he was shocked to discover your existence, and he knows he acted unwisely. But now he is hopeful. That you have been abandoned on Earth can be turned into a great boon for the whole world. If you join him, there is nothing that can't be achieved." "It is your master's desire for power that caused me to be here in the first place," barked Guy, "and I'm sick of listening to your lies." "Careful," Salis warned. His tone became dark and threatening. "Consider your words. If you refuse to listen to reason, you will not live to see the Temple of Valshara. But before you die, you will watch as your friends are tortured until they beg for death. Think about this. You can save yourself and your friends. All you have to do is come with me now. Bring the elf woman, if it pleases you. I promise that the rest of your companions will be left in peace."
"For how long?"
boomed a voice as the door flung open. It was Lee. His sword was in his hand, and his face was spattered with blood and sweat. "I see I should have picked better men," Salis noted calmly. "I didn't expect you, but please join us."
"No, thank you,"
Lee snapped as he strode over to the table.
"We're leaving."
"Don't you want to hear my proposal first?" Lee reached down, grabbed Salis by his hair, and jerked his head back.
"I'll give you a proposal,"
he hissed.
Tell your master that if he returns what he has stolen, he will receive a painless death. And as for you, if you are ever stupid enough to hinder me or my friends again, I will remove your eyes, cut off your hands, and set you loose in the wilderness." He slammed Sally's head into the table, knocking him unconscious. "Let's go." Guy and Kalia were stunned by Lee's outburst, but they stood and followed him to the door. Broeen ran up just as they were leaving.
"If you think I'm running any more, you're wrong,"
Broeen told them, breathing heavily. Lee didn't say a word as he stalked away with Kalia and Guy trailing behind.
"Don't worry about me,"
Broeen called after them.
"I'm fine."
He bent over and rested his hands on his knees.
"I need a brandy,"
he muttered, then ran to catch up. When they reached Broeen's house, Millet was sitting on the stoop.
"Good to see that you're unhurt, my lord,"
said Millet. "I see you retrieved Guy and Kalia."
"Is everything ready?"
asked Lee. "I was only waiting for your return," he replied. "Malsdisos is with the horses in the back. All the gear is packed and ready. All that's missing is Sister Maybelle."
"I'm not missing,"
said Maybelle as she walked through the gate. She held the Book of Souls in her arms.
"I'll be ready to leave presently."
"You'll not be coming,"
said Lee flatly.
"We've been over this before,"
replied Maybelle.
"I'll not be left behind, and that's that."
"I have no time to debate," growled Lee. "We ride hard and fast, and if you can't keep up, you'll be left behind."
"My lord," interrupted Millet, "I only purchased 2 horses."
"I have enough horses for you stabled nearby,"
Broeen offered.
"I'll send for them now."
He nodded to Angus, who immediately headed off. Lee turned and looked at Guy furiously as they entered the house.
"Fool!" he yelled. "Have you lost your mind? What were you thinking?"
"What did you expect me to do?" Guy shot back.
"I expected you to wait for me," said Lee. "You could have been killed. Then where would we be?"
"I don't care what you say," said Guy. "I did the right thing. Besides, I didn't go alone." Lee took a deep breath and rubbed his temples.
"You still should have waited," he said, calming himself. "I can't allow you to be killed. You don't understand how dangerous these people are. If it weren't for Lord Broeen, Maybelle and her friend would most likely be dead right now. If they have the chance, they'll kill us all. As it is, they set a trap that I walked right into."
"What happened?" asked Guy as they walked up the steps to their room. Lee recounted the events at the temple.
"And that stubborn woman refuses to stay here,"
he complained, clenching his fists.
"Maybe she'll listen to you."
"I don't think she will," answered Guy. "She believes all this is part of her destiny, or at least that's what she says. I must admit, she hasn't slowed us down yet."
"Yes," he agreed, "but she'll push herself to death before she'll admit she can't keep up."
Guy thought for a minute. "Why not send her with Millet?" he suggested. "How could she refuse? There should be considerably less danger, and she might be a lot of help." A huge smile slowly grew on Lee's face.
"Now that's a great idea," he said, and tore off down the stairs.
Kalia came in a second later. "Are you all right?" Guy blushed, thinking about the kiss in front of the tavern. "I'm fine," he replied shyly. "Lee just overreacted, but we settled it. He's going to ask Maybelle to help Millet get his family out of Hazra." "I heard," she said, sitting on the bed. "That's not what I mean. I'm talking about the scum in the tavern. Are you all right?" Guy smiled. "Actually, I feel better than I did before. My enemy seems more human now. He may have been trying to sound powerful, but to me he sounded desperate. It gives me hope for victory." "Good," she said, and stood up. She placed her hand on his shoulder and squeezed almost imperceptibly. Guy felt a pleasant chill run down his spine, and he smiled back at her. "I think the Dark Knight should be very afraid," she said, and left the room. Hughie picked up his pack and headed downstairs, just in time to see Maybelle storm past and slam her door shut. Lee was standing at the bottom of the stairs with a satisfied grin. Millet, on the other hand, wore a look of desperation. "Please, my lord," begged Millet, "don't do this."
"It's done,"
said Lee unyieldingly. Millet lowered his head and skulked away, muttering angrily. Hughie couldn't help laughing at the scene. "I take it all went as you expected."
"They leave as soon as Maybelle is ready," Lee replied.
Lord Ganflyn walked from the study and handed a sealed letter to Lee. "When you get to Althetas, give this letter to Harlondo. He manages my affairs when I'm away. He will provide you with anything you need. You'll probably beat me there by several days, so you may also wish to visit the innkeeper at the Frog's Wishbone. That's where the humans and elves meet most of the time. Do not open the letter. Harlondo is not the trusting sort, and may give you a problem if the seal has already been broken. But now you must excuse me. All this excitement has made me forget that I am overdue to meet the mayor for dinner. I detest the man, but I must maintain certain relationships. It was a great pleasure to meet you all."
"My thanks," said Lee. "I hope to see you again under better circumstances."
Lord Ganflyn bowed low and departed into a waiting coach. An hour later, Broin returned with 3 stable boys leading 5 magnificent horses. Lee stared at the animals in wonder.
"I see that you appreciate a good horse when you see it,"
Broin noted with pride.
"These are the finest animals for 1,000 miles. If those who pursue you want to catch you, they'll need to grow wings." "Where on earth did you get such animals?" asked Lee. "They're bred on the northwestern steppes by the nomadic tribes that dwell there. It wasn't easy to get them to part with them. I'm proud to say that I'm the only man to ever leave with so many." "If our mission wasn't so urgent, I could never accept," Lee admitted. "You must at least allow me to pay you, though I don't know that I have enough money." "You misunderstand," said Broin. "I have no intention of giving up my horses. I expect you to return them when this is all over and the Dark Knight is defeated. But until then, they are yours to do with as you please."
Lee smiled, overcome with the thought of such a generous gesture.
"I shall take care of them until then," he promised. "I hope one day I can talk you into taking another journey to the steppes with me, if only to see if I can pick one out for myself. It would be a trip I would love to take."
Millet readied one of the horses for Maybelle. When the 3 were mounted, Lee handed Millet a small bundle of letters and nodded as if he had asked a silent question. Millet reached down and took Lee's hand. "All will be well," he said reassuringly. "I'll send word of our success." Malstisas rode up beside Lee. "I will look after your family. They will have my protection until I deliver them to your care."
"Thank you,"
said Lee, trying to force back tears of worry.
"I am deeply in your debt."
"You had better keep your word," said Maybelle as she admired her mount. "I will see the Temple of Valshara once this is done."
"You don't need to worry," replied Lee. "You'll see it if I have to carry you there on my back."
Maybelle tried to look angry, but seeing the worry on Lee's face, she said instead,
"I swear that I will not step foot in Valshara until your family is safe."
Lee smiled and bowed.
"Thank you, sister. That means a lot to me."
He realized what a good idea it was to send Maybelle. She would lay down her life if necessary to protect his family, and her knowledge of the cities and temples could be invaluable. Hughie and the rest bid them farewell, and watched as they rode toward the east gate. Once they were out of sight, Lee called everyone into the parlour.
"Thanks to Lord Broin's generous loan," Lee began once they'd gathered, "we should be able to make it to Althetas in less than 7 days. We'll be moving fast. We have enough food and water for the whole journey, so we won't need to stop for supplies along the way. Once we arrive, Dina will make contact with her order, and from there we should be safe." His eyes focused on Guy. "If anything happens and we're separated, we'll meet at the Frog's Wishbone in Althetas. Wait there until I or someone from Dina's order gets there."
Dina stepped forward and pulled out her medallion so that Guy could see it clearly. "If you are approached by anyone claiming to be in my order, make them show you this. Be sure to touch it. It should burn you. If it doesn't, then that person is an impostor."
"We need to be out of the city before sundown," Lee continued. "It's certain they'll see us leave, so we must move fast once we're beyond the gates." "I'll send word ahead," said Broeen. "I have a messenger flock on the roof. I'll instruct my friends in Althetas to aid you." "Thank you," Lee replied. "That would be helpful." "The horses have been saddled and packed," said Angus, sticking his head through the door. Lee and the others went outside and double-checked their belongings. Once mounted, Lee looked at Lord Broeen and nodded respectfully. "Until we meet again," said Broeen. "Angus is watching the gate and will tell me if you are followed." He stood just outside his door and watched as Lee and the others slowly made their way down the street. The ride to the gate was tense, and no one spoke a word. As they approached the gate's heavy metal doors, they saw Salis Fernmen waiting for them. His head was bandaged, and his eyes were swollen and bruised. Lee motioned for everyone to stop as he and Kalia began scanning the alleys and rooftops for further trouble. Guy put his hand on his sword, and Dina pulled out a small dagger.
"I thought I'd see you off,"
called Salis. Despite his words, his face was grim.
"I want you to know that I'll be there in the end, Starfinder. Mine will be the last face you ever see."
He shot Lee an angry look, then ducked down a nearby alley.
"He won't try anything until we're outside the gates," Lee guessed, hoping he was right. "He may have set up an ambush. If that's the case, I'll handle it. The rest of you keep going and I'll catch up. That means you, boy."
He looked straight at Guy and didn't look away until the boy nodded in agreement.
"Don't worry. I've had more capable men than this idiot think they could kill me. I'll burn before I'd let scum like him be the end of me."
They urged their horses on and passed through the west gate.
"Are you ready?"
Lee asked to the others. They nodded.
"Then let's go."
Lee booted his mount, and the horse broke into a run. Guy and the others did the same, and they were off like bolts of lightning. Guy had never ridden so fast. He could feel the sheer power of the animal beneath him, and it thrilled him. He smiled at the thought of anyone thinking they could catch them. Chapter 25. Salmitaya tossed and turned in her bed. The dreams had gotten worse in the past few days. Since her return to Kaltenor, things had become troubled. The other temples had shunned her, even the ones who had once secretly aided her. She still had the governor and lords on her side, but their loyalty was bought. Should Angrail get word of her failure, she would lose everything. It was their gold that kept her in power.
"Mordina!"
she yelled. A young girl scurried into the room, rubbing her eyes and trying not to yawn. Salmitaya had hired her to replace Celandine the day after she got back. She didn't know what had happened to Celandine, but she swore to flay the girl if she returned.
"Yes, Your Holiness,"
Mordina said meekly.
"I want some hot tea,"
she ordered, sitting up in bed.
"Right away,"
the girl replied, dashing off. Salmitaya got up and put on her slippers and a soft cotton robe. She hated the temple at night. The emptiness made her uneasy. The book she had been reading lay open on a small table next to a plush chair. Her thoughts kept returning to Guy as she distractedly fingered through its pages.
"Damn that boy," she thought. "If it's the last thing I do, I'll see him beg and scream."
Several minutes passed, and Mordina still had not brought the tea.
"Blasted girl,"
she muttered.
What's taking so long?"
"You'll not be needing a servant, my love," came a deep voice from just outside the open door leading to the next room. Salmataya shot out of her chair.
"Who are you?"
she demanded.
"Show yourself."
In stepped a tall, lean man, dressed in a black shirt and pants with polished silver buttons, paired with an exquisite jacket with impossibly intricate white embroidery. A fearsome curved sword hung from a belt that sat loosely around his thin waist. His face looked young, and his brown curly hair fell to his shoulder. In his hands was a tray with 2 cups of hot tea. He placed the tray on her bedside table and handed her one of the steaming cups. "Sit down, my love," he instructed as he pulled himself a chair from the corner. "We have much to discuss." Salmataya was terrified as she sat back down.
"Who are you?"
"You may call me Yanti," he answered, smiling.
"Well, Yanti,"
she said, trying her best to sound unafraid,
"you have trespassed in the temple of Eleazara. Leave now, or I'll see you whipped and hanged."
Yanti looked amused as he blew on his tea. "That's not very hospitable of you, considering I'm here to save your life."
"What do you mean? Speak sense."
"You didn't think your failure would go unnoticed, did you?" he asked in a level tone.
She stammered with sudden realization. "I was going to report it, I swear."
"Of course you were. That's exactly what I told the master. I told him you would never try to deceive him, especially knowing what would happen if you did."
"I'm sorry I failed,"
she said, desperately trying to hold in her sobs.
"I was betrayed. Someone helped the boy escape. There's no way I could have known."
"Calm yourself, my love," Yanti soothed her, holding up his hand. "We already know what happened, and it's being dealt with. I'm here to offer you a chance to redeem yourself. You'd like that, wouldn't you?"
"I'll do anything,"
she vowed. Tears began to fall down her cheeks. "I know you will, my love." He leaned back in his chair, stirring his tea with the tip of his finger. "The master does not doubt your loyalty, only your judgment. Normally that's enough to warrant discipline, especially considering the trust and responsibility you've been given. But I've convinced him that you deserve a second chance." Salmataya slid from her chair and dropped to her knees.
"Thank you," she grovelled. "Tell me what I must do. I swear I will not fail again."
Yanti sat his tea on the arm of the chair and stood up. "There's no need for such a display," he said, helping Salmataya to her feet. He lifted her chin and tenderly wiped the tears from her face with a handkerchief he produced from his jacket pocket. "I've left you instructions on the table in your study. You should open them right away, my love." Salmataya nodded her head slowly. Yanti smiled and turned to leave. "One more thing," he said, glancing back toward Salmataya. "It would be unfortunate if you failed again. I don't think I'd be able to intervene twice." Salmataya watched silently as he left. As soon as she heard the door to the main hall close, she ran to her study. Just as Yanti had told her, there was a sealed letter on the table. She opened it and read its contents. By the time she finished, she was weeping again. She looked around the room as if hoping someone might come to save her, and then collapsed in a heap. Eventually, she gathered her wits and went to bed. The dreams that night were the most terrifying yet. Chapter 26. Lee marvelled at how hard the horses could be pushed, and promised himself to make good on the trip to the northwestern steppes with Lord Broeen. They had been riding full speed for more than 20 minutes, and so far he'd seen no sign of ambush. If they didn't run into one by sundown, He thought it likely they wouldn't run into one at all. They'd entered the great Falden Plains that stretched all the way to the abyss. Though not impossible, hiding an ambush here would be difficult. The tall grass could easily conceal a man, but horses would have to be moved far enough away from the road so as not to be seen. The plains were sparsely populated, dotted with ranches and farms. The few small towns were little more than trading posts, frequented by drovers and travellers on their way west. A few shallow rivers and streams were the only real interruption in the vast, flat landscape. When they finally stopped to rest their mounts, they had already covered many miles. Lee looked behind them, pleased with their progress. A series of wells lined the road to Althetas, placed roughly every 25 miles to aid thirsty travellers. Lee knew some to be dry from his previous travels, but most made good spots to rest and water their horses. "It doesn't look like anyone's waiting for us," Guy observed, as his horse drank from a small trough next to the well.
"So far," Lee acknowledged warily. "But I'd say we'd have to pass 2 more of these wells before we're far enough away to be sure. They may still be waiting for us. Hopefully they're not clever enough to let us pass, then attack us by night."
"If they're foolish enough to attack an elf in the dark, then let them," Kalia said, grinning. "It will be their last mistake."
"Actually, I think it more likely they'll ambush us with bows," Lee replied. "I doubt they'll want to risk getting too close unless they have to. It's what I would do."
The sun was going down, and Lee told them they would be riding through the night. It was fully dark by the time they approached the next well. Kalia got off her horse, and she and Lee prepared to scout the area. Guy wanted to join her, but Lee stopped him.
"Protect Dina if something happens," Lee instructed.
"I don't need protecting," Dina argued.
"We all need protecting," Lee replied. "But until we get to your people, you're our only means of making contact. So you will be protected."
Dina growled but held her tongue.
"Keep quiet,"
Kalia scolded them. "I'll go alone. Lee can stay here, and Dina, you can protect Lee," she said mockingly. She checked her knife and crept into the darkness. When Kalia returned, she motioned for everyone to get down and stay quiet. "There are men about," she whispered.
"Where and how many?"
Lee asked, quickly drawing his sword. 100 yards south of the well," she answered. "About a dozen."
"Could you tell who they are?"
"No, I didn't get close enough. We should move the horses back, then take a closer look."
"You two wait here," Lee told Guy and Dina. "Kalia and I are going to see what we can find out."
"I should go," Guy asserted. "I've trained to hide in the shadows. They won't see me." "He's right," Kalia agreed. "You may be fierce in a fight, but you can't match him in stealth any longer." Lee thought for a second, then looked at Guy.
"Observe only," he said firmly. "Nothing else."
Guy nodded and removed his sword. "Take care of this for me," he said, handing it to Dina. She was careful to touch only the scabbard. Guy retrieved his knife and put it in his belt. He and Kalia had only taken a few steps when they vanished from Lee and Dina's sight, as if by magic. Lee smiled with pride. "He's learned so much," Dina remarked.
"No doubt," Lee replied. "It's hard to see the boy that left the farm in the man who travels with us now."
Guy followed closely behind Kalia. There were no trees to hide behind, but still he could see how the night changed and shifted ahead of him. The shadows were subtle, but they were there. He allowed his eyes to penetrate and then eliminate the darkness, marveling at how much his training had changed his perceptions. Guy was able to see the men from about 50 yards away. They were knelt down in the tall grass, looking toward the well, though he was certain there was no way they could see it in the dark from where they were. He figured they were listening for the sound of approaching horses. He made out 14 men, all carrying swords and wearing studded leather armor. Kalia motioned for him to stay where he was, then circled around to look from the other side. Her graceful movements made it difficult not to watch her as she left. She returned a few minutes later, and together they headed back.
"Well?"
Lee asked anxiously. "They're not alone," Kalia told him. "Another group of 10 bowmen is waiting less than 50 yards west of the first group."
"Bait," Lee said. "They want us to engage close up. If we discover the first group waiting for us and attack them, the bowmen will rain down arrows, killing everyone, including their own men. A clever plan, actually."
"Can't we just go around and avoid them altogether?" Dina asked.
"We could," Lee replied, "and if we were on foot, we would. But if they have anyone else about that we haven't seen, they could alert the rest, and frankly, I don't want to face 24 men head-on. As it stands, they don't know we're here yet."
"So what's the plan?" Huey asked. Lee scratched his chin in thought.
"They've set a trap, so we'll let them think it worked. I'll sneak up and engage them from the north. The first group will be listening for horses to approach the well, so when I attack, they'll think we saw them and decided on a full frontal attack. Huey, you and Kalia will move in behind the bowmen. They'll hear the fight and think the trap is sprung. Once they've let loose their arrows on the first position, take them out. Don't give them a chance for a second shot. After the first volley, I'll move to your position and help you finish them off. Any survivors from the first group should be confused and scattered. If any are left, we'll take care of them last."
"And what about me?" Dina asked, not wanting to be left out.
"You stay with the horses," he answered. "If we're killed or captured, ride back to Gristol and tell Lord Broeen what happened."
"I'll not stand by like a helpless child while the rest of you go headlong into danger," she said stubbornly.
"I have no time to argue with you, woman," Lee snapped. "You are capable, but you are not a warrior. You could get someone killed."
"How would you know what kind of warrior I am?" she challenged. "My order trains us in weapons. Some of us are among the best swordsmen that ever lived."
"Are you one of them?" Lee asked sarcastically. "If so, then by all means, ready your weapon. If not, we face 24 men, and one weak link could get us all killed."
Dina glared at Lee for a moment, then threw Huey his sword. Satisfied, Lee turned to Huey.
"Listen carefully," he said. His tone was grave. "I know you've never killed before, but you cannot hesitate once the fighting begins. If you don't kill them, they will kill you."
Huey nodded solemnly. "I understand." He had never really thought about what it would be like to kill a man, but now he was faced with the likelihood that he would have to take another's life. He steeled his nerves and put on his sword. "But I have a question. When they fire their arrows, where will you be?"
"Hoping not to get hit," Lee replied. "Don't worry, I'll keep the soldiers between me and the bowman. It's a risk, but one we have to take. If I am hit, don't stop fighting until they're all down. Understood?"
Huey didn't like it, but he knew Lee was right. It was the only way to make it work.
"Let's go," Lee said. "I'll wait 15 minutes for you to get into position. Remember, don't attack until they've fired."
Huey and Kalia moved silently around to where the bowmen waited. As soon as they were in position, they drew their weapons. Although more accustomed to fighting with a knife, for some reason the sword felt natural in his hand, maybe because of the bonding that occurred when he first drew it, he thought. He could sense the thumping heartbeat of the earth, and the sword felt warm in his hand. Kalia pointed to the left, motioning for Huey to attack there first. She would go right. A short time later, the night erupted into chaos. He could hear screams from the first group, and orders being barked out in confusion as Lee wreaked havoc upon them. Huey gritted his teeth, forcing himself to wait, and, just as Lee had predicted, he heard the commander order the bowmen to make ready. His muscles tensed, and his heart pounded in his ears. Then it happened. The bowmen lined up in a single row and notched their arrows.
"Loose!"
yelled the commander. Kalia burst from their hiding place just as Gui heard the twang of the bows being fired. He flew out immediately after her, and the soldiers didn't see them until it was too late. Kalia slashed two across the throat and gutted a third. Gui focused on a man standing on the far left end of the row. He swung hard, and the sword passed clean through the man's leather armor. Gui heard a scream as the man clutched his chest. A second soldier rushed at Gui from his right, but Gui stepped aside and brought his blade down across his attacker's bare neck, sending his head rolling across the ground. Suddenly time slowed, and his sword struck home over and over again. The fever of battle overcame him as he sought out new adversaries, and the screams of the dying men went silent. He wasn't sure how much time had passed, or even how many men he had faced. His sword felt alive in his hand. "Gui," a voice called. It sounded distant and faint. "Stop." He didn't want to stop. "Gui," it called again. This time the voice was louder. He felt the thump, thump of the earth coursing through his veins. He looked for someone to fight, but there was no one. "Gui!" This time the voice broke through. It was Kalia. He shook his head as the world crashed in. He expected to see the dead bowmen lying all around him, but he found he wasn't where he thought he would be. Instead, he stood 50 yards away among the first group of men. Lee and Kalia were standing nearby, staring at him in awe. "They're all dead," said Kalia. She slowly walked over to him and put her hand on his sword arm. "How did I get here?" Gui asked, bewildered. "You don't remember?" Lee countered. "Not really," he replied, trying to make sense of what had just happened. "I mean, I do, but it's like I see it through someone else's eyes. What did I do?" It was then he noticed the carnage around his feet. The dead were scattered everywhere, their limbs severed cleanly, as if cut off by a razor instead of a sword. He heard the sickly squish of blood and earth as he shifted his feet. "I watched you kill over a dozen men as if they were ants," Lee said. "Some of them you cut completely in half. I had just finished causing confusion in the first group of men when the arrows began to fall. Only 1 or 2 of the men were struck, and none of them fatally. I was actually worried that this might not work when I saw you charging in. I didn't even have a chance to raise my sword again before you took out half of them. In all my days, I've never seen anything like it." Gui looked down at his sword. It dripped with blood. He couldn't believe what he had done, nor did he know how to feel about it. In a daze, he reached down, tore some cloth from one of the dead soldiers, and cleaned his sword. "We should leave," Kalia suggested. "I don't want to see what the dawn brings here." "Agreed." Lee looked at Gui with concern. "Are you all right?" "I will be," he replied. "Eventually." "I know how hard it is the first time you are forced to kill," Lee reassured him. "But you'll get through it. I'll help you." "That's just it," Gui replied. "It isn't the killing that bothers me, even though I know it should." "What is it, then?" "It's the feeling," Gui said coldly. "It was like something inside me took over, and it felt good. I never understood what power is until this moment." He turned his back to Lee. "I don't think I can wield it. It's too much, too tempting." Lee smiled and put his hand on Gui's shoulder. "That's why you can," he said softly. "Understanding the danger of power is the only way to wield it wisely and with compassion. I'm sorry you had to learn it this way, but I am pleased that you understand the dangers. That gives me hope for all of us."
Guy looked over his shoulder and nodded. "Thank you. I'll be fine in a while. It's just that so much has happened so quickly. It's a bit overwhelming."
"I understand," said Lee. "I really do. But we need to leave now. We'll talk more when we stop again."
Dina was waiting with the horses when she saw them approach, covered in blood. The faraway stare on Guy's face filled her with concern. She wanted to ask if he was all right, but he didn't even look up at her. He climbed in the saddle and sat there, motionless. "What happened?" Dina asked.
"They're all dead," Lee told her. "We should have no more trouble, at least until we get to Althataas."
They rode on until daybreak, giving Guy time to think on what had happened. A flood of regret and anxiety filled his heart, and suddenly the faces of the men he killed became clear. He could see the horror in their eyes as his sword cut through them. By the time he dismounted, he was weeping uncontrollably.
"I know, Guy," Lee said comfortingly. "Most people who are forced to kill aren't put into a situation like that. I'd like to say it gets easier, but it doesn't."
"It doesn't seem to bother you or Kalia," he sobbed. "I've seen you both kill. Sometimes you even look like you enjoy it."
"I never enjoy killing," Lee replied. "I feel it every time. It's just that I've come to terms with it. And I was much older the first time I took a life."
"It is right that you weep," Kalia interjected. "As the elves say, you have become a bringer of death."
"That's enough," Lee snapped.
"No," Guy said. "Let her speak. I want to hear it." "You are not a human," Kalia continued, "but nor are you an elf. You are a power in this world, and death will follow you wherever you go. But you must learn that without it, there can be no victory. Those men you killed tonight stood against all that you love and honor. Suppose you found a way to let them live. Do you think they would thank you, return to their homes and raise crops?" she asked. "No. You would find yourself facing them again and again. You should weep, because you have left a part of yourself behind that is innocent. Mourn the loss, but rejoice that you have gained the strength to protect those that you love from the evils of this world. We elves do not take a life lightly, but once done, it cannot be undone. We gain strength in the knowledge that each person we kill is set free and cleansed of all evil. To meet the Creator, purified, is the greatest gift one can bestow." "Are you saying you believe you can only be forgiven if you are killed in battle?" Guy asked. "Not at all," she replied. "We believe that all spirits are pure. Only in life is someone evil. We do not believe that the sins of this life continue to the afterlife. How could we? Atonement would be impossible, and we would be doomed for all eternity." "I just wish the pain would go away," said Guy. "At first it was different. I felt almost numb, but then it all came rushing in. I know I must cope with this, but I think it will take time to learn how."
"There are no easy answers," Lee acknowledged. "But the fact that you're asking questions tells me that you're on the right path. In time, you'll find a way to deal with the pain. But I don't think you'll ever forget it. I know I haven't."
Guy lowered his head in thought. "I wish I understood what happened. It was as if the sword came alive in my hand. I could feel the power of the earth like never before. It was intoxicating." "I think I might know what happened," Dina chimed in, approaching the trio. "I think it had something to do with the bond between you and your sword." "My sword?" "It's made from the same material as my medallion. It's more than just a way we identify one another. We also use it to focus our energy when we meditate. The more talented among us can use it to project their spirit and see other places without physically being there. I think your sword may have amplified your abilities in some way. I'm not sure how, but perhaps someone at the temple could tell you when we get there.
If that's the case, you should be careful until we understand it better, Lee advised.
Kiwi nodded. It made sense. The heat of the sword and the pulse of the earth coursing through his body. It was as if he and the energy were one. He would definitely have to take care. They ate a quick meal of dried figs and water, then continued on. The remainder of their trip was less than comfortable. Lee refused to allow a fire, and the nights were cold. Kalia huddled next to him on several occasions. At first he felt uneasy, but by the third night he looked forward to it. Their speed had them just outside of Althetas in only 6 days. The few towns along the way were easy enough to avoid. Kiwi marvelled at the endurance of their mounts. Even after a hard ride, they acted as though they were ready to run some more. It was little wonder the people of the steppes guarded their animals jealously, as just one would be worth a dozen of any other horse he had ever seen. He promised himself to return to Sharpstone with one. The whole village would be envious, and he smiled at the thought. When they were 10 miles from the city, Lee told them to make camp. He and Kalia would scout ahead in case there were any surprises. Kiwi told him he wanted to join them, but Lee stubbornly refused.
"I'll not have you captured or killed just before we reach our destination," said Lee. "Besides, I need you to guard the horses." He was careful not to say that he also needed Kiwi to protect Dina. He wasn't in the mood for that argument again. To Kiwi and Dina's delight, Lee decided it would be all right to risk a small fire.
"At least we won't be sitting here in the dark while they're off having fun," Dina said, after Lee and Kalia had left. "I was getting a bit tired of sitting in the dark, too," he admitted. Dina got some dried meat and flatbread from her pack and split it with Kiwi. "I have a surprise," she said impishly, then pulled a small flask from inside her saddlebag. When she opened it, the smell of plum brandy filled the air. "Broeen gave it to me just before we left." She took a sip, then passed it to Kiwi. Kiwi hadn't really been a big fan of plum brandy, but he took it anyway. The far too sweet taste made it hard to swallow. "Thanks," he said, forcing a smile. Dina laughed. "I see how much you enjoy plum brandy," she teased. "Still, I refuse to drink alone." She grabbed the flask and took a sizable mouthful. "I've noticed you and Kalia have become rather close." "What do you mean?" Kiwi asked, suddenly embarrassed. "We're friends." "Is that how you feel about her?" she replied with a slight grin. Kiwi became painfully aware of Dina's eyes on him and noticed that she had moved closer. Of course," he stuttered. "What else would I feel?" "That's not for me to say," she said, handing him the flask again. "But I see how she looks at you." "How's that?" Kiwi asked, not really wanting to hear the answer. "Like one who is in love?" Her eyes twinkled in the firelight, and her voice was playful. "Don't pretend you don't know what I'm talking about. I've seen the way you look at her, too." I didn't mean to. I wasn't—" He couldn't find the words. His heart was beating so fast he felt like it would burst from his chest. Dina draped her arm around his shoulders and met his eyes. "It seems you are in quite a dilemma, wouldn't you say?" Suddenly she jumped up, spun around on her toes, and danced around the fire. "Don't worry. These things have a way of sorting themselves out." Kiwi wasn't sure if the whole thing was just a cruel joke or not. For the next few hours he tried to avoid conversation, but Dina kept at him until he finally stormed off and pretended to check his horse. When Lee returned with Kalia, Kiwi could barely look up at her. He was afraid she would see him blushing, and he'd had quite enough embarrassment for one night.
Everything looks fine all the way to the gate, Lee told them as he retrieved his blanket from his saddlebag. He sniffed the air. Is that plum brandy I smell?
It is indeed, Dina answered cheerfully as she threw him the flask. I saved you some.
Lee nodded gratefully and took a sip. Kalia noticed Guy was out of sorts.
What's wrong?
Nothing, Guy lied. I'm fine. I'm just tired.
We should try to get a good night's sleep, Lee said. Tomorrow should be a telling day.
They all rolled out their blankets and laid down. Guy tried to place himself as far from Dina and Kalia as he could, but he ended up between them in spite of his efforts. Sleep did not come easily, even after a larger-than-normal swallow of Jarvis tea. Chapter 27. Guy couldn't help but be excited as they approached the gates of Althortas. From more than a mile away, he could see the buildings rising above the city wall. Some looked to be over 5 stories tall.
Is the whole city like that?
Guy asked. Lee laughed light-heartedly.
A good portion of it. Althortas is the largest city on the Western Abyss. All the cities and towns for hundreds of miles come here for trade.
How far are we from the Abyss?
Not far, Lee replied. Less than 30 miles, I should say.
Why not build it on the shore? Wouldn't it be easier for shipping?
Long ago, Althortas was on the shore, Lee explained. But a great storm nearly destroyed it, so they moved it here. Most towns along the shore now are small ports and fishing villages. The storms of the Western Abyss are enormous. They don't hit often, but when they do, everything is destroyed.
Guy nodded, wondering what it would be like to see such a storm up close. The walls of the city were 20 feet high and 10 feet thick, made from gigantic blocks of black granite. As they approached, the guards waved them to a halt.
"State your business," called the guard, seemingly bored. "Trade," Lee replied. "How long will you be staying?" 3 days.
The guard gave their party a quick once-over.
"If your stay lasts longer than 1 week, you'll have to register at the clerk's office. Welcome to Althortas."
He waved them on without enthusiasm, and then went back to his post, where a chair and a jug of ale awaited him. As they passed the gates, Guy stared at the sights of the city, unable to believe his eyes. The streets were jammed shoulder to shoulder with people, some selling wares, others trading, and even some who stood on boxes shouting scripture at the crowds. Most of the taller buildings had balconies on each floor, where people ate and drank far above the hustle and bustle. Guy stared, wishing he could see the city from their vantage point. Lee noticed Guy staring at the balconies.
"Impressive, isn't it? Millet loves Althortas. He and I once stayed here for 6 months. There used to be a great sword-master that lived here, and his home was in one of the taller buildings. While we're here, I'll see if I can arrange for us to visit one. On the north end of the city there used to be some taverns on the top floors. I'm sure some of them are still there."
Guy beamed with excitement. "Do you think Lord Ganflin's house is anything like this?"
Lee laughed. "Certainly not. From the directions he gave me, his manor is in the Southern Garden district, where they prefer traditional 2-floor houses. The aristocrats consider the rest of the city to be somewhat tacky."
Guy looked at Lee in amazement. He couldn't imagine thinking such wondrous buildings to be tacky.
"The lords here must be a bunch of idiots."
"I'll tell Ganflin you said so," Lee teased. "I'm sure he'll agree."
"Maybe that's not such a good idea," Guy said with a smile, "considering we're staying at his house."
Just then Guy noticed something he didn't expect. An elf. He was standing in front of the door to an inn, talking to a short human. Kalia noticed, too. "I know they told us that elves walked freely in the city," said Kalia, "but to actually see it—" "You should remove your hood," Guy suggested. Kalia paused for a moment, and then did just that. Her auburn hair flowed free, and she closed her eyes, letting the sun shine on her face. Guy thought she looked beautiful, her bronze skin glowing in the sunlight. He scanned the crowd to see if anyone had noticed. A few people cast a quick glance in their direction, but for the most part they were ignored. "How does it feel?" he asked. "Strange," she replied. "But good. I hate hiding." "You shouldn't have to hide," Dina said. "None of us should." Kalia nodded in agreement. "Maybe one day we won't have to." Lee led them through the crowded streets to the southern garden district. Just as Lee had said, the houses in the area were single- and two-story dwellings, their brick walls covered in ivy and protected by wrought iron gates. The streets were clean and far less crowded than the rest of the city. Fine coaches navigated the wide avenues, driven by haughty men in red and gold jackets, and pulled by horses nearly as well adorned as the drivers. Lords and ladies in elegant attire strolled down the broad sidewalks. Lee stopped in front of an immense manor and dismounted. The double-gated wall was at least 10 feet high. A man in a gold silk suit and waistcoat stood at the gateway. "Is Harlondo in?" Lee asked politely.
"He is," the gatekeeper responded. "Might I tell him who calls?"
Lee pulled the letter Lord Ganflyn had given him from his pocket.
"I have a message from Lord Ganflyn."
"I see. Please wait here."
The man passed through the gate and disappeared inside the manor.
Guy was amazed by the size of the estate. It was bigger than most temples. The entire structure was made from polished white granite and sat upon at least 3 acres of land. The vestibule was lined with stone columns supporting a veranda that spanned the length of the front of the house. The driveway was almost as wide as the avenue, and the well-manicured lawn and gardens held plants and flowers of so many different kinds it would take someone an entire spring just to name them all. He recognized flowers such as roses and tulips from back home, but others looked as though they belonged in a fairy tale. Low-lying lavender blooms, sprinkled with deep yellow swirls, followed a stone path leading to a white, ivy-wrapped gazebo. At the centre of the yard was a marble fountain in the likeness of Althatas Mol, the goddess of wisdom and compassion, the patron goddess and namesake of the city. Beautiful carved wooden benches faced the fountain at 6-foot intervals, and a small table had been placed beside each of them. When the gatekeeper returned, he was accompanied by a short man in a grey buttoned shirt and trousers with a thin black jacket. His hair was jet black and slicked back with oils. He wore silver reading glasses and was carrying a leather binder under his arm.
"You have a message from Lord Ganflyn,"
Harlondo said by way of greeting. His voice was high and almost feminine. Lee handed him the letter and waited as he broke the seal and read.
"I see," said Harlondo, putting the letter in his pocket. "Greetings, my lords and ladies. Welcome to the house of Lord Ganflyn. I have instructions to treat you as I would Lord Ganflyn himself. Clearly, he holds you in high regard."
He gave a loud whistle, and 4 young boys ran from the house.
"Your horses will be well tended, and your belongings brought to your rooms. Will you be sleeping separately, or shall I have couples' suites prepared?"
"Individually will be fine,"
Lee answered. Harlondo raised an eyebrow.
"Excellent. Please, come with me."
"You didn't want a couple's suite, did you?"
Lee whispered to Guy, trying to hide a smile. Guy clenched his jaw and shot him a dirty look. The inside of the manor was even more impressive than the outside. On either side of the large foyer sat marble basins filled with perfumed water that filled the air with the scent of lavender. Beyond the foyer, an alabaster staircase led upward before splitting into 2 spirals that led to opposite sides of the house. The polished marble walls were covered with elaborate tapestries and fine oil paintings depicting members of the Ganflyn family in various heroic acts. To the far left were large double doors that led to the formal dining room, and in the corner was a smaller wooden door that provided access to the rear chambers.
On the right side of the room were 3 separate doors leading to the studies and offices. Directly behind the stairs, a huge archway opened up to a ballroom where an exquisite crystal chandelier hung from the vaulted ceiling. Though the room was currently unused, it was well lit, and the lights beamed and reflected from around the steps to sparkle against the pink marble floor.
"We have hot showers in each room," Harlondo informed them. "However, a bath can be prepared if you prefer."
"A shower?" Huey asked.
"What? Showers will be fine," Lee said, cutting him off.
"Martin will show you to your rooms,"
Harlondo continued, motioning to a tall, silver-haired man in a straight-cut, blood-red suit and jacket.
"I have business to attend to, but I'll be joining you for dinner this evening. I can see you've travelled light, so a change of clothing will be brought up directly."
"Thank you, Harlondo," Lee said graciously. "That would be much appreciated."
Harlondo bowed and took his leave. Huey smiled, thinking Lee was right at home in this environment. Martin led them upstairs and to the left. At the end of the hall, they turned right and were shown to their rooms in turn. Huey couldn't believe his eyes when he entered his own suite. It was as big as the common room of most inns. An oak feather bed, large enough for 3 grown men, sat flush against the right wall, and to its left was a glass dressing-table and mirror. In the far right corner was a small, round breakfast table with 2 chairs, and beyond that stood a tall, carved mahogany wardrobe with polished brass handles. In the near left corner was by far the most interesting feature, a round curtain hung from the ceiling, above a section of black tile. Huey pulled back the curtain and saw 3 copper pipes protruding from the ceiling. The first of the pipes hung about a foot from the 8-foot ceiling. At the end of the pipe was a cone-shaped attachment with tiny holes drilled into the solid facing. The other 2 pipes ran down to his chest, each with a small brass handle. Attached to each handle was a tray. One held a small bar of soap and the other a square piece of pink coral. He knew what the soap was for, but he had no idea what purpose the coral might serve. Curious, Huey grabbed one of the handles and turned. Water sprayed down from the pipe and poured on his head. It was hot, scalding hot. He screamed in shock and leapt away. He watched the water spill onto the tile and swirl down a recessed drain in the centre. Huey heard Lee laughing behind him. "I was just coming to show you how to use that. I guess I'm a bit late." "This must be a shower," he said, as water dripped down his face. He wasn't looking at Lee at all.
"What a marvel!"
"I thought you'd like it," Lee said. "Dina's showing Kalia how to use hers now."
Lee showed Huey how to adjust the water temperature by manipulating the handles, and explained that the coral was used to scrub off dead skin.
"Be careful with it, though," Lee warned. "Scrub too hard and you'll peel your skin right off."
Huey relished his first shower. He had never felt anything like it, and he swore that when he finally returned home, he would build one for himself. Martin came in during his shower and announced that he had placed Huey's belongings next to the wardrobe and laid out fresh clothing on the bed.
"Your friends will join you in the parlour," Martin told him. "It's to the left from your room, at the end of the hall."
When Huey stepped out of the shower, he felt refreshed, more so than after a good night's sleep even. The clothing Martin had brought was every bit as fine as the suit Lee had bought for him for his coming-of-age party, which he'd had to leave behind in Bristol. It was a cream silk shirt with gold buttons and gold stitching, along with a pair of shining black trousers. A short black jacket, soft leather shoes, and a belt with a gold buckle completed the ensemble. Huey quickly dressed, but as he was about to head to the parlour, there was a knock on his door. Huey gaped as a young woman in a baby-blue house dress stood smiling in the doorway, a small basket propped against her hip.
"Lord Starfinder said that you were in need of grooming," she said, scrutinizing Huey. "I can see he was correct. Please sit down."
She motioned towards the chair in front of the dressing-table. Huey wasn't sure what to do, so he complied.
"How long will this take? My friends are waiting in the parlour for me." "Your friends are being tended to as well," she assured him. "To think of beautiful young women in such a state. Your elf friend, what was her name?"
"Kalia."
"Yes, Kalia," she continued, brushing the knots from his curls. "Such a lovely girl. Elsa couldn't wait to get her hands on that one. Elves have such natural beauty. But when Elsa's finished with her, she'll be a goddess. The other one, too, Celandine. That one is accustomed to less dirt and grime, if you ask me. Such a gorgeous complexion on her. Well-tended skin and hair. It's nice to see women who know how to take care of themselves. Don't get me wrong. Elves take care of themselves too, but it's just different."
For the next hour, the woman talked and talked as she worked. Guy chuckled at the thought of Kalia being fussed over and made up. After a while, he found the process wasn't so bad. The girl shaved him, then rubbed a sweet-smelling cream on his face, letting it dry as she trimmed his hair. When she wiped the cream off with a warm towel, his skin felt alive, as if it had never felt the air before.
"So this is how a lord lives," he thought. "No wonder they always look so healthy and clean."
By the time she was done, he almost didn't recognize himself. He had never spent much effort grooming. He cut his own hair most of the time. Occasionally one of the women of the village would do it instead, but none had ever made him look so lord-like. Refreshed and filled with a new confidence, he thanked the woman and headed down the hall to the parlour. Lee was already there, sitting in a large cushioned chair and sipping a glass of brandy. He was wearing a navy-blue suit and jacket, and an ash walking stick with a silver knob was leaning on the side of his chair. Lee smiled as Guy entered. "Now you look presentable. I almost didn't recognize you."
"Thank you," said Guy. "It feels different."
"We still have plenty of daylight," Lee observed. "I thought we should see if Dina can make contact with her people. I also think we should make contact with Lord Ganflin's friends at the Frog's Wishbone."
"Don't you two look handsome?" Dina remarked as she walked in.
Kalia followed close behind. Guy's jaw dropped when he saw them. Dina was wearing a dark blue satin dress that hugged her figure lightly. Her hair was lifted away from her face and tied with a silver band, allowing it to fall loosely down her back. Kalia wore a smooth silver dress with a small diamond cut in the midriff. Her hair was left down, but Elsa had added shining gold strands that caught the light when she moved.
"By the gods!" Guy gasped. "I'll take that as a compliment," Dina teased.
She did a little twirl, causing the skirt of her dress to swish and spin around her. Kalia, on the other hand, looked very displeased.
"I refuse to go out in public in this," she growled. "How am I expected to fight in this if something happens?"
"Don't worry," Lee assured her. "You'll be back in your old clothes before you know it. I admit it's a bit early for such attire, but they probably assumed we intended to stay in until the evening."
"Actually, I think we should do just that," Dina suggested. "My people are hard to find in the daytime, but I know where to find them after dark. We should wait until then."
"Excellent," Lee said. "I asked Martin about the Frog's Wishbone, and he said it's a very nice establishment. It turns out Lord Ganflin bought it a few years back and completely remodelled the place."
"He should have changed the name, if you ask me," Dina said. "It sounds like a low-class tavern."
"Maybe, but from what I've been told, it's anything but," Lee replied. "The good news is that we can keep wearing these fine clothes a while longer."
"Wonderful,"
Kalia grumbled. Just then Martin walked in, followed by 3 men carrying a lute, a harp, and a flute. He served everyone a glass of honeyed wine as the musicians began playing softly. Guy took a seat and allowed the music to take him. The songs were sweet and intricate, much different from the music he had heard at the taverns, or even at the festival of Gerath. When the first song was over, he actually sighed.
"There's so much left for you to experience," Lee said to Guy, noticing the boy's expression. "When all this is over, I promise to show you as much as you want to see."
"That would be great. But right now, I wonder if I'll ever see home again, much less the rest of the world." "You'll see your village again," Kalia vowed. She had been listening to the music as well, but now a fire lit her eyes. "That I promise." Guy smiled, but he was saddened with thoughts of home. They talked until dusk, keeping the conversation light-hearted. When Lee noticed the fading daylight, he called for Martin.
"Will you be dining here tonight?" Martin asked.
"No," Lee answered.
"Please inform Harlondo we will be at the Frog's Wishbone." "I shall send for the coach, my lord," he said, backing out of the room. "We'll stop by the tavern first and make certain all is well," Lee told them. "Then Dina and I will make contact with her people."
"Shouldn't we all go?" Kalia asked. "I didn't really want to take Lee," Dina admitted. "The Order is very secretive and distrustful of outsiders. For me to bring one person may be a problem. If they see me with 3 others, things could get complicated."
"You two will wait for us to return, assuming all is well at the tavern," Lee instructed. "Then we'll come back here to regroup."
They all agreed, though Kalia still wanted to change her clothes. Martin returned shortly after, to inform them that the coach awaited them downstairs. They thanked him and left. Lee told Guy to make certain he wore his sword.
"It's fashionable here," Lee said as he dropped by his room to get his own. "As for the ladies—"
"I'm armed," Kalia assured him, "as is Dina." Guy tried not to think about where they had hidden their knives.
"We're off, then,"
said Lee, and they all walked down to the waiting coach. Chapter 28. When they arrived at the Frog's Wishbone, Guy was surprised to see that there were a dozen fine coaches parked out front. The building had clearly been renovated, though Lord Ganflyn had left the old, faded sign depicting a frog with a wishbone in its mouth. Before they had a chance to exit the coach, the door flung wide to reveal Harlondo smiling in at them. "I was just about to head back to the manor to join you for dinner," he said, "but I see that you've decided to join me instead."
"Lord Ganflyn recommended this place to us," Lee replied as they stepped from the coach. "And since Martin informed us he owns it, we thought we should see it while we're here."
"He finds it to be prudent to have a place where old prejudices aren't allowed," Harlondo told them, glancing at Kalia. "You'll find that everyone is welcome here." Harlondo walked them in and instructed the barmaid to find them a good table. The tavern was by far the most elegant Guy had ever seen, though of course he was no expert. Still, the floors were laid with solid stone tiles, and the sturdy wooden tables would have made anyone in Sharpstone proud. Fine lanterns hung from the ceiling, and the walls were decorated with beautiful oil paintings. A marble fireplace had been built at the far end of the hall, and 2 leather couches had been placed on opposite sides. A lutist strummed lightly from the near corner, enthralling the small crowd gathered around. Looking around the room, they found they were by no means overdressed. Lords and ladies in fine dress were everywhere, and scattered among them were at least a half-dozen elves. The barmaid showed them to their seats, and Harlondo ordered a bottle of wine for the table. Lee spotted who he assumed was the innkeeper talking to a group of 3 elves near the fireplace. "The food here is excellent," Harlondo declared after the wine arrived. "Lord Ganflyn is very particular when it comes to cuisine." He looked at Kalia and smiled. "They even serve elven dishes, if you'd like." Kalia looked surprised. "Really? I haven't had mint roast lamb in a while. I wonder if they have it." "They do indeed," he answered cheerfully. "It's a favourite here. In fact, if your friends have never tried it, I must insist they join you."
"Unfortunately, Dina and I must leave shortly," Lee replied. "But I would appreciate it if you would have some sent to the manor for us."
Harlondo looked a bit disappointed. "I am sorry you won't be able to join us, but I will see to it that you both have a dish awaiting you. Might I ask why you must leave?"
The nights are quite entertaining here, especially when the elves start singing. Such magnificent voices they have."
"Nothing of consequence," Lee answered dismissively. "But I must attend to it before morning. A nuisance, really."
"I understand."
Lee excused himself and spoke briefly to the innkeeper.
"We must go," he said when he returned. "We'll be back soon."
"Take your time," Guy told him. "I think I'll have a fine time right here."
"If you're delayed, I'll see them back to the manor," Harlondo promised. "I have a carriage outside."
Lee nodded in thanks, and he and Dina took their leave. Harlondo took the liberty of ordering for the group, and they listened to the lutist as they waited for their meal. "Greetings, sister," said a tall elf who had seen them from the fireplace. He was dressed in a green ruffled shirt and pants with black buttons, and had a long knife at his side. "I'm Drantalis. I hope I'm not disturbing you."
"Not at all," Kalia replied.
"I'm Kalia. This is Guy and Harlondo." "Harlondo I know," he said. "But you say you're Kalia. It is truly an honor to meet you." He bowed low. "We have anticipated your arrival. Lord Broin says that Linus speaks very highly of you." "Is Linus here?" Guy asked. "No, I'm afraid not. He wanders the land, as seekers do. We rarely see him. But Lord Broin sent word that you and the lovely Kalia would likely come here. But where are your other companions?" "Attending to some business," Kalia replied. She sounded uneasy. Drantalis gave her a knowing look. "It's strange the first time, speaking openly among humans. I still find it hard not to cloak myself, and the clothes are a bit difficult to get used to." Kalia was suddenly aware of her all-too-human attire and blushed. "It is strange," she agreed, "especially the clothing." The elf scrutinized Kalia for a moment. "They certainly know how to bring out the beauty in a woman, though," he said with admiration. "Please, join us once you've eaten. The rest of my kin will be excited to meet you." Kalia nodded, and the elf politely excused himself. Guy felt a familiar twinge of jealousy that Kalia immediately picked up on. "At least something good has come from this evening so far," she observed. "And what's that?" Guy asked, trying not to sound upset. "You get to feel as I have during our trip," she replied, looking satisfied. Guy looked confused. "I don't know what you mean." "Don't try to understand the fair sex, my lord," laughed Harlondo. "It will only cause you grief. Just accept that they know more than you, and try to keep up as best you can." "Wise words," Kalia agreed with a smile. The meal was very good. The mint lamb had a uniquely wholesome flavour that made Guy think of spring. More and more elves filed in as they ate, and he could tell by the wandering eyes that they had become a topic of discussion among both humans and elves alike. When they had finished, Guy was stuffed. He leaned back in his chair and sighed heavily. "So, what did you think of it?" Harlondo asked. "As good as I've ever tasted," Kalia said, wiping the sides of her mouth with a napkin. "Thank you." Guy only nodded and smiled with satisfaction. "Wonderful," Harlondo replied. "But if you will excuse me, I must attend to some business while I'm here. Looking after Lord Ganflin's affairs takes constant vigilance. Might I suggest you join Master Drantalis and his friends near the fireplace?" He rose to his feet. "I shall return shortly." Kalia and Guy went over by the fireplace, where Drantalis and two other elf men sat on the couches talking. "Good of you to join us," said Drantalis as they all rose. "This is Pilianus and Salmitoris." The elves nodded in turn. They were dressed much like Drantalis, and each wore a long knife at his hip. "It's good of you to join us." "It's our pleasure," Guy said. Suddenly he felt two small hands at his lower back. "You didn't think you could keep the new arrivals all to yourself, did you?" came a woman's voice. "Allow me to introduce Lady Fritzina," Drantalis said, gesturing toward the woman. "Charmed," She laughed as she slipped around Guy and took his hand. "I hear you're friends of Linus and his band. How exciting! He's like some hero right out of a legend, wouldn't you say?" Lady Fritzina wore a fire-red gown that twirled easily around her feminine figure as she moved. Her red hair and silk gloves made Guy think of the sirens his father had told him about as a boy. The stories of sailors being lured to their death by the siren's song always frightened him. "Kalia and Guy are highly regarded by Linus," Drantalis told her. "No doubt they are heroes in their own right, if they travelled with such a worthy seeker." Lady Fritzina looked intrigued. "Is that so?" she asked, eyeing Guy with interest. "By all means, do tell us of your exploits. On the rare occasions Linus comes here, I have to ply him with drink all night before I can get a peep out of him. Perhaps you will be more forthcoming." Guy gave her an embarrassed smile. "There's really nothing to tell, Lady Fritzina. Most of my life has been spent on a farm." "Oh, do call me Zena," she insisted. "Everyone does. You're a commoner, you say? How delightful. Please sit next to me and tell me of life on the farm." She sat on the couch and patted the spot next to her. "I'm always cooped up here in the city. I think it would be lovely to breathe fresh air for a change." Guy timidly sat next to her. Kalia looked none too happy as they all took a seat. "Tell me, Lady Fritzina," Kalia began, purposefully using her full name. "How do you feel about the elves in your city?" "I think it's the best thing to ever happen to Althata's," she replied. "Hopefully we can be an example to other cities." She slid closer to Guy. "Tell me, Guy, how have you enjoyed our city so far?" "It's big," Guy blurted nervously. "I mean, it's very nice." "A man of action, not words," Zena teased, wearing a mischievous smile. "I like that." "Leave the boy alone," the innkeeper scolded as he brought their wine. "He's a guest of Lord Ganflyn. I don't think he would appreciate you embarrassing the boy." Zena laughed. "I was only trying to make him feel welcome. But being that you're an honoured guest of Lord Ganflyn, I think I need to try harder." Kalia seethed and leaned forward. "What do you know of elven courtship, Lady Fritzina?" she asked, forcing a smile. "Nothing, I'm afraid, but I'm eager to learn. Please tell me." "It can be perilous at best," Kalia said darkly. "When a man declares himself as a suitor, the woman takes the responsibility to guard him from potential rivals, sometimes with deadly consequence." "Has someone made such a declaration to you, my dear?" Zena asked, as she slowly edged closer to Guy. "Perhaps, but I believe that would be a bit too personal to speak of around strangers." "Nonsense! We're all friends here," Zena replied. "Now, take young Guy, for example." She seemed unconcerned in the face of Kalia's growing anger. "For the sake of argument, suppose he made this declaration to you. How would you protect him from a rival?" "If I felt it was warranted, I would challenge that rival to single combat," she answered, feigning an innocent grin. "To the death." "I see," Zena said, smirking. "It's a good thing we don't do that here in Althata's. There would be duels in the street on a daily basis." "Such a declaration, made by anyone other than an elf, would be a first," Drantalis noted, very interested. "If that were to happen, it should be kept secret, even from the more enlightened of us." "Relax, Drantalis," Zena laughed. "We're just speaking hypothetically. Isn't that right, dear?" Kalia nodded and smiled sweetly. "Of course," she replied, staring into the woman's eyes. "But you're right, Drantalis. Such a thing would need to be kept secret." "What would be the repercussions if such a union were discovered?" Guy asked. "There was only one union between human and elf that we know of," Drantalis told him. "It was not well received by our people. Linus recently sent word that he discovered that a child came from the Union.
Really?
Xena exclaimed.
I wonder what the child looks like. And more to the point, I wonder how the other elves will react.
Giui and Kalia shot a glance at one another. Those that have been with us from the beginning will not think it's anything but a natural result of our interaction with humans, Drantilis explained. But there are those among us that still struggle with certain ideas. Elves such as Linus, who are revered among our people, must help them understand. The other two elves nodded in agreement. His word holds great weight with us and our kin. Of course, there are also many elves that would kill the offspring of such a union on sight.
Then let us hope she meets you first, Xena said, holding up her glass.
Yes, Drantilis agreed, tipping his glass against Xena's in a toast. Linus believes she represents hope for the future, and I, for one, agree. Xena turned toward Kalia.
My dear, I would speak to you alone, away from these fine gentlemen.
Regarding what? Kalia asked suspiciously.
Certainly not to fight to the death, she teased.
Kalia was not amused.
Please, let me make up for my earlier behavior. I know something you may want to hear.
She got up and held out her slender, gloved hand.
We won't be but a moment.
Kalia took Xena's hand and allowed herself to be led through the crowded tavern. Once they had left, Drantilis leaned closely toward Giui.
You play a dangerous game, young one, he whispered. If you caught an elf without full knowledge of our ways, you put both her and yourself in danger, especially if what I suspect is true. Did you say the words?
Giui was afraid to speak, as the three elves stared at him intently.
You have nothing to fear, the elf assured him. We have been here from the beginning and are not offended by your courtship, but please do not insult us with lies. The ancient words of declaration have definitely been spoken to Kalia. We can see it in her eyes and in her behavior. And unless I've missed the mark, I think it was you that spoke them. If you did, you need to hear what I have to say.
Giui took a deep breath.
I spoke the words.
The elves looked at one another gravely.
Then you have done a thing even elves haven't done since the time of the Great War. You've made the bond of courtship. It's a prelude to the joining. I don't understand, Giui said. When I spoke them, I didn't even know what I was saying. I know the traditions of your people can't be ignored, and I accept that, but I doubt she really intends to marry me.
Drantilis burst into laughter.
Tradition? Tradition has nothing to do with it. Has she told you nothing? My young friend, the words are meaningless unless spoken from the heart. That you spoke them without knowledge of their meaning tells me that the bond between you is unbreakable and possibly dangerous. Have you not noticed how things have changed between you? You can feel what the other feels, joy, fear, pain. All are shared until the time of the joining. Then what happens? Giui asked. Then your spirits become one in the same, until you both leave this life. She told me she has 1 year to accept, said Giui, and that if she rejects me, we're never to see one another again. What she told you is only part of it, Drantilis replied. When you spoke the declaration, her spirit attached itself to yours, bonding you together. You mean I forced this on her? Giui cried. Absolutely not. She wanted it, even if she didn't know it at the time. He chuckled and shook his head. If not, the bonding would have failed. As young as she is, I'm sure it came as a great shock. Giui remembered the terrified expression on Kalia's face when he had spoken the words. After a year, the bond will break if the joining is not made, Drantilis continued. But it is disastrous when the bond is broken, more so when the bond is as strong as yours seem to be. If the joining is not made, you will lose a part of your spirit. She wouldn't be able to look upon you because it would tear her apart. But should you complete the joining, you would be bound together forever, even in death."
"What?" Guy exclaimed.
"You mean—" "I mean if one should die, the other would soon follow," Drantilis told him somberly. "This is why the bonding is no longer done. The Great War caused many deaths, and their mates died along with them, leaving thousands of orphans. What troubles me is that when the bond is too strong, and the joining not completed, it can tear the spirit to shreds, leaving one empty and desolate. For an elf, such a fate is worse than death."
Guy put his head in his hands, his mind spinning. Drantilis reached over and squeezed his shoulder.
"Take heart," he said. "She is a fine elf, beautiful and fierce. Anyone, elf or human, would be fortunate to have such a mate." Just then Harlondo rejoined them by the fire. "Are you all right?" he asked Guy. "I'm fine," he replied weakly. "Come then," Harlondo beckoned. "I have something you must see." "If you will excuse me," Guy said, rising from his seat on the couch. "Return soon, young human," said Drantilis. "I have enjoyed your company." "I will," Guy promised, then followed Harlondo through the crowd to the corner of the room. "A man gave me this a moment ago, with instruction to give it to you," Harlondo said, handing Guy an envelope. "Who knows you're here?"
Guy felt a chill.
"No one," he said as he opened it and removed a small note from within. "I have your elf woman. Meet me 1 mile south of the city wall. There is a path. Follow it until you see a clearing. I will be waiting. Come alone, or the last thing she will feel is my knife sliding across her throat."
"Kalia!" Guy gasped.
"I saw her leave with Lady Fritzina a little while ago. She seemed well at the time, though not very happy."
"Did you see what direction they went?" Guy cried, grabbing him roughly by the shoulders.
"I'm sorry. I only saw that they walked out together."
Guy ran to the door, sending unwary patrons flying as he passed. The street was busy as Guy searched the crowd, hoping to see Kalia. "What has happened?" It was Drantilis' voice, coming from behind. He stood with his 2 companions, long knives drawn. "Where's Kalia?" Guy knew he had to think fast. The note said to come alone, and he wouldn't risk the elves insisting on coming with him.
"She left with Lady Zena," he said, trying to sound calm. "I think I upset her earlier."
Drantilis looked hard at Guy, and then sheathed his blade.
"Find her, then. There is nothing worse than an angry elven woman."
The others laughed heartily and turned back to the tavern. Guy sighed with relief. He checked his sword and bolted toward the city gate. Chapter 29. Lee and Dina's coach had just entered City Square when Dina called for the driver to stop.
"Wait here," she told Lee. "One of my people is near."
"How can you tell?"
"When we bond to the medallion, it gives us the ability to sense others of the Order when they're close by, so long as they're also wearing their medallion," she answered. "Give me a few minutes."
Lee waited, watching the people of Alphatas through the window. It pleased him to see that the darkness had not spread so far as to kill the spirit of such a great city. He thought of his childhood, when his father had brought him here for the first time. His home village was only a 5-day ride to the south. Once a year, his father made the journey to Alphatas to attend the annual meeting of the Fishermen's Guild. It was the month before he died that he took Lee along. His mother had said she wasn't up to the trip, and at first he was afraid he wouldn't be able to go. But his father looked at him and said, "A promise is a promise. Just be sure to do as you're told." Lee could remember how excited he had been, just him and his dad for the first time. His father had taken him on a walking tour of the city, even talking their way into one of the tall buildings, so that they could look out on the city from the balcony. He'd asked his father if they could come live in the city. His father had simply smiled and mussed his hair. It was the best time Lee could remember. Lee's musings were interrupted as the door to the coach opened, and Dina got in, followed by a grey-haired man in a plain tan shirt and trousers. "This is Urtik," Dina said in introduction. "One of my order. He needs to speak with you." Lee held out his hand, but Urtik simply scowled and sniffed.
"We know who you are, Starfinder," he said briskly, "and your presence is unwanted."
"That may be," Lee replied, withdrawing his hand. "But it's necessary. The Dark One moves, and I have with me the only hope for victory."
"You think that being the child of Sarav will save us?" he scoffed.
Lee was taken aback.
"Yes," Urtik laughed. "We know all about you. We followed your progress for years."
"Then why haven't you contacted me?" Lee asked with irritation. "Angrail is on the move. I would think you would gather allies where you can."
"I suppose you think that being half-god would be a boon to us, but you put us in danger simply by being here. The Dark Knight can sense your kind. If I bring you to the temple, it would endanger the lives of more than 100 men and women, not to mention risk the destruction of the one safe haven we still have."
"Safe haven?" Lee retorted. "There are no safe havens anymore. The evil is spreading as his power grows. He already has agents openly dwelling in the northern kingdoms, and it won't be long before they come under his rule. The dead rise from the earth, their souls forced into decaying bodies. His agents and soldiers have assaulted us less than 7 days east of here. All of this, and you dare speak of safe havens? How long do you think it will be before he finds your precious Valshara?"
"We know all of this," Urtik replied calmly. "If you think we have been idle, you're wrong. We haven't the power to face him openly. If you expose us too soon, then the last hope of regaining the sword will die with our destruction."
"You are not the last hope," Lee countered. "I have brought the last hope, and he is the only reason I have sought you out."
"Not another half-god," Urtik sneered. "Even 1,000 of your kind would not be able to defeat the Dark Knight. You truly don't understand the power he wields."
"No, not another half-god," Lee replied sarcastically.
He glanced at Dina, who nodded slowly.
"I have brought the only child born from the union of 2 gods."
Urtik laughed at first, then stopped.
"You're not serious. There is no such creature. We would have known."
"We did know," Dina said. "Or at least we knew there was something the Dark Knight was after, something he would do anything to get his hands on. Why else would the High Lady have sent word to be on the lookout for them?"
"She has her reasons, I'm sure," Urtik maintained. "But if you expect me to believe that you travel with a god, you have proof of this?"
"I have all the proof I need," Lee answered. "My kind can recognize each other by touch. I know what he is."
"Do you think the Dark Knight would go to all this trouble just to kill a half-god and his companions?" Dina asked flatly. "The Dark One is aware this god exists, and if he succeeds in killing him, then all hope is truly lost."
"If he is a god," Urtik began, "and I'm not saying he is, but if he is, then death cannot touch him."
"He was bound to Earth when he was a baby," Lee revealed. "How and why is still unknown, but it makes him very human in many ways. He is only now discovering his power. If the Dark Knight finds him before he's ready, then he'll kill him, or worse, capture him and break his mind."
Urtik looked hard at Lee, then got out of the coach.
"Is that how you expected it to go?" Lee asked.
"I was hoping for a bit better," Dina admitted, forcing a smile.
A moment later, Ertic returned.
"Take me to him," he demanded.
Lee told the driver to take them back to the Frog's Wishbone.
"How did you discover all this?"
Ertic inquired. Lee recounted the events leading up to the night when the Oracle's messenger entrusted him with Guy as an infant. He also told Ertic about his subsequent move to Sharpstone and Guy's upbringing in the Stedding household.
"I assume you've been training the lad?"
"I have," Lee replied, "along with Kalia."
"Kalia?"
"An elf woman we are travelling with," Dina explained.
Ertic rolled his eyes.
"Just how many of you are there?"
"4 now," she answered. "There were 6 when we began, but 2 are off on an important errand. They will be joining us as soon as they are able."
"You assume that anyone but the boy will be coming,"
Ertic said. Lee leaned forward. "You will find that the boy's companions will not abandon him. If your intention is to separate us, then you may as well get out now."
"Then you would sacrifice the fate of the world for your own selfish desires?"
"Think what you will," Lee retorted. "But so far you've given me no reason to leave the only hope this world has in your hands. All I've seen is arrogance and an unwarranted, self-important attitude that makes me think coming to you may have been a mistake." Ertic glared at Lee. The tension was palpable.
"Ertic,"
Dina soothed, trying to calm things down.
"Lee has watched over Guy for 17 years, sacrificing everything in the process. You can't think he would just leave him and move on. Besides, I doubt Guy will go anywhere without his friends. He can be very stubborn."
Ertic pursed his lips and grunted.
"I suppose the elf will want to come as well. That should be interesting."
"I would watch what you say when you meet Kalia," Lee warned. "She has something of a temper."
"I'm not surprised,"
Ertic replied under his breath. Lee told Ertic and Dina to wait in the carriage when they arrived at the Frog's Wishbone, and went inside to look for Guy. The tavern was still crowded as Lee pushed his way through the throngs. He could see no trace of either Guy or Kalia. Finally, Lee tracked down the barmaid who had served them during dinner and asked her if she'd seen Guy.
"Oh, yes," she told him. "He and the elf woman were talking to Drantalis last I saw."
She pointed to where Drantalis and his 2 friends were still sitting near the fireplace. Lee thanked her for her help and made his way over to the elf. "Yes," Drantalis replied, when Lee asked the group if they had seen Guy. "Kalia left with Lady Fritzina. The boy seemed to think she was upset with him and went after her. I haven't seen them since." "Do you know Harlondo?" Lee asked. "Yes, he left about the same time as the boy." "Probably went back to the manor," Lee thought as he returned to the carriage. Once back at Lord Ganflin's manor, Lee and Dina scoured the house, but Guy was nowhere to be found. Martin informed them that no one had returned since they had all left together.
"Where do you think they are?"
Dina asked Lee. "Harlondo probably offered to show them a bit of the city," he guessed. "We'll give them some time before we start to worry."
"I can see how well protected he is,"
Ertic sneered. "Watch it," Lee warned. "I'm not beyond throwing you into the street. He may be young, but the boy is very capable." Dina frowned, placing her hands on her hips.
"I refuse to listen to the 2 of you squabble," she said. "We have no choice but to wait, unless you intend to start scouring the city. But if you refuse to be civil, you can both wait in separate rooms. At least that way I won't have to listen to your childish bickering."
Lee and Ertic looked like 2 scolded children.
"Of course you're right, sister,"
Ertic offered, holding out his hand to Lee.
"I apologize."
"As do I," Lee said, taking the man's hand. "Now, let's put this behind us and wait in the parlour. I'll have Martin bring us some wine." Dina showed Ertic upstairs to the parlour. Lee joined them a few minutes later, followed by Martin, who carried a tray of glasses and a bottle of good wine.
"Tell me about Guy,"
Ertic requested. How old is he?" 17, Lee replied. "But you'd never know by looking at him."
17,
Urtik repeated softly.
so young.
Yes, but he has shown great maturity, Dina pointed out. It's easy to forget how young he really is.
"He has shown discipline during his training as well," Lee added. "That comes from his father, I suspect. The man who raised him was an exceptional person. It's why I chose him."
"Do you know who his real father is?"
Urtik asked.
"I have my suspicions," Lee said. "He draws massive strength from the earth, so I think his father must be Gareth, but I can't be certain. As for his mother, I don't have a clue. Maybe someone at your temple will have a way to find out for sure."
Urtik scratched his chin.
"Possibly. It would certainly be helpful if we knew. It's still hard to imagine a god here on Earth."
"I know," Lee agreed. "But once you get to know him, you'll see that he's in fact very human."
Urtik opened his mouth to reply, but suddenly the whole house began to shake violently, as if struck by an earthquake. Pictures fell from the wall, and the sound of breaking glass echoed through the halls. Lee grabbed Dina, protecting her body with his. After a few seconds, the shaking stopped.
"What was that?"
Urtik cried. Lee ran downstairs and out the front door as Dina and Urtik followed closely behind. People on the streets were screaming and crying with fear. The front gate had come loose from its hinges, and the gatekeeper was still crouched down on the walkway.
"It's Gooey,"
Lee said, his voice filled with fear.
"I know it. He's the only one who could cause this."
"We must find him before he brings down the whole city,"
Urtik said in a panic. "Can you tell where it came from?" Dina asked.
"No," Lee replied. "But if it's inside the walls, he will be easy to find. Wait here until I return."
Lee ran off as fast as his legs could carry him. As anxious as he was to find Gooey, he was also afraid of what he might find when he did. If Gooey had let loose that kind of power inside the city, the devastation would be unimaginable. Chapter 30. Gooey found the trail just south of the city wall. The trees were sparse and thin, but the light of the full moon offered ample shadows in which to hide. He unsheathed his sword and made his way south, keeping a few yards off the trail. He tried to stretch out his senses, but the roar of the nearby city drowned everything out. The trail itself provided little help. It was too frequently travelled for him to make out any distinct tracks. As he approached the clearing, he could see the light of several torches burning brightly. "No way to approach unseen," he thought. "Whoever this is either knows I've been trained, or they got lucky." The clearing was about 100 feet in diameter, and torches had been placed at its edge in 6-foot intervals. In the centre, he saw Kalia, gagged and on her knees, bound at the wrists and ankles. Lady Fritzina stood next to her with a vicious-looking dagger in her hand. "What's the meaning of this?" Gooey yelled, stepping into the clearing. Kalia looked unhurt, though anger burned in her eyes. "So fierce," Fritzina laughed. "No wonder the master wants you taken care of." "Release her, and I will let you live," he offered, taking a step forward with his sword still drawn. "Stop there, my handsome peasant," she warned, holding her dagger close to Kalia's throat. "Or I might just have to bleed this elf." She looked down at Kalia with contempt. "She loves you, you know." "What is it you want?" Gooey asked through his teeth. "Don't you want to tell her you love her too?" Fritzina replied, ignoring Gooey's question. "Just once, before you watch her die?" "If you hurt her, I swear you'll beg me to kill you," he roared. "You don't think you can run from me, do you?" "Run?" she repeated, amused. "It is you who should have run." She pressed the blade against Kalia's throat. Gooey saw a trickle of blood fall down her neck. "Wait!" Guy cried. "Just tell me what you want."
"Lady Fritzina," came a voice from just beyond the clearing. "Enough!"
Guy turned toward the voice. "You?" he said, his voice a mixture of confusion and rage. Harlondo stepped from the shadows. His voice was now deep and menacing, rather than high and feminine, and he held a curved sabre on his hand.
"Take the elf just outside the clearing," he commanded Lady Fritzina. "Do nothing until this is over. Then," he said, waving his hand carelessly, "you may do whatever you like with her."
Lady Fritzina grinned fiendishly. She grabbed Kalia by her hair and pulled her across the clearing to its edge. Guy jumped forward in response, but the dagger in the woman's hand held him at bay. He wouldn't risk it, at least not yet.
"I see you're every bit as stupid as I'd hoped," Harlondo said. "It's a marvel you've made it this far, even with that idiot Starfinder helping you."
"Why are you doing this?" Guy asked. Gripping his sword tightly, he could feel it coming alive in his hand, drawing in the power of the earth around him.
"Why?" he replied scornfully. "Because you weren't wise enough to join the Master when you had a chance. Not that I ever thought it was a good idea to let you in the first place."
"Let Kalia go and I'll come with you."
Harlondo laughed. "It's far too late for that. Besides, I'd rather you were dead. The last thing I want is more competition. We don't need your help to win. The Master is nearly at his full strength, and with you gone, there will be no one nearly powerful enough to challenge us."
"If you hurt her, I swear you'll pay with your life," Guy warned, his tone dark. "You have no idea what you're getting yourself into."
"She will not be harmed until after I've killed you," Harlondo promised. "Actually, you have Lady Fritzina to thank for that. She wants her to watch you die."
Guy grinned wickedly as he allowed the power of the earth to flow through him. "I look forward to gutting you, then her, then Lord Ganflin, just for good measure."
"Ganflin?" he chuckled. "That fool knows nothing about this. We have agents in key positions everywhere, even in your beloved Sharpstone. Ganflin provides access for me, nothing more. He's too damned thick to serve the Master. In fact, I think I may make him my slave as a reward for killing you."
He stepped forward menacingly.
"Speaking of which—"
Harlondo's left hand shot out. Guy barely had time to react as a small knife whizzed by his head.
"Not bad," Harlondo said with approval. "I was afraid this would be too easy to be proud of."
Guy let the pulse of the earth flow through him even more until it was like a raging river. Time began to slow, just as it had when he had fought the soldiers. He leapt forward, slashing down at Harlondo's head, but the man moved easily away. Guy stared at him in shock for a moment, then attacked again. Over and over, his sword found empty air as Harlondo countered with virtually no effort. Guy had seen only one man move like that. "You're a—"
"Yes," Harlondo interrupted, smiling. "You didn't think Lee Starfinder was the only one, did you? But it's worse than that, boy. The Master has empowered me with energy from the Sword of Truth itself."
Guy felt his confidence drain.
"Don't feel too bad. You're not the first to underestimate me. Once I'm finished with you, I'll find the rest of your friends, and make sure you're not the last."
Guy filled with rage at the thought of his friends falling to this demon. He ran headlong at Harlondo and thrust his sword at his belly, but Harlondo twisted and stepped away, bringing his own sword down. Guy felt searing pain as the blade cut deep across the back of his shoulder. He spun around, sword extended. Harlondo ducked, and again his blade found Guy's flesh, this time slashing open his upper thigh. Guy backed away as Harlondo pressed the attack. He tried to block the onslaught, but Harlondo was too fast. Again and again, Harlondo's sword cut deep, opening new wounds.
Blood soaked Gewey's clothes, and the wounds on his arms and shoulder made his sword feel heavy and awkward. His legs throbbed and shook with pain. He felt weak with blood loss, and could hardly hold on to his sword as Harlondo came in for another attack. This time, Gewey was barely able to duck in time to keep his head on his shoulders. The blade sliced the top of his scalp, sending him tumbling to the ground. He rolled back, then stumbled to his feet.
"Why prolong the inevitable?" Harlondo asked. "You have fought well. Let me end your pain."
Gewey glared at Harlondo and squared his shoulders. He looked to the edge of the clearing and saw Kalia, tears streaming down her face. "I'm sorry," he thought. Kalia's eyes filled with sadness, as though she had heard him.
"Still some fight in you, eh?" Harlondo laughed. "Good."
In a flash, he was on Gewey again. This time Gewey was able to fend off the blade, but Harlondo closed in and smashed the hilt into the side of Gewey's head. Gewey fell to the ground, dazed, blood pouring into his eyes and mouth. His surroundings began to feel dull and distant, and he wondered if this could really be the end. He attempted to stand up, but Harlondo merely laughed and kicked him back to the ground. Harlondo stood over him with a satisfied smile.
"And so ends the only child of heaven," he mocked. "I'll send your regards to your friends, starting with that one over there."
"Don't give up." Gewey could suddenly hear Kalia's voice, clear as day, in his mind. "Don't make me watch you die." Pain and desperation filled Gewey's heart as Harlondo raised his sword for the final stroke. Suddenly, the earth erupted and the ground shook violently. Harlondo's eyes shot wide as the ground exploded, sending both men flying. The last thing Gewey saw, before darkness took him, was the ravaged body of his enemy lying next to him. "This is a good death," he thought, as the world around him faded to black. Gewey smiled with relief and let himself fade into the darkness. Lady Fritzina struggled to her feet. In front of her was a crater 10 feet wide and 3 feet deep. The mangled body of Harlondo lay a few feet away from her, alongside a pale and lifeless Gewey. She stared at the scene in horror. Kalia lay on the ground next to her, struggling against her bonds. She picked up her dagger and pulled Kalia to her knees. "I could kill you," Fritzina warned. Her voice trembled with fear and shock. "But if you promise that your friends will leave me alone, I will let you live." She pulled off Kalia's gag. "Swear to it." "I swear none of my companions will touch you," she said, her voice dripping with malice. Lady Fritzina slowly backed away, then took off into the night. Kalia struggled to her feet and hopped to where Gewey's sword lay, working the rope that held her against the blade. Once her bonds were cut, she ran to where Gewey lay. She put her hands on his face and closed his eyes. His life force was faint and fading. She put his sword in its sheath and attached it to her belt, ignoring the searing pain it caused as it touched her skin. Tears fell down her cheeks as she pulled his body upright. Using all of her strength, she threw him over her shoulder. The mile-long walk back to the city gate seemed to take a lifetime as she felt Gewey getting weaker. By the time she arrived, he was barely breathing. The city was in turmoil. The guard post was empty, and the gate had been left open. Kalia found an abandoned wagon and put Gewey in the back. Panic in the streets made it difficult to maneuver, but eventually she arrived at Lord Ganflin's manor. The gatekeeper was trying to fix the broken gate when Kalia jumped from the wagon. "Help me!" she commanded. The gatekeeper looked in the wagon and gasped. "Was he hurt in the earthquake?" "Are you deaf?" she screamed. "I said help me!" The gatekeeper flinched, but obeyed. They hadn't gone more than a few feet when Dina and Ertik came running from the house. They gingerly lifted Gewey from the wagon and rushed him inside. As soon as Martin saw what they were doing, he directed them to a nearby study where they laid Gewey down on a couch.
Kalia knelt down beside him, holding his hand.
"Get me something to make bandages," she cried. "I must stop the bleeding."
Martin went to a closet and retrieved a linen sheet. Kalia began to tear it into strips and bind Gui's wounds.
"I'll fetch a healer right away,"
Martin said, bolting from the room.
"What happened?" Dina asked. "Who did this?"
"It was Harlondo," Kalia told her. "He is an agent of the Dark Knight."
"Where is he now?"
"Dead," Kalia answered.
"Are you sure?"
Urtik asked. Kalia shot to her feet, suddenly noticing the new face among them.
"Who are you?"
she demanded.
"It's all right,"
Dina assured her.
"He's a member of my order. He's here to help."
Kalia looked at him for a moment. "Do you have skills as a healer?"
"No, but if we can get him to Valshara, there are those that can help him. We have the best healers that have ever lived."
"How far is it?" Kalia asked as she knelt back beside Gui.
"We can be there in 2 days," Urtik replied.
"We leave as soon as the local healer arrives. Go get the carriage ready."
"We should wait until he's been treated," Urtik advised. "That will take time."
"No need," Kalia replied. "Whoever Martin brings will be coming with us." She brushed back Gui's hair. "She can treat him on the way."
"Kalia," Dina said, "we should—"
"I said get the carriage ready!" Kalia yelled, cutting her off.
"Now!"
Dina nodded and left the room. Urtik followed. A few minutes later, Lee came running in. He saw Kalia kneeling down at Gui's side, her eyes closed.
"How is he?"
he asked softly.
"He lives,"
Kalia answered, "but not for long if he doesn't get help."
"Dina said a healer is coming. She also told me you plan to take him to Valshara tonight."
Kalia nodded. Lee stood there for a long moment, considering.
"You need to tell me exactly what happened. I'm sorry, but I need to know before we leave."
Kalia recounted what happened. She was unable to hold back her tears when she told him of the fight between Gui and Harlondo.
"Then I should make ready," Lee said, once she finished. "Harlondo may be dead, but there's no guarantee he's alone. I'll gather your things as well. Don't worry, he's strong. He'll make it."
"Thank you,"
Kalia said, wiping her tears. When the healer arrived, she told everyone to get out. Kalia resisted, but Lee assured her it was for the best.
"I need to treat his wounds before he is moved," the healer explained. "Otherwise the wounds may open on the road and he'll bleed to death. How he's alive now, I have no idea. But don't worry. I won't leave him until he is stable."
"Then you will accompany us," Kalia said flatly. "We leave in 2 hours."
"You're joking, of course,"
she said, not amused. Lee reached into his belt and pulled out a pouch.
"This should compensate you adequately," he said, handing her 4 gold coins.
The woman stared at Lee and then the gold.
"Well, then, my name is Esmeriel, from the Temple of Helenasia, goddess of healing and knowledge, and I am at your service."
She bowed.
"Now, get out."
Lee, Dina, and Kalia waited just outside while Esmeriel went to work. Urtik left for his home to gather his belongings.
"It must have taken great strength to carry him to the city gates," Lee remarked. "Let me find you a chair. You must be exhausted."
"I don't need to sit,"
Kalia said, as she anxiously paced back and forth.
"Please,"
Dina said, grabbing Kalia's hands. Kalia winced in pain. Dina saw the burns made by Gui's sword.
"It's nothing,"
Kalia said sharply, shaking herself free of Dina's grip.
"I'll be fine." "It's not nothing," Dina replied, then turned toward Martin. "Please bring us some water so that we can get her cleaned up."
Lee brought a chair from the next room, and Dina sat Kalia down to clean the dirt and grime from her burns.
"How will you be travelling, my lord?" Martin inquired. "Should I ready your horses?"
Lee thought for a moment, then nodded.
"Yes,
Guy, Sister Esmuriel, and I will ride in the carriage. Urtic can take my horse for now. The one remaining will stay here until it can be sent back to Lord Bruin."
Martin nodded curtly and left.
"How were you captured?"
Lee asked Kalia. Kalia scowled. "She must have had something on her gloves. She took my hand just before she led me outside. By the time I got to the door, I could barely stand. The next thing I remember is lying on the ground, bound and gagged, in a clearing." Lee nodded and put his hand on her shoulder.
"It's not your fault. It could have easily been Dina or me. You couldn't have seen this coming."
"I should have," she spat, shrugging off his hand. "The bond between Guy and me has blinded me."
"That bond is what gave you the strength to save him," Lee said. "While I don't understand elf ways, I do know that with injuries like those, Guy should be dead right now. And if it wasn't for you, he wouldn't have made it."
"If it wasn't for me, he would never have been there in the first place," Kalia shot back. "They used me to get to him."
"Don't be foolish," Lee scolded. "They would have found another way. We are lucky that you were there to help him. If he had been alone, he would still be out there, probably dead by now."
Kalia looked up. "It won't happen again," she said with determination. "He will never have to fight alone ever again."
"I understand," Lee said. "But still you must not blame yourself for what happened. What's done is done. All we can do now is hope he'll recover."
Dina finished cleaning Kalia's wounds. "Please don't get up. We need you strong if we're leaving tonight."
"No doubt," Lee agreed. "If Harlondo wasn't alone, we may have another fight ahead of us."
Hours ticked by as Esmuriel tended to Guy. Kalia checked on her progress several times, but the woman kept telling her to leave her alone to work. Finally, the door opened. The healer stood in the doorway and sighed heavily. "How he still lives, I can't imagine," she said. "I've never seen a man as injured as that, who didn't bleed to death."
"Will he live?"
asked Lee. "I don't think so," she replied somberly. "He's beyond my skills to heal. I would say that I managed to stop the bleeding, but I don't see how he has any blood left. I'm sorry." "We're moving him to the carriage," Kalia instructed. "Now! You will ride with him, healer." "My dear," Esmuriel said gently, "there is no hope. It's just a matter of time now." Kalia stepped menacingly toward the woman. "I said now." "As you wish," the healer replied. "I will try my best to help him."
"Is Urtic back?" Lee asked.
"I am,"
Urtic replied as he walked in.
"I was just getting the horses ready. All our things are packed."
Lee gave Martin a letter.
"Give this to Lord Ganflyn," he said. "It will explain everything. I will send his carriage back as soon as possible."
Martin nodded and put the letter in his pocket.
"May the gods keep you, especially your young friend."
They carefully lifted Guy and brought him to the waiting carriage. His skin was pale, and he looked as though life had already left him. Lee climbed into the driver's seat and took the reins.
"If anything happens, stay close," Lee advised the group. "We will not stop until morning. Urtic will take the lead once we're outside the gates."
Without another word, Lee snapped the reins, and the horses bolted forward. The gate was still open when they approached. They ignored the guards that were motioning them to halt, nearly running them down as they passed. Screams of alarm faded as Urtic led them west toward the abyss.
"By the gods!"
screamed Esmuriel.
"You'll get us killed!"
Lee ignored her and pushed the horses to move faster. Time was running out. Somehow he could feel it. If they didn't get to Valshara soon, all would be lost. Chapter 31. The landscape flew by in a blur as they raced into the night. Urtik led them west for 10 miles, then north along a less travelled road. They kept going until an hour before dawn, when Lee called for a halt. "Why are we stopping?" Kalia demanded.
"The horse you ride could keep running for much longer, but if the ones pulling the carriage give out, we're in trouble," Lee answered. "We need to rest them for a while."
"And I need to check the boy's wounds," added Esmeriel. "And I can't do that when he's being jostled about." Kalia grumbled angrily. 1 hour, then we move on."
"You heard her,"
Lee told the group.
1 hour, so rest while you can."
"Kalia, my dear," said Esmeriel, "I need your assistance." Kalia jumped into the carriage without hesitation. The healer told her to hand her dressings and a sweet-smelling salve. "This should help keep the wounds closed," she explained. "If you would, I could use your help when we stop. I don't know what's keeping him alive, but I believe that the power of love and prayer heals. It's obvious you care deeply for him. I see it in the way you look at him. Your love for him is giving him strength somehow." Kalia stared down at Gui's ghostly face. He looked peaceful, as if merely resting. Esmeriel touched Kalia's hand. "I'm sorry for not giving you more hope back at the manor, but I spoke truth. Now I'm starting to believe you won't allow him to die. Take comfort and stay strong for him." "You are kind," Kalia said. "But you were right not to give false hope. I am bonded to Gui in a way I am too inexperienced to fully understand, and I feel him fading." "Bonded? How?" she asked in a whisper. "Tell me, my dear. I will keep it to myself." "He spoke the ancient words of my ancestors to me, and my spirit reached out and joined with his. He is a part of me in a way you couldn't understand. Even I don't fully comprehend it." "Then perhaps your bond is helping him hold on," said Esmeriel. "I have no other way to explain it, but you should be grateful for it." Kalia squeezed the woman's hand. "I pray you're right. Thank you." By the time they finished tending Gui's wounds, it was time to move on again.
"We are heading north until we reach the stone of the tower," Urtik told them as he mounted his horse. "Once we get there, stay close. The road that leads to the temple is hidden and winds through a labyrinth of jagged rocks."
They hurried on, only stopping when they had to rest the horses. Kalia rode close to the carriage and assisted Esmeriel at every stop.
"You should try and sleep, sister,"
Lee told the healer.
"There's room in the carriage for you to lie down."
"Not until we reach this temple of yours," Esmeriel replied stubbornly. "Is it really the temple of Valshara?"
"It is,"
Lee assured her. "It's said that within the order of Amon Dale there is knowledge of healing unknown to anyone else. To think I may get the chance to watch them and learn."
"You keep him alive, and I'll see to it you will," Urtik promised. "Perhaps I can even arrange for you to stay on for a while."
Esmeriel's eyes brightened. "That would be a dream come true," she replied. "The things I could learn there, the knowledge I could pass on to my order." Esmeriel worked with renewed vigor. "Don't worry. If it means I have to stay awake for a week, he'll be alive when we get there." It was dusk when they saw the silhouette of the stone of the tower in the distance. It was flat at the top and stood 50 feet tall. The sides were smooth and round, as if they had been carved by a stoneworker of unimaginable skill. "What a strange sight to see on the plains," Esmeriel remarked as they came near.
"Legend says it was carved by Hephaestus, the god of fire, as a present for his wife Islysima," said Lee. "It was once covered in gold and jewels, but Dantinos, god of the dead, coveted Islysima and told his followers to strip it bare. Only the stone remains."
Urtik smiled.
"Your knowledge of lore is impressive, Starfinder."
"My library is extensive," Lee replied, "and life in a small village gives me a lot of time to read." When they reached the stone, Urtik called for a halt and began searching for the trail.
"It's been some time since I've been here, and this way is rarely used."
He returned after about 10 minutes and led them around the far side of the tower, toward what appeared to be nothing but a pile of loose rocks. As they approached, they could see that the rocks staggered and turned, revealing a well-disguised trail.
"We'll need to lead our horses for a while," Urtik instructed. "About 2 miles from here the path gets easier. We should be at the temple by dawn."
When they finally arrived at Valshara, they came upon a natural stone archway that served as the entrance to the temple. 2 men in black robes stood at the threshold, each wearing a sword. Urtik halted and got off his horse.
"Stay here until I call you over," he told them. "We're unaccustomed to visitors."
He walked over to the men and talked to them for several minutes. Finally, he motioned for the rest to approach.
"You must leave your weapons," said one of the robed men.
Lee and Kalia removed their weapons and handed them over. Dina retrieved Gyui's sword and kept it with her.
"I must show this to the High Lady," she explained.
"Then Urtik must carry it, novice," the man growled. "And you must surrender your arms as well."
Dina nodded and handed the sword to Urtik, then removed her dagger. The man motioned for them to continue. Once past the entrance, a broad stone path led up an incline to a large wooden door. The walls of the temple were plain grey stone and 20 feet tall, extending for several hundred yards in either direction. Urtik pulled a rope that hung from the top of the door, and a bell echoed loudly in response. Moments later, the doors slowly swung open, revealing a massive courtyard. Multicoloured slate formed a walkway around the outer edge of the yard, enclosing an inner yard of well-manicured grass. In the centre stood an 8-foot-tall golden sword, its point buried deep into a marble slab. On either side of the courtyard were covered walkways that led deeper into the temple grounds, and at the rear was another double door, nearly as large as the first. There were at least a dozen men and women walking about the yard. None of them wore ceremonial dress or anything else that might indicate they were part of a temple, and all of them stopped and stared at the newcomers suspiciously. From the far left corner, a young woman began walking rapidly toward them. She went directly to the coach without saying a word to the rest of them, and looked carefully at Gyui.
"You're a healer?"
she asked Esmeriel.
"I am,"
Esmeriel replied.
"You two,"
the woman said, pointing to Urtik and Lee.
"When the stretcher arrives, bring him to the healing chamber. You do remember the way, don't you, Urtik?"
Urtik nodded, trying to hide his embarrassment.
"I haven't been away that long."
The woman harumphed, unimpressed. A moment later, a young boy came running across the yard with a stretcher on his back. Lee and Urtik carefully placed Gyui on the stretcher and followed as the woman strode off. It only took a few seconds for them to lose sight of her, but Urtik did in fact know the way.
"How did she know about the boy?"
asked Esmeriel.
"She walked straight to him."
"Many of our healers can feel when someone is sick or injured," Urtik replied. "Wilhelmina is extremely sensitive. I'm sure she has had them preparing from the moment we got to the archway."
"Amazing,"
she whispered. Urtik led them through a series of stone hallways to an open door. Inside was a bed, several tables with various bottles and plants, and a stone basin in the centre. 3 women were busy at the tables preparing medicine, while Wilhelmina waited by the bed.
"Lay him down,"
she directed.
"Then Urtik will show you to your quarters. The sister that has been tending the boy will stay and help."
Lee and Urtik put Gyui on the bed and began to leave, but Kalia refused to go.
"I will not leave him,"
she said defiantly.
"My dear, you must,"
Wilhelmina said with a much softer tone.
"The High Lady of Valshara herself will be here in a moment to personally tend to him. She has commanded that you all be removed until it's over.
He could not be in better care anywhere in the world, I promise."
Kalia stood silent for a moment, looking at Gui's nearly lifeless body, and then lowered her head. "Please tell me the moment you know something," she pleaded. "You shall be the first," Wilhelmina promised, placing her hand over her heart. Lee stepped forward. "Before you attempt to heal him, there's something you must know. Guy isn't an ordinary human. In fact, he's not really human at all. He's a god." Wilhelmina looked at him, her eyes skeptical and slightly amused. "If you mean he's like you, then you needn't worry. Treating a half-god is no different than treating a typical human." "That's not what I'm saying," Lee insisted. "He isn't half anything." The realization of what Lee was saying struck her. "I see. Are you certain?" "I am," Lee replied. "There is no doubt." Wilhelmina looked thoughtful for a moment, then said, "I will inform the High Lady. Now, if you would please go, we have work to do." Urtik led them to a large, empty den with several couches and chairs angled around a lit fireplace. "Please, sit and rest while I attend to your quarters." They sat in silence until a young woman in a blue house-dress entered, giving them each a cup of honeyed water. "No one wears robes here?" Lee asked, once the girl had left. "Only during certain ceremonies," Dina replied. "Our order is very informal when it comes to things like that. Only the guards wear robes at all times." "The High Priestess," Kalia said pensively. "She is a skilled healer?" "She is most skilled among us," Dina replied. "However, you should refer to her as High Lady. We have no priests or priestesses. The order does not centre on rank as much as others do. After you advance past novice, you become either a cleric or a knight, but there's nothing above that, save the High Lady. A knight trains as a guardian of the order. They are among the finest warriors in the world. If you achieve the rank of cleric, you choose a focus of study that you spend the rest of your days trying to perfect. For example, I intend to become a temple historian." "What does a historian do here?" Lee inquired. "They travel to different cities, towns, or temples to observe and record events as they unfold." "Sounds like an enjoyable life," Lee said with approval. "Yes," she agreed, a touch of sadness entering her voice. "But with the way things have turned out, I doubt it will ever be." "Why would you say that?" Kalia asked, trying to keep her mind off Guy. "You are part of one of the greatest stories in known history. Who better to record and tell about it?" "When Guy and I met Felsafel and stayed in his house, he woke me in the middle of the night and told me a different story," Dina said. "He said that as a child of two worlds, I would have to sacrifice myself to make the world whole again. Of course, he said it in his odd little way, but there was no mistaking the intent." "Mind his words," Kalia advised. "They do not always mean what they seem to. As I told Guy—" She paused, wincing slightly upon saying his name. "He is dangerous, and you risk great peril if you take his words at face value. You may yet have the life you want." Dina smiled. "Thank you, Kalia. I hope we all get the life that we want." When Urtik returned, he escorted them down the hall and showed them each their rooms. The rooms were plainly furnished, with a bed, a small table, and a chair. A wash-basin with hot water sat in one corner of the room, and their belongings had been placed in another. "Once you've rested and washed, you may wander freely, with the exception of the healing chamber," Urtik told them. "If you need me, I'll be in the den, awaiting word of Guy." "I think we'll all be joining you shortly," Lee informed him. Dina and Kalia nodded in agreement. Lee was the first to return to the den. Urtik was sitting in a chair by the fire, thumbing through a leather-bound book, humming to himself. When he saw Lee,
He sat the book on the arm of the chair and gestured for Lee to sit across from him.
"You look cleaner,"
Urtik noted.
"though I'd wager you must be exhausted."
"My kind doesn't tire very easily," Lee replied.
"Yes, I forgot,"
Urtik said thoughtfully.
"It must be quite a burden."
"Why would you think that?"
"Such strength and power breeds jealousy. Hiding who one is all the time can't be easy."
"It can be tiresome," Lee admitted. "But I have Millet. He's been with me a long time, and he shares my secret. It makes it easier to have someone like him with me."
"He sounds like a good friend. Where is he now?"
"On his way to Hazra to take my wife and child out of the city," Lee answered. "With the dark night on the move, I couldn't risk leaving them so close to his borders."
"Hazra,"
Urtik repeated, suddenly looking troubled.
"How long ago did he leave?"
"More than a week now. He should be there in about 2 more weeks. Why? Do you know something?"
"I got word that Angrail now has dominion in Hazra. Whether the city was sacked or they surrendered, I don't know. But your friend is walking straight into the heart of the Dark Knight's power."
Lee closed his eyes tight, trying to still his mind. "Can you send word to Hazra?" asked Lee. His voice was unsteady. "Do you have a messenger flock that travels there?"
"I'm sorry," Urtik replied regretfully. "Your friend will arrive well ahead of any message I could send. Still, I will try."
"Thank you. I need to have Lady Nalthane and her son evacuated from Hazra and taken to the city of Danturi. It's a small oasis in the eastern desert. Tell them to mention Millet if she questions the truth of the message. I will pay anything it costs, 10 times over, if they are brought safely there."
"Payment is not necessary,"
Urtik assured him.
"I will send the message now. There are no messenger flocks between here and there, so the message will have to be carried much of the way by members of the Order. Still, I shall see to it at once."
Urtik got up and hurried away. Lee sat there, holding his head in his hands, as Kalia and Dina entered. "What's wrong?" Kalia asked as she took a seat next to Lee. Dina followed close behind. Lee told them what Urtik had said.
"Millet will get them out,"
Dina said, confident.
"I know he will."
"I hope you're right," he replied.
"Millet is wise and capable," Kalia added. "Much more than any other human I've met thus far. If there is an army guarding the door, he will find a way to get past them."
"You're right, of course," he agreed. "It's just the feeling of helplessness I can't stand."
"Believe me, I understand," said Kalia.
Lee looked at her and nodded knowingly. After an hour, Urtik returned.
"I sent your message. I also sent word to Danturi to be on the lookout for them."
"I'm in your debt," Lee said graciously.
"Not at all," Urtik replied. "You have done us quite a service."
"There's something else you should know," Lee said. "I believe I have the Book of Souls in my possession."
Urtik froze. "Where is it?"
"In my room. I was hoping someone here would know what to do with it."
"Are you sure that's what it is?" he asked.
"Not completely," Lee answered. "But from what we've learned, we're as certain as we can be."
Urtik clapped his hands. "That is news. We must tell the High Lady when she has finished with your friend. She will be overjoyed."
"If she can heal Gui, she can have it," said Lee.
"It will be some time before we know if he will heal," said a voice from the doorway.
It was Wilhelmina. They all stood up.
"What's happening?"
Kalia asked anxiously.
"Will he live?"
Wilhelmina sighed heavily.
"He has been struck by the power of the Sword of Truth. If it had been the sword itself, it would have destroyed him. Thankfully, it was not. We have removed the energy that prevented his body from healing, but it has left him near death. He may not recover. He's a god, Kalia cried. He will not die. Wilhelmina stared at Kalia for a moment. God or no, he is in mortal form. But he is strong, stronger than any I've seen. Now that the bite of the sword's power has been removed, his body may heal on its own. But I'm more concerned with his spirit.
What do you mean? Lee asked.
His spirit wanders, she answered, and it has not found its way back. Can you help him? Kalia asked desperately. We are trying, Wilhelmina assured her. But if he's a god, as you say, it explains our inability to reach him. His spirit would be different from our own, and we have no way to call out to him. Even if we did, we wouldn't know how to guide him back. The places he goes, we have never been. I can find him, Kalia said firmly. I know you think that, she said softly. And I know as an elf you have tremendous strength of spirit. It's a wonderful trait of your kind. But he is not an elf. It seems his spirit travels in realms where mortals cannot go. My spirit is bound to his, she contended. Even now I feel him. If he needs a guide, then I am the only one.
She speaks the truth, Lee affirmed. They were bound together by words in the ancient language. I have no doubt she is his only hope.
Wilhelmina thought for a moment. Come with me, then. I will take you to him. You may sit next to him and reach out as you can. Kalia nodded and followed her to the healing chamber. Urtik stretched his arms and yawned.
I need rest, he said reluctantly. I hate sleeping before nightfall, but I think tonight I'll manage to sleep until dawn.
He slowly rose, grunting with each movement, and walked out. As Urtik made his exit, a young girl entered. Lord Starfinder, she asked, the High Lady would like to speak with you before you retire. Lee looked at Dina. I'll be fine, Dina told him. I think I'll walk around for a bit and maybe get something to eat. Lee nodded and followed the young girl out of the room and down the hallway. Lee was amazed by the sheer size of the place. He remembered Urtik saying there were about 100 people here, but from the look of it, 5 times that number could live comfortably. They passed at least 3 dining halls and several libraries as they walked, in addition to recreation and training areas. Most of the walls were bare, aside from several elaborate tapestries and etchings near the libraries. At the end of a long hall, the girl stopped in front of a plain wooden door. Please go right in. She's waiting. Lee thanked the girl and opened the door. Inside he saw a small study with a nicely carved wooden desk with papers scattered about it. There were a few shelves and cabinets along the wall, and brass lanterns hung in the corners. All in all, there was almost nothing to indicate that this was the office of a leader of one of the most ancient orders in existence. The chair at the desk was facing away from the door, but Lee could tell someone was there.
"High Lady," Lee said. "You asked to speak to me."
There was a long pause.
"I've wondered what I would say to you when the time came," said the High Lady, still facing the wall.
Her voice sounded strangely familiar.
"Now that you're here, I just don't know."
Lee was both puzzled and troubled by the High Lady's words. Trying not to let his confusion show in his voice, he said,
"I would like to thank you for what you are doing for Guy and for the rest of us. I am deeply grateful."
"Are you?" she asked. "I wouldn't be so quick to give me your gratitude."
The High Lady then stood and faced Lee. He staggered back in shock. She was older and greyed, but there was no mistaking her.
"You," he whispered. "How are you here? I spent years looking for you, and you were here the whole time."
"Not the whole time, son," she said, smiling sadly. "But most of it, yes."
"But why?"
Lee asked, trying to slow his racing mind.
"Why now? Surely you could have let me know where you were before now."
"Please sit," she said. "I swear I'll tell you everything. I will hold nothing back."
Slowly, Lee pulled up a chair and sat down, unable to take his eyes off his mother's face. Chapter 32.
"I know you must have a million questions," Selina began. "But please wait until I tell you my story. Otherwise, I don't know if I can get through this."
Lee slowly nodded and sat down.
"When I was a young girl, before I met your father, my parents sent me to Althetas to study at the Temple of Saraf. My father was a blacksmith and did well enough to be able to support my studies at the temple. They hoped I would become a priestess some day, and I probably would have, if not for your father."
"I'm warning you now," Lee interrupted. "I'll not hear you speak ill of my father."
"Why would I speak ill of him?" she asked. "I loved him. I still love him."
Her voice trailed off for a moment, then she regained her composure.
"I met him in Althetas during my studies at the temple. I was in the market square the first time I saw him. He had come to the city to meet with the Fishermen's Guild. Your grandfather had died a few months before. Your father had taken ownership of his boat, and was supporting both himself and your grandmother. I had just bought some spices and herbs when a young rogue snatched my purse right off my belt. It was all the money I had. My father was not rich, so the money he sent me each month had to last. Without it, I had no way to feed myself, and would have had to return home. I chased after the thief, but he was too fast. Then, out of nowhere, your father tackled him and took back my money. He looked so handsome and dashing. I think I must have fallen in love with him right then and there."
Lee grumbled with disbelief.
"I know you think I might have felt differently," she said. "But you only see things from a child's perspective. I know you are a man now, but your memories are that of a child. I did love him. I was only 14 at the time, but still I knew what I felt. He gave me my purse and offered to buy me a sweet apple."
She started laughing.
"I was so angry at that. A sweet apple? I wanted a candle-lit dinner or a moonlight walk, and here he was buying me a bloody sweet apple as if I were a child. However, he was 20 at the time, and to him I was a child. He walked me back to the temple, holding my hand. I was so excited. This handsome hero was holding my hand. We talked the whole way there, and I made him promise to write me, which he did, of course. I didn't see him again for a year. But, just as he'd promised, he wrote me once a month. As soon as the letters arrived, I'd eagerly run back to my room at the temple to read them. He wrote mostly of his life in the fishing village, and the goings-on of his day-to-day life, but to me each letter might as well have been a love sonnet. I wrote him back, careful not to be too forward and scare him away. Even then, I knew he was the man I would marry. The next year he came to Althetas to again meet with the Fishermen's Guild. You could have told me the gods themselves were coming, and I would not have been more thrilled. I must have spent 3 hours getting ready, determined to look perfect for the man I loved. We met in the same square where my purse had been snatched. This time I was determined not to get a sweet apple. He was as kind and thoughtful as I dreamed he'd be. He took me to lunch, and we walked all over the city. At the time, it was the best day of my life. I nearly cried when it was over. I made your father promise to show me his village when I was old enough to travel on my own. He confessed to me later that it made him nervous to think of me realizing how poor he really was. I wept for 3 days when he left. A few months later, I was chosen to accompany the High Priestess as one of her attendants to Manisalia to see the oracle. I had never travelled so far, and the thought of it frightened me. The trip was long and hard, but, as it turned out, I had a grand time. The High Priestess was young, cheerful, and played games with us at night. She even told us old tales of the world before the Great War. I felt lucky to have been chosen. When we got to Manisalia, I waited outside the pavilion with the rest of the attendants, while the High Priestess went inside. She was only inside a few minutes when she came out and told me that the oracle wanted to see me. I was terrified. When I went inside, she was sitting on a pillow, tossing nuts in the air and catching them in her mouth. Not really what I expected, to say the least.
Lee chuckled in spite of himself.
"No puppy?" he asked. "She played tug-of-war with a puppy when I went to see her."
His mother smiled.
No puppy. Still, as you know, she is not what one expects when you think of the great oracle of Manisalia. She asked me to sit and offered me some water. She told me she'd been expecting me, and that she regretted having to give such ominous news to a child. I hated being called a child, but I was too nervous to say anything in return. She reached over and took my hands. She told me she could see I was in love, and I turned so red I probably glowed. But then she told me that I mustn't marry, that if I did, it would end in tragedy. I jerked my hands away and stood up. Her words scared me, and my fear became anger. I told her that your father didn't want to marry me, and if he did, I would wed him in an instant, no matter what she said. She looked at me with a sympathetic smile. She told me that your father loved me even then, and was waiting for me to come of age. But she warned again that I mustn't marry him. If I did, he would die, and I would hate myself for the rest of my life. I sat back down, but I did not hold her hands. Hesitantly, I asked her how he would die. She admitted that she didn't know, but told me that I was part of an important destiny, that my child, a child not fathered by the man I loved, would help save the world. I laughed so hard that I almost fell over. I'd bear a child with the man I loved and no other, and I told her as much. She insisted that I would have a child, and that one day I would have to let him go. She told me that he would one day be called to serve a northern lord, and that I should not interfere with this.
Selina paused, her eyes guilty and troubled.
And once he was gone, she said I was not to contact him again. She said my son would find me one day when there was a great upheaval in the world, but I could not allow him to find me before then, or he would surely die. The oracle could tell I didn't believe her. "It seems you will marry your handsome fisherman anyway," she said. "But upon his death, remember my words. I left angrier than I had ever been in my life."
"I take it you ignored her," Lee said.
"To my everlasting regret," Selina replied. "Your father and I kept writing one another, and each year he made sure to attend the annual fishermen's meeting in Dalfatas. When I came of age and was old enough to leave the temple, we married. My family was furious. They wanted me to continue my education and become a novice, but I refused. As a result, my family ostracized me. I never saw any of them again. Your father always regretted that I had to sacrifice so much for him, but as long as we were together I didn't care. For a time we were very happy. I had all but forgotten what the oracle had told me. Fishing was good in those days, and though we didn't have much, we had enough to get by. Then, in a flash, it all changed. I was walking along the shore, collecting shells for a basket I was making as a present for one of our neighbours. I heard a clap of thunder over the water, and I looked to see the ocean boiling. Steam rose and became a hot mist. It was then that I saw him, walking across the waves towards me and smiling. It was Saraf, the god of the sea. Somehow I knew who he was instantly, and he was the most beautiful thing I had ever beheld. I nearly fainted at the sight of him.
"What did he look like?" Lee asked.
"It's impossible to describe," she answered. "Not like a man, but not unlike one either. Even now, all I can remember is the sheer beauty of his presence. He took me in his arms and loved me. I could not help myself. It was as if a spell was cast over me. Once in Saraf's embrace, I didn't care about anything else, not even your father." He left me on the shore, and I watched as he faded into the ocean. It wasn't until he had gone that the realization of what had happened set in. I was racked with guilt and self-hatred. I had betrayed the man I loved, and I could not live with it. I knew I had to tell him, but I was afraid he wouldn't believe me. I sat on the beach and cried for hours. The sun had already gone down when your father found me. I told him what had happened and begged for his forgiveness. He said that a water spirit had warned him that Saraf would come to me that very day. He said the spirit was a vile thing, and that it told him he should kill me for such a betrayal. I told him that the spirit was right, and he should do it just as it said. But instead, your father looked at me tenderly and held me close. He said he didn't blame me, that fault was with Saraf. I wanted him to blame me, though. I wanted to be punished for what I had done, and after a time I grew resentful of your father's forgiveness. I hated myself and wanted him to hate me too. Then I found out I was with child. I remember the look on his face when I told him. Both of us knew who the father was, but he told me it didn't matter, that he would love you all the same. I should have been grateful, but I wasn't. I was angry at him, angry at myself, and angry at Saraf. I know you must have thought I didn't love you or your father, but that isn't true. All I could think about, once you were born, was what the oracle told me. It was coming true, and I knew what would happen next. The day your father died, Saraf returned to me. I was outside gathering wood when I heard a voice call my name. I looked up, and there he was. This time he appeared as a shimmering light, but his voice was sad and full of remorse. He knew my husband was dead, and he told me he was sorry. I stared at him in disbelief. I screamed at him, calling him a liar. He moved closer and told me it was the spirits of the water that caused my husband's boat to sink. They were jealous that Saraf had loved me. When they failed to convince my husband to kill me, Saraf had hoped they would let go of their envy and move on. Instead, they waited. They waited until they thought Saraf had forgotten, and then they struck. They knew that an attempt on my life would be more than he could forgive, so instead they took my husband. They knew it would hurt Saraf to see me in pain. I couldn't believe it. I wept, unable to understand why the spirits would do such a thing. Saraf told me that the spirits could not bear to share his love with another. They wanted it all to themselves. He told me again that he was sorry. He tried to stop them, but he was too late. By the time he realized what they had done, it was over. I ran at him then, intent on killing him, but I passed through him as if he wasn't there. I told him he knew nothing of love, cursing him as I fell to the ground, weeping. Saraf vanished, and I never saw him again. It was then I knew what I would have to do. I returned to the temple and made sure we were sent north. When Lord Dorvis took you in, I fled, and eventually found this place. At the time, it was a place of retirement for the Order of Eamon Dale. I told them my story, and they allowed me to join the Order and remain. When the Dark Knight destroyed the original Valshara, we reformed the Order from here. I sent people to Hazra to keep an eye on you, but I was afraid to make contact out of fear of the Oracle's words. I would not see you die because of my own foolishness. I'm sorry I was not there for you, Lee. I'm sorry that I caused you pain. I never wanted this, I swear.
Selina's eyes welled with tears as she gazed into her son's eyes. Lee stood and walked around the desk.
"For years I was angry with you," he said, his voice trembling with emotion. "But I see now why you did what you did."
"Can you forgive me?" she asked, rising to her feet.
"Mother," Lee said tenderly, "I am alive because of your sacrifice. There is nothing to forgive."
He reached out and embraced her tightly, and they both wept joyful tears. Chapter 33. Lee and Selina talked for hours, catching up on years of lost time. They stopped only when Lee noticed the fatigue in his mother's eyes.
"We can speak more tomorrow," he said. "You need rest."
"I know there are important things we need to discuss," she said, embracing him again. "But I've wanted to just sit and talk with you for so long. I'm afraid I'll wake up and this will be a dream."
"I'll be here when you wake up," he promised. "And there's time enough to discuss everything. For now, I just want you to sleep and regain your strength."
He left his mother and made his way back to the healing chamber, where he found Kalia sitting in a chair next to Gui's bed and holding his hand. Her eyes were shut, and she swayed back and forth slowly. Gui's face was still pale and covered in bruises. Bandages had been wrapped over nearly his entire body. Lee marvelled at the fact that he was alive at all. He had seen many wounded men, but never anyone who had taken this much punishment and still drew breath. He placed his hands on Kalia's shoulders.
"How is he?"
he asked quietly. Kalia gradually opened her eyes.
"He is lost. The healer was right. He is in a place no mortal has been. I can hear him, but it's like trying to hear a voice in a storm."
"Do you think he knows you're here?"
"I don't know," she replied somberly. "But I am the only one that has a chance to bring him back. I sense his struggle, but I can't see what he struggles against."
"Perhaps you should rest," Lee suggested. "You can try again later."
"I swore to never let him fight alone again," Kalia said, her resolve absolute. "Whatever the danger he faces now, I will face as well. I will not leave his side."
Lee heaved a sigh.
"At least let me get you some food."
Kalia nodded reluctantly.
"I'll return shortly,"
he said, and went to look for the kitchen. On his way, he ran across Esmeriel, who was on her way back from one of the dining halls.
"This place is wonderful," she said. They've offered to let me stay for a while and study their healing techniques. I'm so grateful that I came with you. Not that Kalia gave me much choice in the matter, but still, I must remember to thank her." She reached in her pocket and pulled out the 4 gold coins Lee had given her. "I wouldn't feel right keeping this. I had planned to give it to the temple, but as I won't be returning for some time—"
Lee shook his head. "Keep it. When you do return, use it to buy what you need to teach others what you have learned here." Esmeriel bowed, then kissed him lightly on the cheek.
"You're a good man, Lee Starfinder. May the gods keep you safe."
Lee watched as she walked away, humming happily. When Lee found the kitchen, he had the cook prepare a plate of roast beef and corn for Kalia. The cook took one look at Lee and insisted that he take a plate for himself as well. Lee hadn't realized how hungry he was until that moment.
"One of these wouldn't be for that lovely elf woman, would it?" asked the cook.
Lee nodded.
"Then you eat this in the dining hall while I cook up something special for your friend," she said, handing him a plate. "The moment I heard there was an elf here, I got out my old recipe book and found an authentic elf dish. I've been waiting for an excuse to use it. Please, the hall is just through that door. It won't take me but a few minutes."
"I'm sure she'd appreciate it," Lee said, and exited through the door. The hall was almost empty. The afternoon meal had already been served, and several young men and women were busy cleaning. He sat and drew in the smell of hot beef and corn, and his mouth began to water. One of the men cleaning asked him if he wanted any wine. "That would be excellent," he said, forking a large bite of beef into his mouth. He had only halfway finished his meal when he heard his name being shouted from outside the dining hall door. He jumped up and ran out to see who was calling. A young girl saw him as he exited, and ran up to him, out of breath.
"Lord Starfinder," said the girl, "it's the elf. Something's wrong. You need to come quickly."
Lee bolted down the hall and back to the healing chamber. 2 women were holding Kalia in their laps, while his mother had her eyes closed and her hand on Kalia's head. "What happened?" he cried. His mother opened her eyes and rose to her feet.
"I don't know. At least, not for sure. I came to check on the boy before going to bed, and I found her lying on the floor unconscious."
"Can you help her?"
"I think she managed to reach Guy," Selina said. "If that's so, then there is nothing we can do, but hope they both find their way back together."
Lee walked over to Kalia and knelt down beside her. She was drenched in sweat, and her body twitched every few seconds. He brushed back her hair and kissed her forehead. "She is with him," Lee said somberly. "She fights alongside his spirit, just as she said she would." Selina immediately ordered a bed be brought in for Kalia. The bed was set directly next to Gui's, and they gently placed Kalia's limp body on the mattress. Lee sat next to them, staring into nothingness, barely noticing when Dina pulled a chair next to his.
"Lee?"
Dina called gently. Lee looked up with a blank expression. He wrapped his arm around Dina, and she put her head on his shoulder. They sat for hours, saying nothing. Lee's mother checked in on them from time to time, despite her obvious fatigue. She had water brought for them to drink, but neither he nor Dina touched it. Night turned into dawn, and still neither Guy nor Kalia had moved. Selina came in and sat on the edge of the bed to examine their 2 fallen friends.
"Urtik told me you have brought the Book of Souls," she said as she checked Gui's bandages. "Is that true?"
"We think so," answered Lee. "The box is unbreakable, so there's no way to know for sure."
"You must give it to me," she said. "If I can find a way to open it, there may be something within the pages that can help your friends."
Lee nodded and got to his feet. "I'll bring it here now," he said, and quickly left to retrieve the book from his room.
"Do you really think you can open it?" Dina asked. I don't know, Selina replied. But it's either that, or simply wait and do nothing.
Lee returned with the box and handed it to his mother. She looked at the lid intently, then turned it over.
This is the Book of Souls, she said finally,
and sat it gently on the bed.
Can you open it?
Lee asked, hopeful.
I don't know. I will try, but it will take time. I need to contact Alphatas. There's an elven sage named Theopolu that might be able to help. I'll need to send word to him. Of course, when he finds out we have the Book of Souls, he very well might try to kill us and take it for himself. The elves have been looking for it since the Great War. How did you come by it?
Dorvis Nalthane had it, Lee explained. It was among his possessions when I claimed my inheritance.
You took his name, then? She asked.
I did, Lee admitted. He was good to me. When he died, he left me his title and position.
Lee Nalthane, she whispered to herself.
She cleared her throat and wiped her eyes.
Well, then, I need to get word to my contacts in Alphatas right away. They will know how to find Theopolu. It will probably take him many days, if not weeks, to get here, so please make yourselves at home. Explore the temple, if you wish. Dina, am I correct in remembering that you wish to become a historian in the Order?
Yes, High Lady, Dina replied earnestly.
Very much so. Then you shall be. As of now, you are a cleric of Amon Dale, but the formal ceremony will have to wait.
Dina's eyes shot wide.
I don't know what to say.
Selina smiled warmly.
Say that you will be truthful in all your accounts. You live in historic, though terrifying, times, and an honest account will be important. You travel with my son, and he trusts you. That is enough for me to know your worth. I hereby welcome you, young cleric. Your son? Dina exclaimed in shock.
Selina smiled.
I'm sure Lee will tell you all about it. For now, I think both of you should get some rest.
We will, Mother, Lee said. But I think I'd like to sit here for just a while longer.
I'll stay with you, Dina offered. You can tell a person's value by their friends, Selina remarked. You, my son, have great value from what I can see.
Lee smiled, and Dina bowed low.
I'll see you tomorrow, son, she said as she left. Your mother? Dina said incredulously. Why didn't you say so earlier?
I just found out, he replied.
Dina looked at him in wonder.
You are full of surprises, she said. I must say, meeting you has been an experience of a lifetime.
Suddenly, Kalia shook violently. Lee reached out to grab her, but she stopped shaking just as he touched her arm.
I hope this Theopolu can help, Dina said, as Lee wiped the sweat from Kalia's brow.
So do I, he replied gravely. So do I.
This is the end of Book 1, but the story continues with Of Gods and Elves, Book 2 of the Godling Chronicles. Keep listening after the credits for a free preview. You have been listening to The Sword of Truth, Book 1 of the Godling Chronicles. Produced by Greg Lawrence. Executive Producer James Torn. Text copyright 2012 by Brian D. Anderson. Production copyright 2013 by Podium Publishing. All rights reserved. Prologue. Guy felt cold, smooth stone pressed against his face, and a terrible wind roared in his ears. He opened his eyes.
Nothing but pitch blackness surrounded him. He remembered his fight with Harlondo. He felt his body, searching for the wounds that the half-man had inflicted. No injuries. "We have healed you," said a voice from the darkness. It was soft and musical, but neither male nor female. Kiwi tried to tell where the voice originated from, but it was as if it came from everywhere. "Where am I?" He got to his feet as his voice echoed. "Who are you?" "You are home," said the voice. "You are with us. We have been waiting so very long. You haven't answered my question. There is plenty of time for questions. For now you must take your ease." A light appeared several yards away, piercing the darkness. He was stood on a raised stone walkway, surrounded by pure nothingness that went on forever. The only other thing he could see was a silver door at the end of the path. Kiwi crept forward, careful not to step too close to the edge. When he was only a few feet away, the door opened and the light dimmed. "What's in there?" he asked, but received no reply. He stepped inside the door and found himself in his own house. A fire burned cheerfully, and a hot plate of roast lamb and honey-split bread was on the table. Harmon Stedding, his father, sat at the far end of the table smiling at him. "Finally," said Harmon. "Did you have a good day?" Kiwi turned pale and tried to back out of the door, but it was no longer there. "What's wrong, son?" Harmon asked. His father was just as he remembered him, tall and lean with salt and pepper hair. Kiwi had always thought he looked more like a teacher than a farmer. He wore the same green linen shirt and trousers that he'd always worn in the evenings after the day's work. "Who are you?" Kiwi demanded. He reached for his sword, but it was no longer at his side. Harmon looked concerned and tried to walk over to him, but Kiwi ran to the other end of the table, looking for something to use as a weapon. Harmon sighed, shaking his head. "He told me this might happen. Kiwi, let me explain." "Explain what? You're not my father. My father is dead." Harmon backed away. "Son, please. You've been through a terrible ordeal. Let me help you." "Liar! Get away from me!" He found a knife on the table and snatched it up. Fear struck Harmon's face. "If you'll just let me speak to you for 1 second." Kiwi tried to calm himself and focus. "Speak," he growled. "But if you come near me, I swear I'll kill you." Harmon slowly pulled up a chair and motioned for Kiwi to sit as well, but Kiwi backed away and put himself near the front door. "You've been ill," said Harmon. "Very ill. Lord Starfinder took you to Garth for treatment. You've been back for 3 days now." "Garth, eh?" said Kiwi. "I was in Garth with Lee, and so far that's the only true thing you've said." "I'm not lying, son. This is the 3rd time you've lost your memory since you've been back. It's the medicine they gave you. Lee told me that the healer said this might happen." "You expect me to believe that?" Kiwi snorted. "You've been dead for 2 years. I buried you myself." "Your fever is causing you to hallucinate," said Harmon. "Last time you lost your memory, you thought you were a god. You even told me I wasn't really your father." Kiwi glared. "This won't work. Tell me the truth, or I'll gut you right now." Harmon bowed his head. "You're not going to make this easy, are you? We really hoped that being here and seeing your father alive and happy would be enough for you just to accept this." Kiwi raised his knife and readied himself to attack. "What are you?" "I'm here to care for you," he answered. "You are with us now. Your body has been left behind." "My body? What have you done to my body?" "Your body was destroyed. Only your spirit remains. However, you shouldn't fear. We love you, and we will care for you. Anything you want is yours. You still haven't told me who you are. We are the first, he replied. We are the lovers of the gods. We have been waiting for you. We love you. Return me to my body now, Dewey demanded. You can't keep me here. You don't have the right. I cannot return you, said Harmon. Please don't worry. Soon you will forget about the troubles of that other world. Here you can be anything you wish. All we ask is that you love us as your kin had once done. My kin? You mean the gods? What do you know about them? We were favored by them above all others. When the Dark One trapped them, we were left all alone. We had you once and should not have let you go. But we were betrayed. You're not making sense, said Dewey. Who betrayed you? Felsafel, he said bitterly. He convinced us to let you go. Then he left us too. Your spirits, that's what you are. What do you want from me? I have nothing to give you. We only desire your love, he said. It is everything to us. We need it. We are so lonely. I cannot stay with you, said Dewey as he moved to the door. I don't belong here. You cannot leave, cried Harmon. There is nowhere to run. Soon you will forget. Soon you will love us as we love you. Dewey couldn't help but feel pity for the creature, but he knew he had to get away. He opened the door and ran from the house. The figure of his father appeared in front of him. "Get away from me!" screamed Dewey. "Let me go!" He pushed his way past the spirit and ran in the direction of town. "You are with us." The voice of the spirit carried on the wind, following him as he ran. Dewey ran until his legs burned. When he reached the village, all the familiar faces he knew as a child were there to greet him, but he ignored them and made his way toward Lee's house. The trees and brush whizzed by as he ran at full speed down one of the many roads Lee had built. Dewey stumbled to a halt. He couldn't remember why he was running or where he was going. "Wait up!" His father ran up from behind. "I'm too old to keep up with you any more." Dewey stood there scratching his head. "What happened?" he asked. "Why was I running?" "We're going fishing," Harmon replied. "Don't you remember?" It was then Dewey realized he was holding a fishing pole in his right hand. Harmon carried one as well, along with a bucket of bait in the other. "Yes," said Dewey after a long pause. "Of course I do. I'm sorry. I was just confused." Harmon smiled warmly and threw his arm around Dewey's shoulder. "That's all right, son," he laughed. "It happens to everybody." Dewey and his father walked for about 3 miles to a spot along the Good Branch River where they had fished since he was a small boy. The sun shone brightly and the birds chirped merrily as father and son sat on the bank near a large oak and fished throughout the day. Dewey landed 3 nice-sized trout and Harmon 4 others. His father always had better luck at fishing. As the sun began to sink closer to the horizon, Dewey lay back on the grass and took a deep breath of the fresh spring air. "Are you happy, son?" his father asked. Dewey looked at Harmon, mildly surprised. "Of course I am. Why wouldn't I be?" "I'm glad." He stretched his arms with a satisfied moan. "I think it's time for us to go home and eat some fish." It was nearly dark when they arrived back at the farm. Dewey cleaned the fish on a wooden table next to the house, while his father prepared the stove and wash-water inside. After they had both cleaned up and cooked dinner, they sat down to eat. The fish tasted better than any Dewey could remember. "I have a surprise," said Harmon, getting up and bringing a pitcher down from the cabinet. Gooey could smell orange juice as his father placed it on the table. "Where did you get that?" asked Gooey. Harmon just smiled and poured Gooey a cup. "My little secret." He winked and returned to the chair. There was a knock at the door. Harmon sprung up and looked out of the window. "Who is it?" asked Gooey. "It's no one. No one at all." "No one? Someone knocked." He got up and started to the door. Harmon rushed in front of him, barring Gooey's way. "I told you it was no one," said Harmon, this time with more force. Again there was a knock. "What's wrong with you?" said Gooey. "Why won't you open the door?" Gooey tried to push his way around his father, but Harmon shoved him hard, sending him flying across the room and crashing into the wall. "I said leave it!" Gooey stared in horror as his father changed and distorted until he became a creature of quivering mass and swirling colours. "What are you?" "She doesn't belong here," cried the creature. Its voice echoed loudly. "She must leave." Gooey felt panic grip him as the creature closed in. He bolted around the table and tried to get to the door, but the creature got there first. "You must stay. We love you." Gooey slowly backed away until he was stood next to the window. Without thinking any further, he propelled his body through the glass and onto the porch. "Gooey," a familiar voice called out. Gooey tried to focus, but the world around him blurred. "Who's there?" he cried, as he tried to regain his feet amongst the shattered pieces of glass. A figure stood in front of him, but he couldn't tell who or what it was. "It's me, Kalia." As soon as he heard her name, it all came rushing back to him. The figure cleared, revealing Kalia dressed in the same shirt and trousers she'd been wearing when he'd first met her in the forest. "Kalia!" he cried, his voice filled with relief and joy. She took his hand and pulled him from the porch. "Hurry," she ordered. "We must get out of here." The door to the house shattered, sending splinters flying. Gooey and Kalia ran as fast as they could, paying no attention to where they were going. "You must not leave!" the creature screamed as it pursued them. It appeared to float just above the ground. "Where are we going?" asked Gooey while they ran. "How should I know? Anywhere but here." Gooey nodded in agreement as they continued heading down the road east, away from town. After a few minutes he glanced over his shoulder, but he couldn't see any sign of pursuit. "Hold on," he said, grabbing Kalia's arm and bringing them to a halt. "We need to keep going. But where to? I don't even know where we are, let alone where we should go." "We're in the spirit realm." Kalia looked around for signs of the creature. "You became trapped here after your battle with Harlondo." "The spirit realm?" said Gooey, frowning. "Then how are you here?" "We took you to Valshara to be healed, but your spirit was lost. I used our bond to find you." "Valshara?" whispered Gooey. "How long have I been here?" "Not long," she said. 2 days. But time may not flow the same here. For all I know, we've both been here for weeks, maybe even months." "How do we get out?" "You don't," called a voice from behind them. They turned and saw the form of Gooey's father smiling at them. "Who are you?" Gooey demanded. "And why are you keeping us here?" "We did not bring her," said Harmon, looking at Kalia. "We only want you. She does not belong here. She must leave." "We will both be leaving," said Gooey. "Release us." "I cannot," he replied. "We need you here. We have been so alone." "What are you?" asked Kalia. "We will not speak with you," said Harmon. His hand flashed from his side, and a dagger flew through the air straight at Kalia's heart. Gooey shoved her out of the way just in time. Instead of finding its target, the dagger buried itself deep into his arm. Pain shot through him as he fell to his knees. Kalia rushed over and pulled out the blade. Blood soaked his sleeve and dripped from the ends of his fingers. "That was foolish," scolded Harmon. "But no matter." He waved his hand, and the wound was gone. "You will come to no harm, but she must be destroyed. You cannot stop this." Guy stared in amazement at where the dagger had struck. "If you hurt her, I'll kill you all." He got to his feet and squared his shoulders. Harmon looked amused. "You cannot kill us? The dead cannot die?" He stepped toward Kalia menacingly. Without warning, there was a blinding flash of light. When Gui's eyes adjusted, he gasped. Felsafel stood between Harmon and Kalia. He was dressed in his animal skins and carried his walking stick.
"Leave her be," Felsafel commanded.
Harmon's face twisted in anger.
"Traitor!" he shouted. "Leave this place!"
Guy looked into Kalia's eyes and smiled. "Are you okay?" Kalia nodded, still staring at the scene.
"Your heart is rotten," said Felsafel. "It's rotten and cold. You take what is not yours. You seal your own doom. Yes, you do."
"You left us," said Harmon. "You broke your promise."
"There was no promise," Felsafel replied. "Oh, no. You are doomed and foul. I no longer care for your words. Our people are gone, and I will join you soon enough."
"We will not let him go." Harmon clenched his jaw. "You can't make us."
Felsafel shook his head slowly.
"I can't make you, but I'll tell him not to love you. Yes, I will. You'll still be alone. Alone forever. Unloved and alone."
"I will never love you," cried Guy. "Not if you hurt Kalia."
Harmon shifted his eyes to Guy.
"You will love us," he said. "Your father and mother loved us. So will you." "You're wrong," said Guy. "But I will release my mother and father. Then you can be with them again."
"You see," said Felsafel, "you are a fool, the fool of fools. You keep the one who can give you love, but if you do, he will never love you."
Harmon turned his back and lowered his head.
"Will you return to us, brother?" he asked.
Felsafel walked up and placed his withered hand on Harmon's shoulder.
"I cannot. I must help free the fathers and mothers, and more there is for me to do. But I will join you soon enough."
Guy watched as Harmon faded and disappeared.
"What happened?" he asked. "Is he gone?"
"Gone?" Felsafel replied. "No, not gone. Just far away."
"Thank you," said Kalia. "I owe you a debt."
Felsafel smiled. "You will repay," he said. "Oh, yes. Then I can rest my old bones and tired head."